Testing. 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 I'm testing. Oh. You're kind of quiet. Well, let's fix that. All right. How about now? Is it a little bit better now? Or should I perhaps turn up my gain? I'm not quite sure. Just let me know, and I'd be happy to change it around. Oh, yeah. In terms of being audible over the music, I'm more so making sure that I'm not clipping and stuff. But here you go, back to the music. Let me go ahead and take off my mask because I could see my mask is messing with my audio. Hopefully that makes it a little bit better. Hello! Wow, I look like trash. Booksmarts, you're looking like trash this morning, buddy. Is Booksmarts a hacker? No. You know what Booksmarts did? Is Booksmarts spilt a bunch of pho onto his keyboard. And he thought if he just flipped it upside down, because my keycaps are made out of plastic, like, well, not, obviously they're made out of plastic, but I mean, I have topper caps, which means I have, like, little nipples. And these little nipples are like, oops, and these little nipples are, like, very, what's the word? Dexterous, maybe? Very dexterous nipples? I don't know. This is getting away from me, this explanation. I'm sorry. Membrane. Yeah, the membrane is quite flexible. Let's say that. I have little nipples. Yikes. Anywho, so what I thought if I just flipped it upside down, it would be fine like it normally is because I spill stuff on it all the time. But this time the keys started sticking. Now, if I'm being quite honest, I took the whole thing apart. I cleaned it on the inside, but I'm still having a problem with the... Whoops. I'm still having a problem with the keys sticking. Fuck, man. This thing was perfect before. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, my God. Hey, can you just stay where I want you to be? That would be lovely. Hello. There we are. So now we're doing like a Louis Rossman stream, okay? Put me down. Yeah. So now we're doing a Louis Rossman repair stream at this point. I'm going to turn that way down. All right. I'm going to make a bingo card for Booksmart streams. Talks about his hair, messes up camera, shows up late. Yeah. I was operating on fucking Central America time this morning, dude. I fucking woke up and I woke up in a different time zone, dude. I was like, stream is going to be an hour late. You spilled pho. Isn't it fine since it's volatile, says alcoholic? I don't know what kind of pho you're talking about. I'm talking about P-H-O pho. I'm talking about like Vietnamese pho, bro. Hey, it's morning somewhere, right? True. It was morning for me.
He who desires
like a couple of hours ago.
not breeds pestilence.
Wow.
Books coming back late to the library.
Thanks, dude. And library may be a reference to the bookcase that I have behind me that was purchased by a viewer. So right next to my head, you might see the little plaque there. That plaque is for the viewer. Anywho, without further ado, let me fix this keyboard so that we can get into streaming. And if you guys want to ask some questions about what we're doing today, that's cool. But the basic gist of it, I really got to not lose any of these little screws. You know, assuming that I haven't already. Last night, I put back together the keyboard, and I forgot to put in my bronze nipples. So some of these nipples have like a little thing underneath them, and I don't know how to describe this. I think you have to like, oh fuck, I don't even remember how this was in the keyboard actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I believe it just goes on this. We'll try that. So let's move this to the side. I don't think we need that. But I will need this. And it probably should not be plugged in. This is a big problem. Don't copy me, bro. If Louis Rossman saw this of Rossman Repair Group, I think he would be astonished at that. That needs to not be plugged in. There we go. What content do you have for us, D&D refugees? So for you Destiny refugees, I've actually got a debate plan. So you guys are going to get a debate. And then afterwards, if you guys want to stick around, some other people are going to be coming on the stream later. Or rather, I'm technically going on somebody else's stream later. And we're going to do, and please don't Pepe mods me, we're going to do
that book fucker.
Another review of the Demon Mama thing. So, fuck me. Come on now. Just stay in here. If I bend these, they're done forever. So I have to be very, very gentle with my big man hands. So we're going to be doing another Demon Mama review. And essentially, they already picked the... Fuck! They already... God damn it! They already picked the parts they want... Fuck! And I knocked the other one over. I got fat fingers, dude. Please help me. Be gentle with the nip. I'm trying. I'm gonna knock all these out. Let me take off this jacket, dude. You got the Booksmarts belly, dude. Oh, shit. Okay, come on, please. Ah, don't bend. Ah! Is he gonna watch me break my fucking $500 keyboard live on stream? Hold on. Ah! How on earth are you meant to do this? Oh, I dropped it. Oh, man. I thought this was gonna be ASMR. And instead it's cringe. Cringe. All right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to put it on the inside. I don't care. I'm going to put it inside. I think if I just put it inside, maybe I can flip this like an omelet and we'll be okay. All right. Where does this go? I think here. Whoops. Is this correct? This doesn't look correct. Oh, FML, dude. I don't know what to do here. Skadoosh. There we are. Okay, that's the trick. You just gotta hold it. I got these greasy hands, dude. I got oiler fingers, dude. I just worry that I'm gonna mess everything up. This doesn't seem right, that this just jiggles around. That doesn't seem clear. Seems like a pain to clean and repair. Usually it's not. I've never had these come off. They only came off this time around. Okay, and then you just take this, right? You see? So the switches, if I can bring this up to the camera, the switches are these little like dingleberries, right? Bloop, bloop, bloop. And they just pop in and out. And they have these little rails, right? You see how on the top right corner and the bottom left corner, those are little rails, and the plastic fits snugly into the rail and it moves up and down. However, what can happen is, oh, you can see it. Oh, look at that. An improper erection. That's not what you want to see right there. So you got a little improperly erect member here, and what's happening is he's getting stuck in this position because there's some fog gunk. And I've tried to clean the fog gunk. I've dunked this in hand sanitizer and whatever. I don't have like electronic sanitizer. It hasn't helped. So I'm just accepting that key is probably screwed. You know, that's okay because it's one of the bottom keys. I don't really need it. Is fog gunk a new Pokemon? I don't think so. That's been longer than 4 hours, sir. Interesting. Is that your StarCraft keyboard? Oh, yeah, I'm going to Georgia as well, so Georgia ticket hype as well. Improperly erect and stuck. We've all been there. Yep. Anywho, without further ado, let me go ahead and... All right. Now, there's a trick to this, you see. There's a trick. Like pushing it. There's a trick, you see, and it's not to do what I'm doing. Hold up. I know that I gotta flip this thing upside down, but I don't want those keys getting all messed up. Hold up. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Just like an omelet, and we just gotta hope that everything stayed in place. And we have to be very careful because, oh, there you can see it. You see this little guy? You pull too hard, and if you've ever taken apart like an iPhone before, you know how you have the little ribbon cable that's for your display? That's what's going on here. So you tweak that little bad boy too much, and he'll pull right off of the board, and then you're fucked. So the next step here is I need to screw in 20 screws or whatever. My eyes, I saw too much. Wait, what'd you see? Do you often have problems finding the hole? I often have problems fitting, bro. My screws are always one size too big. Anywho, let's just put this away, eh? Let's just get this all screwed in, get it squared away. Enough jokes. Lube it. I already did. Lube only does so much. Right there. Amen, brother. All right. Let's just get the corners in first. Don't mind if I do. Ah, fuck. Affleck. All right. Let's just let's split it down the middle. I'm trying to make it to where I can see the holes, but I want you guys to be able to see too. Does Pepe mods mean oh awkward? No. Hold on. I gotta move the mic. The mic is in my way. Oh, my way. Where am I going to put this? I need to see it. I don't see it. I'm bending. This was much easier offline, I swear. Bro. I need little fingers, dude. My neighbors are probably like, oh no, he's fucking recording videos again. He's screaming about how he can't fit in holes and how he needs lube. The fucking guy next door is a loon. All of our poor customers have to sit in here listening to him moan and scream and yell to a non-existent audience. They probably think I'm nuts, dude. They definitely think I'm nuts. They give me like pitying pitying waves when I come in and out of the office. Well, I pay for it, so joke's on them, right? I guess. Came to stream for Booksmarts, stayed for Belly Smarts. I don't think you're getting any more belly, okay? You say... Oh, no. Okay, you say Belly Smarts, but that only happened one time. Oops. Why don't we just stick them all in first? I don't know. Like, what's the most efficient way to go about doing this? Can I use two hands at once? Or is that against the Jedi code? Everything sounds so kinky, dude. If they were listening, they had their ear to the wall, dude, they would, they could paint a very different picture of what's going on here. So much screwing to do, such little time. Also, I put threesome in the title because what's going to happen later at, I think, around 3 or 4 p.m. is, like I said, these people are already doing a review or like a roundup of the Demon Mama versus Destiny debate. And one of them is, fuck, what's his name? Let me open the Discord and find out. The other guy, whose name I don't know, is like a philosophy major. And I guess he has like a doctorate of philosophy, I'm pretty sure. So the other guy is President Sunday. Sent you a friend request, okay. Friends, pending, accept. There we go. But yeah, so President Sunday, and then there's like a doctorate of philosophy. And those two people already wanted to do a review of the Destiny Mama debate. They saw mine. They were like, hey, would you want to, you know, give us some of your input on this? You want to join up with this? And I'm like, you know, I really don't want to redo a whole debate of that. I mean, a whole review of that because it was cringe, but they've convinced me. They've convinced me. I'll jump in towards the end. I'm not staying for a line by line, whatever breakdown, but at the end, we're going to all just talk generally about it. And, you know, I already did a whole big video on it, so I'm not going to like repeat myself or whatever. I'll just be there in case those people want to explore anything with me, but I don't know. We'll see how it works out. I need to collaborate with more people. Because I'm doing the Georgia thing on January 2nd, and for anybody that doesn't know, what's basically going to happen is DGG, which is Destiny's community, who is the political streamer, he is trying to canvass in Georgia for Jon Ossoff, who is a senator, or he wants to be a senator, and if he wins that seat, that's big for the Democrats because that means that I think they wrestle back control of the Senate from the Republicans. Don't quote me on that, though. I don't know. I'm not a political guy. What we're going to do, and I think it's already scheduled for this week, is we're going to do more research into that. So right now, my plan is to not only talk about the specifics, so like why Jon Ossoff and why the Democratic Party over the Republican Party for me, but we're also going to go into some basics about American political processes. I want to, because I've tutored a lot of people in AP US History, which is like the advanced version of US History for high school students that want college credit for the class. I've taught a lot of that, and I've taught a lot of AP Gov. But I don't remember that shit, dude. It's all technical. It's all numbers. It's all this term goes to this whatever. And, you know, I forget all of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to look through curriculum that I already have available to me and is available online on those topics. And we're going to do a quick refresher course. And I figured that'll make very like widespread appealing content for the whatchamacallit, for the YouTube. And so I figured that's a lot of birds with one stone right there. So we're going to do that. We're also, of course, going to do research into this guy in specific. And yeah, should be fun. Lots of fun. I'm currently in talks with some of the other streamers that are going to be at the event in January. And I'm going to try to stream alongside them at some point leading up to the event. Talk to them about what they think about John and, you know, the movement and maybe what the Destiny.gg community is doing and how we could see that reflected in more online communities. I may even reach back out to some people who I didn't think I would really talk to again. Aiden Wood is somebody, for instance, that's on my list where it's like, for debate stuff, obviously I would never like look at Aiden's stuff because I don't think she does it anymore. She really didn't like panels. But she's a really, really good activist. She like, from outward appearances, she seems very involved with her local community. And she really pushes for the things that she wants to see happen in that community. So if it's possible, I would love to talk to her about that and about that mindset and about, you know, finding community in, you know, political endeavors. And so people like that, I want to take this opportunity going into the new year to just have some content that I can direct people towards in the future that'll be like, hey, you want to get politically involved in your area? You don't want to be a hobbyist anymore, whatever. There's plenty of different options. Even for you guys who may not be able to go to Georgia like me and other streamers are and other, you know, people of different communities are, you guys can still phone bang from your house and stuff. So another person that we're going to be talking to is Doug of CA, or Doug of California, who you guys may know from Destiny's community. He's helping to organize a lot of the different, you know, bits of this canvassing effort. And I asked if he would be okay with coming on and maybe answering some questions about stuff. And that's one of the things that we're going to talk about is hopefully I'll figure out, you know, if I'm a viewer and I can't make it to Georgia, as I would presume most of them can't, how can I help? Like, what is there that I can do? And, you know, we'll get an answer to that. And then I can direct you guys to that. So even if you can't make it to Georgia, you can't help in this race, there's something you could do. And I'm going to get down to the bottom of what that something is. Motherfucker, please close. Ay, ay, ay. This is so rough. Oh, oh, look at that. It's bowing. Oh, it's bowing. Oh. He's already dead. This keyword's fucked, dude. It won't close. It won't close. It's all bowed out, dude. An unmitigated disaster, boys. Might be worth going over the last debates between Luftwaffen and Warcock. Who the fuck are these names you're fucking making up, dude? Is this some Nazi shit that you're putting in my chat? Or are these names that I should probably know that have to do with the election? I don't know. I know Warwick, whatever. He's the opposition. I do know that. This is not the right screw. Now, I know that these are Phillips heads, but, you know, sometimes you need that extra little bit of friction. You know what I mean? So sometimes you may want to use a, you know, one of these bad boys. You know, you use a flathead sometimes for the Phillips. You know, because if you don't have the right size Phillips, the wonderful thing about Phillips is you don't need a Phillips at all. You don't need to have a Phillips head screwdriver to drive a Phillips screw. You can just use a flathead. Little known tip from lazy people like me. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. I don't know if you guys are picking up on. You getting that, camera guy? That's not what you want. You see, this is Boeing down here, and I'm not talking about airplanes either. That's not right. Okay, hold on. Fuck. All right, wait. We need to take this out. Someone get Rossman in here. Yeah, I need help, dude. Warnock is a Democrat, Bookie. Oh, shit. Well, I'm more detrimental to this cause than I am supportive of it. All right, how about that? Oh, mama. What the fuck is going on here? There's something in my way. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I mean, she looks real pretty. I don't know. She should just shut. Come on now, baby. Please. Please just close up. Hold up. Hold up. It go down. It don't go down. It don't go down. That's the problem. All right. I'll just put these guys in there. Skadoosh. All right. Misaligned nip. I certainly hope not, dude. I really hope there is not a misaligned nip in there. If there is, I'm gonna have to use a different keyboard. Oh no. This doesn't seem right. I'm hearing it crack and break as I'm screwing this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it so tight? It got killed a few minutes ago when you decided to open it to clean it. He's now performing CPR. No, I'm embalming the body at this point, dude. If we're using those kinds of analogies, I'm embalming the body, dude. I'm preparing it for its ritualistic doom. For its path to the next life, brother. It's already dead. Speedrun, broken keyboard, any fuck! Please focus. Oh my god. That's not right at all. Why is it doing that? That spacebar doesn't feel right either. Probably because it's not seated. Fuck. No. Omaira. Oi. Oi, Omaira. Nistendo. Nintendo. Bokeh. Fuck. Alright, let's redo this. Nice, I love the keyboard fixing streams. Thanks, dude. On the bright side, your repair skills leveled up. That is true. That is true. I've learned that you can't just force it, you know? You actually have to do it properly. Ugh, these are like so tight now. Good thing I cut my nails too. Otherwise, I'd be looking like a chimp. All right. Oh, and and I've lost my screws. All right. Well, that wasn't very bright of me. Not very book smartsy. All right. Well, shoot. Well, hey. I hope it's not this. All right. So keyboard. This side's clear, this side's clear, this may not be. Ah, okay, there's 3 of these clips that I need to get in. All 3. No exceptions. Okay. It won't connect at the bottom there. Something's going on. Something's not right. Something's not right. What is this that you've linked? Oh no, Amanda. What happened here?
Let me, I think it was a first
Oh, when I spilled the ravioli sauce on it? Yeah. So I'm no stranger to ruining my keyboard. Get those clips to livestream fails. Hey, that's on you guys. You guys need to post my shit to livestream fails. That's what you got to do. Man. We're getting hung up. Bruh. I'm starting to get angry. Starting to want to smash. Why? Oh my god, I don't understand. Why won't you close? Please. Please, close. Please. Mama mia, dude. Fuck this shit, dude. I'm not fucking fixing this goddamn keyboard. Try turning it off. Shut the fuck up. He likes Notion, and it seems to work well. Yeah, it does. It's pretty good. Have you tried Rome? No, I haven't. I'm pretty sure Rome looks ugly, doesn't it? I can't be having my shit look ugly. That's part of the problem. I'm pretty sure Rome's an ugly looking thing. Wait, what the hell? All right, Noah, use your big brain for 2 seconds, buddy. What's going wrong here? Well, this is twisting like a mofo, which you probably don't want. So maybe that goes there. Well, if you just solve the whole problem with that, you're pretty fucking stupid, huh? I guess I am. Well, now we have the... Ooh, there we are. That's the click I want to hear. That's what I came here for, buddy. That's the click I want to hear. All right. I think we're good. I think I've solved it. I can't quite tell, but is that black spacer thing on the ribbon cable blocking things? Does it slide? There you go. You're a fucking genius, dude. Azamunda. You sound like a Jedi, dude. That sounds like a Jedi name. Azamundus. Yeah. That almost sounds like Ozymandias, who's another like chatter that I recognize. The click. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling too, bruh. When I hear the click. Oh, it's like clicking and unclicking now. We must hurry. We must hasten. We must hasten the binding process. I hear clicking going on. That is not ideal clicking. I hear clicking and unclicking, and what you don't want to hear is an unclick. You're a statistician. I still haven't seen the clip that's from or anything. I just know the sub alert. That's it. You're a fucking statistician. All right, there we are. Wow, tighter than a nun's asshole, I'll tell you. That's pretty. Wow, I like that. Wow, that's great. Let me get that a little bit tighter, though. Yeah, let's just, ooh. Yeah, there we are. It's in the DGG Awards thing. Yeah, what is the DGG Awards? I hear about this, but I still am uninformed. So, like, what are the categories? And where are people voting? Is that already all done? This fucking thing. Wait, hold on. How do these go? All right. Definitely like this. Click on there, you dumb fuck. Nah, whatever. That's as good as that's getting. Do you guys hear the difference between these keys? Here's one. And here's the jammed ones. Again, unjammed. Jammed. Yeah. That does not sound like... Anywho. Oh well. Let's watch the clip. Yeah, Nomer went over the videos yesterday. I like how you call him Nomer, dude. That's almost like Domi. I feel like that's mean.
Yo, Rift, runs mid. Thank you, Steven. You're a genius, dude. How you do it? You're a fucking statistician.
Oh, I see why it's a clip now. I didn't know he was raging. I thought he was like... I thought he was just hyped. I didn't know he was raging. That's kind of funny now that I know that. Have you tried a split keyboard? Makes it easier to have a notebook. No, that's dumb. What kind of fucking nonsense is that, dude? If we were back in the old days, bruh, if we brought back some of those Puritan delights that we had in the colonial days of America, bruh, you would have your ass fucking tied up to a pole and lit on fire, dude. And I ain't talking no fucking Destiny jokes either. I'm talking witch hunting, dude. I'm talking witch hunting. I'm not even talking about on racial grounds, bro. They tie you up there for fucking talking some shit like having a split keyboard. That's some fucking heresy, bro. The church is interested in such actions, bro. That's all I got to say with that one. I would not mess around with that. No, thank you. I'm looking for real keyboards, bro. I'm not looking to upset the gods of technical problems. Pog. Now, please work. Please, for the love of God, let me go ahead and... This is... Oh no, my spacebar doesn't work! The spacebar doesn't work! I'm gonna go crazy. I sniffled all my sniffles into my throat. This isn't any good. This isn't any good at all. Dude, I gotta fix my hair. I look so bad. All right, guys. Well, let's go ahead and watch a Destiny video. Now you can get him back. Need a split keyboard now, bully boy. Shut the fuck up. Just for that, dude, I'm going to use my cheapo keyboard. Just for that, dude, I got to hit you with the fucking $5 special from Fry's Electronics. This is the Sieg Classic. Okay? It says it right there. You see that? So this is a Sieg Classic. It's a German model, I believe. It's just an assumption that I'm making. Sounds like a German model. Sounds very yelly. Sieg. All right. In before we use the on-screen keyboard. This calls for a 60-second ad. No, it doesn't. Well, actually, maybe it does. Wait, hold on. You're a fucking statistician, dude. All right, I'm going to throw you guys to a 60-second ad break to punish the gods for what they have done to me. If you don't want to get ads, you can subscribe. This is the only time it's going to happen. And I'll do that while I'm looking up the YouTube video, so it's not like you're missing anything. Anywho, bye. Poof. There we go. We'll see who's real. We'll see who ends up subscribing after that. Bruh. Well, you suggested it, bruh. That's on you. Somebody better, we're talking about colonial days and fucking mobs. I'm just saying, watch out, bro. You be asking for ads. It's like the person asking about, was there homework due? Are you gonna collect the homework from last night? You're one of those people, bro. Fuck. All right, let's see here. I have a Notion document prepared with quite a few different debates because, like I said, leading up to the Georgia canvassing effort, which is going to happen on January the 2nd, I'm going to try to stream as much as I can. I leave California on on New Year's Eve, so there's not a lot of days that I have left to make content because Christmas, obviously I can't do Christmas. I might not be able to do the day after Christmas because I might be hungover. I don't know. Supposedly this split is more ergonomic if you're typing many hours a day. Well, if I touch typed, I would maybe do it, but I don't even touch type, dude. I chicken peck and I write for a living. So that should give you some indication as to how inefficient I am with my writing systems. I chicken peck. I have to admit, I do. I don't know where the keys are. I don't know where the keys are, if I'm being honest. So, let's see. Little known fact. What the fuck? Yeah, bruh. I don't know. It's too many. Like, you guys think I'm kidding in Doom when I'm like, no, we can't have more than like WASD keys, dude. We cannot have more than what is immediately surrounding that. So if I'm looking at my keyboard, you can have Q, W, E, R, and ASD, and that's it. You cannot have more than those keys, or I will need to look at the keyboard to find where the keys are. So are you joking? No, I'm not joking. So that's why I struggle with games where you have a million keys, because I don't have any sense of like my body and where it exists in relation to the keyboard. So I struggle with games that have more than like 4 keys. All right, let's go up to here. Channel dashboard. Fuck, wait, what am I looking up? We need to look up a Destiny video. Let's see here. Schedule, political work. Here we are. Talk with Aiden, talk with IRI. Okay. There should be a list of debates that I have on here. I don't know where they are. Oh, here we are. Okay. So what do we want to watch? What recent Destiny debate? I'm going to do it for the DGGers that fucking, you know, are not happy that they have to watch Dungeons and Dragons, bro. Sup, handsome? Hi. I love you. Hope that's appropriate. I'm turning on a light. There we are. Hey, Booksmartsy. Debate Anna Frills. Nope. Wrong. I'll tell you. Anna Frills. I'm not gonna make fun of Anna, bro. Let's not make fun of Anna Frills. Let's just go. let's just go to Destiny.gg or whatever the fuck and figure out what we're doing here. All right. Destiny. Ho ho. Thanks for the follow, dude. Where's Kimiko? She's over here. I need to erase all this stuff on this whiteboard and redo it. That's beyond precarious, the way that is set up right now, but oh well. I really don't like that. It looks really ugly. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to keep Kimiko out of frame. Kimiko! You need to go put on better clothes, babe. I'm fucking live streaming. Kimiko, you're embarrassing me in front of my audience. Go make yourself look decent. What the fuck? You see this? You need to match this, babe. You cannot be coming on here like that, bro. I know you're trying to make me look good, coming out here looking like a 2, but, you know, I don't need a 2 next to me to look like a 10, all right, babe? You got to go, all right? You're ruining my frame. Tim Pool is the only one, really, and it's not great. I feel like he did okay in Tim Pool. That's good. Do we want to watch the Tim Pool thing, or will I get in trouble? Because I have a sneaking suspicion I could get in trouble for watching the Tim Pool thing. No bully. I won't bully. I feel like he did okay. Because the other thing I wanted to see was him on Prime Kai's panel, because, you know, I don't watch panels very often. So if he's on a panel, that gives me an excuse. And Prime Kai is somebody that I should probably, like, do more to reach out to, but I don't. What are your thoughts on the denied parole of Bobby Shmurda? And what are the broader implications in the political sphere? I don't know who that is. Like, I love that you guys think I know who these people are. I'm not a political streamer, guys. I don't know who's who. I really don't. I'm so bad. That's why we need to do like a whole arc where I learn politics before we go and campaign for Ossoff. It's way too long, and Tim just changes the subject whenever he's exhausted the dialogue tree. All right, then we'll avoid that. Let's look at something else then. I kind of want to watch this cop thing, though.
Cop, and you guys talk.
Like, I'm really interested. I'm super interested. I'm super interested in how this is going to turn out. Let's see. You know what's really cringe? I'm going to leak DMs. When Destiny and I were talking about the canvassing thing, I hit him with the super interested, and I cringed a little. I was like, I'd be super interested, and then immediately after sending it, I just cringed into the back of my chair, dude. I felt so bad about it. Dude. In a second, just all of the cringe just fucking washed over me at once. I was like, what have I done? I can't believe I've sent this. And he didn't comment on it either, so it didn't get like a lull or anything. Yeah. Failure at the highest level, dude. All right, let me go ahead and get my monitor up, which I think we're going to want to put on this one. No. One of these monitors has information that cannot be shown on it, so let's hope that, we don't... All right, we'll exit that. There we go. Now we should be okay to switch to that one. Wait, what? There we are. I don't know why the crop job on this is so messed up, but hey, I don't judge. Wait, where's my video? Okay. So, anywho, without further ado, looks like we got some familiar faces on this one. I hate panels, okay? So just FYI, if I'm a dick, it's because I don't like panels. It's not because anything else, just that I don't like panels. But hey, you know what? Prime Kai, big grower. Maybe not a shower because his panels are cringe, but all right, whatever. All right, let me get properly in the frame. Go over here. Bring my thing with me. Put my mouse over here. All right, we're looking brilliant. My office is such a mess though. I'm like stressing out looking at it. We don't need this to be super huge, huh? Actually, I don't give two fucks about Destiny at all. Why do we need to see him playing Minecraft like some fucking Pepega? Let's just crop you out. We know who you are. We don't need to see you. You're fine. There we are. Pause. No, don't pause chant me, bro. The panel was pretty okay. Lots of trying to understand and interesting opinions. I like how CNN panels always have an obligatory right-wing idiot, and Twitch panels have followed their lead. That's kind of fucked, dude. It's kind of fucked. All right. There we are. Let's get started. Let's jump into it. What's going on here?
You let these guys. No, listen. You let these guys call the goon squad on people. You let your buddies call the goon squad on people because you felt like they thought that they deserved to get kicked. And I'm sure you didn't report this to your supervisors because otherwise the goon squad wouldn't be happening. Right? If you're aware of it, you let it happen. You care so much.
You didn't even listen to the story. Half the time the goon squad is warranted. You didn't even listen to the fucking story. Should I join? Just meaning.
No, I'm not meaning. This is exactly what you say. So I know cops who call the goon squad. I know cops who slam people's faces against the fucking car.
Do you think a goon squad is sometimes necessary?
If you're aware of this,
do you think a goon squad is sometimes necessary?
Listen, if you're aware of this, do something about it, right? So if you want to say, hey,
that's not an argument. His personal involvement.
I'm not done speaking.
That's irrelevant.
No, please. If you're going to present, oh my God, if you're going to present your personal anecdotes as evidence, that's why police brutality is an issue. And then your personal anecdotes is, hey, police brutality exists because I brutalize people. My friends brutalize people, and I let it happen.
Does it come way later? You're gonna lose the debate view. What do you mean? I'm gonna lose the debate view. The goon squad refers to Doobie's guy's Twitch chat, by the way. What? I thought it meant police. I thought it meant you and your goon squad, you and all your police friends, just go and beat up a bunch of black people, and then you can't report it. I thought that's what he's talking about. If he's talking about somebody's chat, who gives two fucks, dude? Who gives two fucks? It absolutely means cops. Oh, okay. Then why is he talking about Twitch chat?
Happen. Well, shit, that sounds like an issue. That sounds like an issue. Because you personally felt like this person deserved to have their ass kicked. You let it happen.
You stupid fuck.
But you let it happen. You just said they fucking deserved it, right? And because you felt like they deserved it, you, the police officer, felt like this person deserved to get their ass kicked. You let it happen. That's disgusting.
Doobie, can I ask you a question?
Wow, that was like okay, I'll let somebody else talk, but that was some of the worst fucking straw manning I have ever had in a fucking debate. You are full of shit. Fuck you, Doobie.
Now you finally have the power.
Why does I had a dream about this, dude. I had a dream that Destiny and some other political streamer people like tricked me into going into a call, and they all just started roasting me for all of my reviews. And they like one of the things that I said was like, I try so hard to avoid philosophical and like argumentative terms because you guys have ruined it for everybody. And this is part of it. The second you say something like straw man, the second you say something like pivot, the second you say something like ad hom, it paints like the most evilest picture of whatever the other person is doing. It disregards any reason that they're doing that at all. It acts like there are objective labels you can put on things to throw out arguments. Like, I fucking hate it. It's so awful. And you know, even Steven does it a lot. Even Steven fucking talks about how, like, you know, oh, well, your argument's invalid if it has like a logical whatever thing wrong with it. Like, no, not really, dude. Like, like the intention behind like a poor argument, I think, is just as important as like the poor argument itself, right? Because there's no referee, right? If Prime Kai was a referee and you went, ref, he said that it's a straw man, ref. You got to get him the fuck out of here. You got to scratch it for the record. Like, if there was somebody that could do that and Prime Kai was that person, maybe it would be okay, right? But that's not the way that it works out. So when you're doing things like calling these out, you're pulling the e-brake on a conversation, and you're pulling an e-brake that doesn't exist because it doesn't do anything for you, right? It just pisses people off. It's like if the e-brake was just an arm that went into the tire and you just fucked up like one tire by pulling the e-brake because there's no like brake there at all. Like, then don't pull it at all. If it's not going to do its job, then don't pull it. There's no point. Instead, what you should do is to like keep the momentum of the conversation moving or something. Or if you want to stop the momentum, there's a dozen other ways to do it than doing it that way. And it's just like, it's so overdone and boring. So I try to avoid that all the fucking time. And I don't know if people notice that or not. I try to avoid straw man. I try to avoid all these like philosophical terms because I just don't think they help at all. I don't know.
Prime Kai experience.
He usually explains why it's a bad argument. Yeah, he does. To his credit, he generally does. But I'm saying that like a lot of the times that that's used, it's used to like shut somebody else down. I don't really think it does that effectively.
Anyway, Drew, I think you wanted to say something previously. Did you?
So foolish.
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, if you don't want to hear about anecdotes, you could look at the data, and data out of Harvard suggests that even when you control for relevant factors, there's still a disparity in use of force for African American and Hispanic people. There's like a 50%.
Wait a minute. Is this Anna Frills? I can't see with my boomer eyes. It is Anna Frills. Okay, well, let's hope that doesn't get out of hand.
The increase in the likelihood of use of force. And like, this is objective data that controls for.
Wait, I didn't know Anna was a political person. Why is she on this panel? Well, let me move this. Why is Anna on this panel? Actually. I'm never happy with this technical setup. Why is Anna here? What does she know about anything? She's climbing the ladder? Yeah, but what? Chaos is a ladder, bro. All she is chaos. She doesn't know anything about politics. Why is she here? She was invited, from my understanding. Oh, okay. Well,
for crime rates and specific behaviors in police interactions.
You're one step ahead of him because he doesn't even think police brutality is a problem at all. We're not even at the racial disparity.
If that's the point he wants to make, I'm cutting him off before he makes it. Okay, I'm just going to be clear. All right, there is
Can
data.
you tell me why you believe there's an issue?
What data would convince you?
Give me some data.
I'm asking what data would convince you.
Find me rates of let's say reported cases of police brutality that were investigated and found to be justified. Right, justified in terms of that these cases were legitimate.
She's an anarcho something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She doesn't know anything about politics. So what's the point? That's exactly what I'm saying, dude. She doesn't know what the fuck. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. Anyhow, let's go ahead and continue with this. She is only capable of seeing all issues from her psych perspective. Interesting.
Case of police brutality in the officer.
How would you other than settlements?
Reporting issue. We just told you that there's a reporting issue where the cops are responsible for the information that makes it to the state attorney's office.
How many cases you think go to trial? any case.
Wait, so not counterpoint. You're saying that because people like you didn't report bad actors.
If you keep saying people like me,
this is not relevant, right?
So because people like you didn't report bad actors when they were beating the shit out of people because you personally felt like this person deserved to have the shit kicked out of them. There's a reporting issue. Well, it sounds like there's a counterpoints issue. It sounds like they're bad cops who fuck up the system.
Irrelevant character assassination. So that has nothing to do- the data point you're looking for.
Irrelevant character assassination. He's throwing his own yellow cards. I love thinking about these like philosophy terms or these debate terms as like you're throwing up little like yellow cards. You're like, Ref, that's a character assassination. Ref, he's that's a straw man. That's not what I said. Ref, like. I just don't think it helps.
Dude, doesn't exist because if there's like a.
Do you guys feel like that too, or is that like me being bad faith? I have no idea. It could be that I watch these all the time and I get like super cringed out about them. But that's one thing for me. I hate it. I hate hearing people say that shit all the time. It may just be a pet peeve. Invalid argument. He called me dumb.
If there's a valid claim, right? The police feel there's a valid claim, they're going to settle. So the kind of data that you're asking.
It's like a Yu-Gi-Oh trap card. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You just activated my trap card, you stupid fuck. I don't know. It's overused for sure.
Is reflected either in the few cases which you're going to say are anecdotes that actually go to trial, or the obvious cases that are settled out of court. And you know, I don't right now have on me the amount of settled claims, but then you're just going to say, well, those ones that are settled, most of those are frivolous. So nothing we can't present any evidence to you that would be convincing because you're just going to either say the settled cases are frivolous, or the real cases that go to trial are just never. There are just like a couple of them. So I don't understand what evidence we could present to you that would convince you.
Okay, well, present fucking something, right? Anecdotes are
okay. Hold the fuck up. I need to respond.
And that's not a good response at all. Well, you got to present something. Brother, I just gave you 20 pieces of something and you done gone and rejected every single one. You seem like the pickiest eater at this fucking table and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck you want to eat. All right, you tell me, oh, whatever's fine, but then I serve you up a plate of mac and cheese and, hash, and you're like, no, fuck this, brother, I don't eat no fucking cheese and hash, and I'm like, well, what the fuck? You can't go ahead and tell me you're going to take any kind of data I'm going to give you, and then you're going to reject everything I put in front of you, and then when I ask you, all right, well, then what are you feeling like eating? You can't just tell me, well, whatever, if you just put food in front of me, I'll probably eat it. That's some bullshit, right? I think that's what he's trying to get at here.
He's in here. He's going to fucking dunk on somebody.
So present me with a study or something that shows, hey, there's actually an issue with police brutality. Show me that study. I'll totally buy it.
You were pointing to settlement rates in New York City.
Don't just say it doesn't exist. That's not good.
Okay, before multiple things. So counterpoints, I'm going to let you go, right? After that, we'll let
Yeah, you can point out that they're doing something bad at the same time as moving forward. And that's what I think. Like, the important thing is to keep the momentum moving forward. So I would say that, like, here, I'm going to move over here. I would say that if you're going to be doing this and you want to point that stuff out, you probably want to make sure that, like, you're not using your whole... Oh, man, we're back to fucking panel rhetoric. When you're in a panel, you get the microphone for only so much time, right? And with what little time you have on the mic, I don't think you should use that pointing out why other people's arguments are like faulty at a fundamental level simply by like calling them a name. Like, that seems like a waste of the time, because if we take that time, we could do like a dozen other interesting things with that, right? So if you really wanted to point it out, I would say you could point it out in passing and then try to focus on the main like crux of your argument, because the more time that you give to shittier arguments, the less time by definition you're spending on your own. So I just don't see that as like an effective strategy, because even if you're trying to market on these and you're trying to get viewers to come back to you, I think you want to put out what your beliefs are as well and how your beliefs are better than the other person's. You don't just want to say your beliefs are bad, they don't work, your beliefs are like fundamentally flawed. Like, okay, and like what else am I meant to believe? You don't seem very reasonable if you're not accepting any studies or anything. I don't know.
Hey, Destiny/Steven is here. I want to
okay. Before Destiny fucking kicks me or somebody else in this panel right in the fucking nutsack, I want to fucking clarify something, okay?
Is that North?
The thing that...
North? You seem kind of worried. You were being a bit of an asshole earlier, like in the very beginning of this video. Granted, I didn't see the context leading up to it, but yeah, it wasn't a good look for you in your questioning of other people in the very beginning, so...
that we're talking about, one, it's not me.
He's spooked. He most certainly is.
Two, every single corrections fucking place has a goon squad, because sometimes things are necessary. There's a guy who's high on acid. There's a guy who's high on methamphetamine, who's fighting out of his cups, who's beating the fuck out of himself and other fucking people. This is a real fucking thing that fucking happened. It's a real thing that happened to me. Not only that, there's fucking...
Wait, is that North? Am I being rude? Who is this? Oh, it's Counterpoints. Okay, my bad. I thought that was North the Mage. I thought that was North the Mage. Anybody know North the Mage? He kind of looks like him. Hold up. Man, I can't see shit, dude. I am blind. And it's on 1080p. All right, whatever.
And basically, like, oh my fucking god. So sometimes there's a fucking dude who hawks a loogie in your fucking ear. There's a guy who's telling you that he's gonna kill you and kill your entire family. There's a guy who's fucking talking about how he's gonna get out of fucking jail and he's gonna slaughter your fucking wife and kids. So me personally, I just go, hey, fuck you, buddy. You can come and find me.
Yeah,
but there's other people who take that shit personal because this is humanity. No, you can go fuck yourself, dude. You can fuck yourself with a fucking world.
Okay,
I've been waiting to ask a question.
Yep, we'll wait a little longer. All right, quickly respond, and then we're gonna lay it on your face.
You know what? I've changed my Counterpoints has convinced me that because people like him exist in policing, there is a police brutality problem.
Yourself,
because you believe that you get to decide who deserves to get their ass kicked by the goon squad. Because you believe that, hey, this person, you let it happen. You just said you knew what's happening, and you let it happen because these people deserve it. That's what you said.
Wait, hold on. Is he defending the idea that there's a squad that needs to take care of people that have like wronged cops? What is this argument? Wait, what have I walked into? What's going on? I'm so confused. Yes, don't tell me yes. There's no way he's arguing for that. What kind of argument is that? He goes back on it later. Wait, no, I don't care about later. Wait. What does this mean? What do you mean? He thinks there's a goon squad that should be able to beat the shit out of people when they spit on somebody? Not a good look, sweetie. Do I look bad for thinking that that's not something that should happen? What an interesting debate. He's defending the big scary cops that have to go clean up people on PCP or whatever. What does that mean, though? What do you mean clean up people? He says sometimes people should be beat up. Bruh? I was so confused by this convo. I think he's referring to a group of cops that are physically strong who manhandle people when they arrest them. But that he's never done it himself. Hey, I've never done it myself, all right? You take a look at me, you go, hey, you're not the kind of guy that could manhandle a fucking 150-pound man on PCP, but I'll tell you what. When you get a little meth addict woman, you get a little werewolf, a little, fucking she-monster, and she fucking spits on you and threatens your family and pulls your fucking hair out in clumps, you're gonna be happy when the fucking goon squad rolls up and fucking jumps on her and, pushes her fucking face into the ground and punches her a few times. Like, sometimes you need that shit. Is that what he's on about, bro? Hair looks cool? Thanks, dude. This is a spicy combo. It does seem like it's a spicy combo, bro. Not really. He says that there are cops who operate outside of the law but don't get reported. Well, that's equally bad. That's equally bad. Who is this guy? Fucking Gordon? Are you fucking Commissioner Gordon, bruh? You talking to Batman? What? What kind of takes are these, bro? You work at the fucking Arkham Asylum, bro? What are you talking about? This is
the fucking good talk that we're supposed to look at. Yeah, I agree. There is a problem with police brutality. 100%.
Good. I'm happy I convinced you, you strawmanning piece of shit.
Great. This is going amazing. Well, once again, another prime classic. All right, so Destiny.
Okay, so right now it seems like the argument is revolving around a lot of whether or not police brutality exists or to what level or degree it exists in. And it seems like one of the problems we're having is that we're disagreeing on whether or not there's good ways to report this. Because obviously if we see a bunch of cases are settled, one side doesn't want to believe that all of it was the police doing something wrong and another side wants to believe that, So can't we all just agree that like there should probably be more independent, like third party, like evaluation of these types of claims and then move on from this? Because I don't see how you guys...
Wow, look at that. He's being rhetorically sound. Look at him going for agreement. Is he trying to tickle Booksmart's fancy with this one? What a good way to open this up, dude. I'm gonna after the Demon Mama review, I gotta point out every time he does something good, otherwise DGG will think I'm biased. So DGG thinks I'm biased in the wrong fucking direction. Do they think I secretly hate Destiny? That's how dumb they are, bro.
You guys are gonna budge at this point.
Hell yeah, brother.
And I don't think anybody on either side of this, like if you're on the side where you think that there's a lot of police brutality, then you should want third panels, like or third party panels, like going over this. And if you're on the side that thinks that there's not, then you should want the exact same because then it would exonerate said cops. So it feels like that's like the prescription, and then you just move on. Otherwise, you're just like arguing over improvable or unverifiable information.
Can I bring up a point that
I love that? So he's saying, hey, look. Here's what I see the core argument as being. If we all can agree on this, we can move past this point. And I think all of us should agree on it because the people that think that this thing exists probably want it to prove that it exists and to fix it. And the people that think that it doesn't exist are going to find that if we do this, it'll prove that these things don't exist. If we put forth measures that are going to do this, and it turns out that there's not a problem, that thing would make that clear. So regardless of which side of the issue you're on, you should be okay with this panel thing that he's talking about here.
That was brought up by our mutual buddy Vosh that I think actually solves the fucking problem, and he doesn't even like his own point, so I have to bring it up. So in the military, there's something called the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's basically a judicial system that's specifically designed around the military. There's military charges. There's things that specifically apply in war. Sometimes it's more strict and sometimes it's more lenient because military service is separate from civilian service. So if you had a uniform code of law enforcement...
I'm a hard DGGer and subreddit user, and the way they treated Book's arguments during the Demon Mama arc was cringe. Yeah, I've never felt bad reading the DGG subreddit until I read about the Demon Mama stuff, and I was like, damn, that's kind of sad. I did see Darth Bane and other people in there defending me, but I was like, I'm going to have to keep that in mind for next time I give him a negative review. I have to be more careful, I guess.
Enforcement justice that, for instance, had their separate jails, separate prosecution. You could do it at the, I think we talked about this with Pisco, and Pisco was talking about, basically like parochialism. You can't do this at the federal level. Everybody has to be responsible for their own shit. But even if
they wiped the sub of his Demon Mama stuff. What do you mean? And who is they? This is a big accusation, Raphael.
Single state had a universal code of law enforcement justice under their respective state DOJ or whatever. And they basically investigated serious breaches of fucking law enforcement conduct. They actually punished cops with appropriate crimes. They stuck them in jails that were appropriate, where they wouldn't get fucking murdered or treated as child molesters by fellow inmates. This would go a long way to keeping a lot of parties honest.
I feel like the big problem we have though is we don't really want police officers to be seen as like independent from civilians, right? Like military enforcing law on civilians is a really kind of weird thing. When I say weird, it's that like you don't want to feel like there's a separate enforcement body that's detached from your civilian population. And I think that furthering the increasing that divide between what does it mean to be a police officer and what does it mean to be a civilian would probably leave a lot of people feeling like pretty wrong. Like it seems like this is a step in the wrong direction of like getting police like more community oriented and like coming from communities, is to further separate them, like a different system of justice, a different set of jails, a different set of rules from them.
Look at this little rhetorical bit here. So the use of community I find to be really interesting here. Let's listen back to this a little bit. He's trying to juxtapose the idea of this military body that would help with the enforcement of things to the community orientation of policing. If you want a police that's more community oriented, that serves their community, reflects their community, and is something that the community is comfortable with, you're taking a lot of steps away from that if you're trying to bring the military in as some like different body to handle like law enforcement with people.
And to live by, it feels like it would probably leave a lot of people feeling like pretty wrong. Like it seems like this is a step in the wrong direction of like getting police like more community oriented and like coming from communities, is to
because if you put that argument out there, which I presume would be something that the cop guy would say he's in support of, then he kind of has to reconcile the difference between what he's preaching for there and how what he's proposing here is going to kind of undermine that, right? So you're going to have to pick one or the other. And if you pick the other, Steven is then probably going to ask, like, well, then why would you still pick the military thing? It seems to go against that other principle. And it's fine if you want to go against that other principle, but that probably means that there's some other reason that you're bolstering that point. There's some other principle here that's leading to that. Now, this is a presumption that Steven makes about how people think that I think is like fundamentally flawed. I don't think people have principles like that. I think people have notions and feelings about ideas, and you have to map those out. I think pretending that people operate based on rule sets and that they'll be uncomfortable once you point out that their rules don't line up, I don't know if that's like, I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's like indicative of reality, if I'm being honest, but
further separate them, like a different system of justice, a different set of jails, a different set of rules for them to live by. It feels like it would further that alienation.
Can I bring up 2 points that I think respond to your counterpoint? One of them real and one of them hypothetical. Okay,
that's me. It's not my show. Go for it.
All right, Prime, can I bring up 2 points? So
bring up those 2 points, then we have to go to Nick. He's been waiting very patiently. All right. So
sorry, Nick, I love you. So basically, like, let me give you the real one. So the real one was, I knew a law enforcement officer who basically they made up statistics. They literally called out traffic stops that they were never on. And the way that I found out about this was I went to the intersections in order to back them up, because every traffic stop is a potentially dangerous situation, and they weren't there. And they called on the radio as if they were still there. The reason why I never reported this to anyone, the reason why I never reported it to a higher up or something like that, is because if I report that person, not only is their certificate on the line, so literally their career, not only is there, could there potentially be criminal charges for misusing databases, because she's literally misusing databases, so her security clearance could basically be revoked, but also there's potentially serious jail time. So something as minor as...
Wait. Guys, is this video super fucking loud for you? It's peaking like a mofo. Can somebody give me an answer on that real quick? It looks like the video is super duper loud. Yeah, okay. Well, thanks for telling me.
lying in a small way because you're fucking
Oh my
lazy
God, you
could literally
guys.
destroy this person's life, which is why I didn't do it. So
I know it's
basically,
not
I'm
on you,
like,
it's on me, but if I don't hear anything, that's a bad habit.
there has to be a way where you can punish a cop.
How about this? This should be at a much more reasonable level for you guys. But if it's too quiet, then, of course,
for doing something that is potentially minor, because that shit
wasn't
does
that
trickle
bad?
down.
Okay.
That person's fucking testimony is suspect to me. I don't trust that fucking person to fucking back me because if they lie about small shit, are they lying about big shit? And that worries the fuck out.
So to be clear, you allowed a corrupt police officer to remain on the
get
force
fucked.
because you were concerned about the consequences.
Fuck you.
Fucking disgusting.
You know what? Actually, I'm going to take back what I said. Because you know what I've learned? If I'm going to tell Steven that he can't assume that people are operating off of rules, I can't assume that people are trying to make good arguments. This other person that keeps jumping in here with their bullshit, who is it?
Because you were concerned about the consequences.
Fuck you.
Fucking disgusting.
Who is
Because you were concerned about the consequences.
Fuck you.
who is talking? Who is this that's fucking saying this baloney? The guy interrupting isn't on webcam. Oh, of course he's not. Why are there people that... Prime, for the love of God, dude, it's not a big ask to have people have the webcams, brother. It's so fucking stupid that you let people on without a webcam. That's the dumbest shit that I've fucking ever heard of, bruh. Holy shit. Doobie? Oh, of course, it's some asshole named Doobie interrupting Doobie who doesn't have a fucking webcam. Surprise, surprise. He's the dumb fuck that I want to see a picture of. All right, well... There you go. This Doobie person might just be trying to spin a narrative, and they're trying to paint this guy as just negative. And if they can paint him as negative, then that's another cop that, adds to the stereotype in people's heads. Maybe that's what he's going for. If that's what he's going for, he's doing a hella fine job. Just keep doing that. Just keep talking over him. Every time he says something that's painting a negative picture, point that out. Sure, if that's what you're trying to do, that's all right. That's all right, actually, now that I think about it.
Chill out.
He do be stupid, yeah, I guess, bro.
Come on, I know what's going on. Chill
Are
out.
you okay? See, here's why I'll be very chill while I'm telling Doobie to pound sand. He literally keeps accusing me of basically being a corrupt piece of shit when I'm literally the nicest fucking.
What
guy
did you just say?
law enforcement.
He's describing to you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Second point. Hypothetically.
Oh no! Wait. Oh.
And you let these guys talk.
No. I don't know how far we were.
Because people like you didn't report bad actors when they were beating the shit out of people because you personally felt like this person deserved to have the shit kicked out of him.
Guys,
this is a real fucking thing that fucking
High on
happened. It's a
acid.
real thing that happened to me. Not only place has a goon squad because sometimes.
Okay, couple things. So counterpoints, I'm going to let you go, right?
Wait,
File are just never. There are just like a couple of them, so I don't understand.
Wait,
what evidence we
are
can
we
present
too
to you.
far back now?
He did his child molesters by fellow.
In any case,
So present me with a study or something that says, hey, there's actually an issue with police brutality. Show me that study.
Oh, I hate life.
Couple things. So counterpoints, I'm going to let you go, right? After that, we'll let
Before Destiny fucking kicked.
Okay.
This is a real fucking thing that fucking happened. It's a real thing that fucking got to me. Other fucking people.
This
This
guy's
is
such a cop.
I don't know
And
where
he's
we
gonna slaughter your
were.
fucking wife and
Oh man.
Like arguing over improvable or unverifiable information.
It's over here.
There's military charges. There's things that specifically apply in, basically like parochialism. You can't do this at the federal level. Everybody has to be responsible for their own shit. But even if every single state had a universal code of law enforcement, investigated serious breaches of fucking law enforcement conduct.
Civilians, right? Like military enforcing law on civilians is a really kind of weird thing. When I say weird, it's that
As if they were still there. The reason why I never reported this to anyone, the reason why I never reported it to a higher up or something like that, is because if I report that person, not only is their certificate on the line, so literally their career, not only is there could there potentially be criminal charges for misusing databases because she's literally misusing databases, so her security clearance could basically be revoked, but also there's potentially serious jail time. So something as minor as lying in a small way because you're fucking lazy could literally destroy this person's life, which is why I didn't do it. So basically, I'm not like there has to be a way where you can punish a cop for doing something that is
I don't want to cost him his job. Look at you guys. Hey, telling your coworker. Yeah, well, you tell me when you wake up in the morning and you know that you took somebody's job away from them. All right? Like, no, that is what we want you to do. Yeah, we want those people to lose their job. Like, this is a disconnect. No, I don't think they should keep being a cop if they're fucking up all the time, brother. I think maybe he's got that twisted with how other people think about shit. I don't think people are like super duper kind to, the plight of an unemployed police officer who is unemployed because they lied on the job. I don't know. I don't know if people have a lot of sympathy for that shit.
Potentially minor because that shit does trickle down. That person's fucking testimony is suspect to me. I don't trust that fucking person to fucking back me because if they lie about small shit, are they lying about big shit? And that worries the fuck out.
So to be clear, you...
Okay. then why don't you make them lose their job? Why do you care to this extent? You're telling me that this person is costing you your safety, the safety of the community, your trust, the trust of the court, the trust of the justice system, but because they might lose their job and then they'll be in a tight financial spot, you don't want to get them in trouble? We forced people to get evicted from their homes because of COVID, because we didn't want to cut checks to people or help out or do like rent freeze stuff. Like we don't care in all sorts of other situations in this country for the plight of poor people. Why we all of a sudden care about the plight of like an unemployed cop is beyond me. Maybe this is something the union told him. I have no fucking idea, but that seems crazy to me. That seems crazy to me because this motherfucker is threatening your life. You're talking about how you may not even trust that person because they're lying in all these other regards. They could put your life at risk. And you're choosing to like allow that person to show up at your side every single day and stay on the force. This doesn't make any goddamn sense.
You allowed a corrupt police officer to remain on the force
fucked.
because you were concerned about the
consequences.
Chill out. Come on, I know what's going on. Chill out.
Are you okay? See, here's why I'll be very chill while I'm telling Doobie to pound sand.
But he's not saying he's gonna get shit right now. He's saying that it's the other person who's gonna get shit and maybe lose their job. That's what he's saying. I don't think thus far he said that he's worried about his own shit. He's worried about the other person. If anything, if he made the argument he's worried about his own shit, I'd be way more sympathetic to that than I would the idea that you're worried about the job of the person who's fucking up all the time. Like if I saw a busboy at a restaurant, because I've worked at a restaurant, so this is all I can give. If I saw a busboy at a restaurant not properly like sanitizing the tables and shit, I would probably sneak like a little thing to my manager about like, hey, FYI, like, you know, so-and-so is not like cleaning any of these tables and somebody's going to get fucking sick. Like, I think you have to say shit when you see something that's going to affect like your customers, your clientele or whatever. Booksmarts, are you a snitch? Yeah, if you fuck over the customers. We're only here for the customers, you dumb fucks. Huh.
Literally keeps accusing me of basically being a corrupt piece of shit when I'm literally the nicest fucking.
What did you just say?
He's describing to you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Second point. Hypothetically.
Let me go to Nick. Go ahead.
Okay. Hypothetically, and then I'll shut the fuck up. So hypothetically, let's say that I saw a cop who was committing larceny, literally stealing a candy bar because they knew that the shop owner wouldn't say shit, and that basically they intimidated other fucking people. I want the ability as a law enforcement officer to report that to a third-party entity. Because if I report that to my chain of command, and here you go, Doobie, this is why you can go fuck yourself with a broom. So if I report on her, it's going to get reported to my chain of command. My chain of command is going to shit on me for making noise instead of shitting on her.
Oh, there you go. It's almost like this wasn't a strong argument from his perspective, since it seems very self-centered, so he avoided it initially. But here we go. Here's the actual reasoning, which in my opinion is more reasonable, but, you know, to each their own.
Her for breaking the law or lying about shit. Number 3, if I get into some serious shit because I'm not some internet meme lord fucking dipshit, if I get into some shit where I'm actually in a fucking fight and I'm fighting for my fucking life, I am reliant on everybody in my shift to come save me. All she has to do is take her fucking pedal off of the accelerator in her car and let me either get hurt or killed. So Doobie, you can go fuck yourself with a broom, and I'm done.
I want to roll things back a little bit to something Doobie said, which just made my brain bleed a little bit, and I've been waiting this whole time. He said some shit about the data being, we should base the data on reports of brutality that actually go on and get like actioned on. It's like, dude, would you ask somebody, like, as a really extreme example, would you ask somebody in the Nazi high command, like, to tell you what they've been doing and expect the truth? Like, when a body is in charge of what actually goes through,
we got a Destiny
the idea
level
of using
analogy.
their word as like your truth is so fucking stupid to me. I can't believe you would actually think that we should base this on like what complaints actually get actioned upon, when like we have definitive proof that like a lot of these complaints get fucking killed in the water because the police are the ones in control of the complaints against themselves.
Or they settle, and that's precisely what Destiny said, which is nothing we could provide to Doobie would convince him, because he's convinced that any settlement has to be a frivolous suit, when potentially the argument for intuition is the other way around, that the stronger cases are the ones that are settled, and so they never have this full dissection of all the facts and what happened, such that it would satisfy Doobie that, you know, they were genuine cases.
That's total bullshit. What I'm saying is that it's absolutely, I think.
Wait, did my food really look that bad? There's an omelet I made this morning. Not Play-Doh. Fuck you guys. You guys think I'm the fucking Teletubbies over here eating Play-Doh and paint. That's always your guys' guess as to what I'm eating. Is that Play-Doh? Is that paint? Is that curry? No, bro.
Brain dead. To assume that a problem exists if we have no data to suggest it exists, right? So I agree with that.
Nothing will convince you it exists.
That's not true.
So like, wait,
provide me something.
So something like, just really quick in terms of how state budgets work here, right? When the state has a budget, they have to actually get all of the money that they spend on that budget in tax dollars. States can't run infinite deficits like the federal government does.
You know what's kind of pins and needles for me? I don't know if this is this Let's make it a little sexual. I get pins and needles when everybody shuts the fuck up, dude. I love it. I love that when he starts talking, all these dumb fucks be quiet.
Look, when the state has a budget, like just really.
That's not true.
So like, wait,
provide me something.
So something like just really quick in terms of how state budgets work here, right? When the state has a.
Oh, I love it. I love when everybody shuts the fuck up. I love this shit, and they do it for him because they respect him or whatever because he's a big streamer. But it's funny to see everybody just like be quiet.
They have to actually get all of the money that they spend on that budget in tax dollars. States can't run infinite deficits like the federal government does. Their budget is a lot different. So if we believe that to be the case, and hopefully no one here disagrees that. If we understand that to be the case, if a police department is paying out like hundreds of millions of dollars, I think the NYPD on average pays out $250 million a year. It's like around $250 million. I'll say they pay out in suits. If they're paying out that much in suits, it's hard to believe that they're just doing that because they don't want to deal with the lawsuit, right? Like you're setting precedents there whenever you settle. It's a lot of money. That's like a decent chunk of change, even for New York City's budget. There's probably some like malfeasance going on there. I think it's safe to say it might not be at the level of like cops are running around indiscriminately beating shit everybody. It's probably something bad going on there.
And keep in mind one other aspect, that this is also a universe of people who had lawyers to press their claims. Now imagine the people who never had lawyers to press their police brutality claims because they couldn't afford one. That is a group of people with whom any interaction or police brutality would be totally uncounted by this metric. So the statistic that you want couldn't happen based on state budgets, and it would discount huge numbers of people who, by the nature of civil lawsuits, can't get lawyers.
And even in that worst case, literally everybody should want like third-party arbitration boards. Like it's so good. Like, dude, I've seen like body cams that show a police officer planting evidence in an innocent man's car. Like we've all watched like these videos. But there's also like police body cam footage that like I remember one really famous one, or it was famous for a while. A police officer is like standing outside the bathroom, and some girl in the bathroom is saying like, "Hey, I'm gonna accuse this guy of like trying to touch me inappropriately so that he sends me home." And the guy has it on body cam. So like the body cam saves the officer there because then it would be like her word versus his, and who knows where that one goes, right? So I mean, like I think that like these types of third-party accountability measures, I think that they hurt bad cops and they help good cops, and I think that everybody should be on board with that. I mean, if for no other reason, you save money settling a fuck ton of suits, and then we can have like more concrete arguments about the actual data because we have good data instead of just seeing who settled what or who had the money to press civil charges against who.
I need to address this too. So body cams were universally fucking reviled by law enforcement when they were first coming out, because they were first coming out in 2015 and 2016. And the reason why they were reviled was because we thought they were going to catch us picking our noses, cussing, being rude to people, and all that kind of shit. You know what ended up happening? Civil complaints from basically like the citizenry dropped by like 90%, because basically we could substantiate our social interactions, and on top of that, we are better behaved because we're on camera. So I won't tell random citizens to fuck themselves with a broom like I did with you 5 minutes ago. And two, basically like the civilians are better acting as well because they know they're on.
Why is it that for some reason I feel like he has actually said those actual words in that actual order to an actual person while he's been in his uniform? Why do I think that? He's inspired no confidence in his policing abilities through what little I've seen of this interaction here. I don't know. I have a sneaking suspicion that this is yet another anecdote from our man, although he may not admit it.
On body camera. So if they're being obnoxious, talking shit, spitting in your face, and basically telling you that they're going to kill your entire family, they know that when they get their shit stomped in, there's not going to be very much sympathy for them. So not like these third-party accountability things, a lot of people push against them instinctively, but they're really fucking good for society, like really good. And if you were talking about building trust between society, Doobie, I actually agree with you that we're highlighting all the negatives and we're bringing them to the fore in a way that actually doesn't match up with society. But at the same time, if you want to build civic trust, you have to fucking earn it. And you earn it through transparency, accountability. You earn it by basically being the moral and principled fucking person that people think you are. So, okay.
Yeah, well, where is all this moral principle fucking whatever when you're not reporting people that are Where is all this when you're talking about hiring a goon squad to beat the shit out of people on drugs? What the fuck? What are you talking about? You guys want to know what happens in Asia if you walk into a fucking market and you have a knife and you start stabbing people? I mean, maybe it depends on the Asian country, but they'll come out with these big-ass sticks, all right? Here's my anecdote, dude. Here's my anecdote, okay?
And it feels like I have a much better chance of making that work
They'll
by
come out with
shutting
these
up
big-ass
than by
sticks, okay? And the stick has like a loop at the end. And what you do is, if enough people have the sticks, you can fuck up somebody, okay? So if somebody's like, fuck you, I will fucking stab you, motherfucker. I'm going to stab you, okay? And they're like threatening everybody. What you can do is you can have this stick. And if you just get them anywhere on their body and enough of you are there, you can just hold the motherfucker down and wait. So, like, what is that accent? I don't know, dude. Who cares? Why is the Asian guy French? Why are you guys asking so many questions that are unrelated to the story? Oh, my God. Okay. So he says, whatever. And then, like, everybody can take care. You don't need to beat the shit out of somebody who's flipping out on drugs. I think there's other ways of handling that. I don't know why we think you have to beat them up and stuff. But anywho, I really think... I really don't see how that's meshing with what he's saying here. That doesn't seem to be very consistent.
Can I respond? Pretty please.
Well, are you going to call me a piece of shit again, or are you going to respond to a point?
That accent, Mino Reiki? I didn't do I didn't do an Asian accent, bruh. I didn't know Jar Jar was a police officer. It wasn't a Jar Jar.
Well, I don't think I was calling you a piece of shit.
Yeah,
I was calling you a bad cop, bad apple, and very corrupt. Yeah.
And you can fuck yourself with
That's
the broom,
okay.
so
I
make a
understand.
point.
You like me to put a broom in my
Like,
anus. I understand. I totally get it. Okay. So I agree with Destiny and the other people who are advocating for like third parties, independent parties to like oversee this and actually gather the data. But I think that like so to be really clear, I'm not saying that hey there are just like no negative interactions. The police never act out. Of course, in New York you have what like I think 30,000 cops somewhere around there, hundreds of thousands of daily interactions with citizens. Somewhere in there, someone's gonna fuck up, right? You're gonna have the goon squad come in. You're gonna have a nice cop not reporting his corrupt friend because whatever, right? That shit happens.
You don't know what policing is, Buck.
That's okay. That's okay. I get it. So I'm sure that happens 100%, right? All I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense to just assume this is a widespread problem if we have no data to back that up. And I'd like to gather that data. Right? I'd like third parties involved.
The data is
I don't think
Somebody
it makes sense for police to. I'm getting a phone call for police to do their own investigations. Right? That's silly. Right? So yeah, I think that there should be a third party involved.
Well, you're saying that we should withhold, or I don't know if you're saying this. Are you saying that we should withhold enacting policy until we know the data are in agreement with us on the scope of this problem? If the nature of the data is elusive, then why would you wait to implement those measures? Or
because we don't know a problem exists, right? I'm saying, hey, there are steps when enacting a policy like this. Step one, put together these third party bodies, right? Gather the data, figure out what the problems are, and then make further policy to correct those problems.
Okay, let me proffer the data that there are fucking problems, okay? American cities were on fire over the fucking summer. Black Americans disproportionately feel attacked by law enforcement. There are people on this fucking panel who don't like or don't trust police. There are people who think that we're an authoritarian fascist fucking nightmare. And it's not because they're dumb or they're astroturf or they've been manipulated by fucking George Soros in order to fucking think that we need to destroy America. It's because
where is that coming from? Why are you saying things like this? You look so crazy. Why? Oh, why are you doing this? You're not helping yourself.
because they have reason to. Because they had cops who were fucking rude to them. They did get pulled over while walking while black. They did get pulled over because they looked like a fucking hit.
There are reasonable parts. It's all set up reasonably, but he has these weird things in here, and then they don't line up with what he's arguing at all. Because he says that, and then somebody's like, well, hey, maybe you should, report the goon people that beat people up. And then he's like, you're a dumb fuck. Go fuck yourself with a fucking broomstick, you stupid fucking civilian. You don't understand the fucking plights of the fucking police officer. So you can go ahead and take your opinion and shove it up your fucking ass. Like, that's what it just doesn't line up with when he's saying stuff like this. And if anything, it makes him seem disingenuous as fuck. Because he understands what their perspective is, as he makes clear in a point like this, but then he immediately flip-flops back to this fucked up perspective that is completely disanalogous to what he's talking about here. Like, that's what's confusing to me as a viewer. I don't know if that's confusing to you guys. That's why I'm having a problem with this. Not that in isolation this isn't a point that these guys would support. It obviously is. It's their points that he's saying back to them. But then he goes off in a way different direction as if he didn't synthesize that at all, or like test his worldview with those principles at all. So that's why I don't think it helps them. You have to move on the other things. This isn't helping you because the arguments you put forward and the way you respond to people is still like super negative. I don't know.
And they had pot. They did live in fucking northeastern cities that do have stop and frisk and had cops literally without any other cause besides the fact that they were walking down the road, shove their hands in their fucking pockets. So there's a problem that's causing social unrest in cities to get set on fire. There's your evidence.
And it's funny how far you've walked back now, dude. You started this conversation saying for sure it's not a problem, and now you're at the point, well, let's gather the data before we implement policy. Don't you see that as a change in position?
No, I don't think it's not a problem. I don't think.
When
I say it's not a problem, I mean that it's not as widespread as you people are making out.
How do you know? How could you possibly know that?
I've never seen anything to substantiate that claim. Right? If that is a problem, of course I want to do something about it. I don't like that there are people like there are good cops who are allowing their friends to get away with bad behavior.
Real quick, just a thought experiment on that kind of claim.
Yeah, go ahead and interrupt Doobie. This guy's a dumb fuck. I don't know why we're listening to him. He doesn't even have a webcam, bro. That means his opinion is worth less. Note to Twitch chat, bro. If you don't have a webcam, your opinion means less. You heard it here first. I think that's a good rule. I think your opinion is worth like 50% less if you don't have a webcam. I'm just be real with you. Calling out people for walking back their position seems like a poor tactic if you're trying to get someone to change positions. Is it though? It depends on what you're trying to do, right? So I would agree with that. Yeah. So generally speaking, if you're trying to make them to get progress towards you, pointing out the progress isn't going to help you because that could very easily scare them into running back. But when you have a dumb fuck like this, I could point that out in a much friendlier way. Like, well, I'm happy that we're starting to make some progress on this conversation. I'm starting to see where you're coming from on this, Doobie, and I'm happy that you're at least, you know, seeing where the cops are coming from on some of these things. And it's nice to see like both sides of this kind of changing the way that we're talking about this, changing the terms that we're using, and maybe even coming closer together on like a solution about it. Now, that's the way you could do that if that's the rhetorical point of what you're doing. But if the rhetorical point of what you're doing is to bait him into denying that progress, that's what I think he's trying to do, and that's what Doobie walks into. So he puts forward that, you know, it sounds like you're changing your position on this, Doobie, which I appreciate. And then Doobie goes, no, wrong. I didn't change my position. I've had the right position for a long time. I've talked to a lot of very smart people, all right? And you cops are the worst of the worst, the scum and crime and villainy. Like, I don't know. I think that helps him. I think it makes Doobie look like a dumb fuck when you point out that he's moving a little bit and then he's super resistant to the idea he's moved at all. I don't know. I mean, it could work out one of two ways. I would agree that you should maybe not point it out because it can do nothing but hurt you. But if your point is more so to like highlight that Doobie is being unreasonable throughout this conversation, that might be helpful to you. I don't know.
For the dubes. What's
Sure.
up, Doobie? So like,
Need to unban me from the server, by the way.
I'm gonna talk to my mods. I don't fuck with any of this shit.
Goddamn.
If somebody were to say like, I'm willing to bet that there's a very, very, very low number of official complaints filed in the Democratic Republic of North Korea about like abuse or, you know, horrible acts by like any of the military people there, right? If somebody were to tell you that that's true, that hasn't been substantiated, I imagine that your response would be something like, well, that might be true. However, there are
Yeah, we're both, to be fair to you in the chat, we're both kind of assuming his intention. I'm just trying to say that, like, yeah, depending on what his intention is, that could work out very differently for him. So if his intention was to make the dude look like he's, you know, being unreasonable, I think he accomplished that with that. But yeah, if we're trying to move him towards agreement and that's our ultimate overarching goal, then no, I don't think that's a very smart move to make.
Institutional problems that make it unlikely that those types of complaints would see the light of day. So there may or may not be a problem. I can be agnostic towards it, but I can acknowledge that there is an institution in place that could incentivize that type of behavior and disincentivize the reporting of that type of behavior, right?
I think you're slightly misreading Doobie's argument. He's saying that most cops are good, but only Counter is bad. Is that really what his argument is? Have I missed it completely?
I think we would all agree that in the case of like North Korea, I don't know if there's any lefties on here, but I think that we can all agree like in the case of North Korea, that would be like a claim that we can make. And I think a similar claim would be made. Yeah. I'm not saying that police in the US are like fucking North Korea, but I'm saying that like there are institutional problems that could prevent the reporting of these types of things.
Huge ones.
Yeah, so it's possible that like we disincentivize the reporting and we could incentivize the abuse because the reporting is not going to be happening and because cops are incentivized to look out for each other. And if we acknowledge that, then the next step should be, okay, well, we need to make like a body that holds things accountable. Like, I think everybody in here would be okay if you got the epic own on everybody, Doobie, if they threw together like a commission and they started going over a lot of these complaints, and it turns out there's really not that much police brutality. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. Like, that's fine. But not knowing and having like an infrastructure in place that disincentivizes reporting or could incentivize like, you know, malfeasance is probably not good.
Well, but him to accept that, he'd have to walk back his statement at the start of the conversation.
This doesn't work, by the way. FYI. This shit, I don't know. I don't know about this shit. I don't like this shit. Prime, it might call on him at some point, but the reality of panels is you wanna jump in. And if you want to keep doing panels, my advice to new streamers is to not get in the habit of doing this and to instead get in the habit of jumping in. Because let's think about this, okay? Let's say that you're ultimately going to spend 50 hours on panels. I think the person who spends 50 hours on panels practicing when they can jump in, what are good opportunities for jumping in, what can they say that's impactful, how can they get that microphone and hold on to it for as long as possible, I think you get a lot more out of practicing jumping in than you do relying on raising your hand or some bullshit. And that's setting aside the rhetorical cost of this. I don't think that this looks very good for you, really. And by definition, because you're relying on the moderator to let you in, and as we've discussed a million times about panels, moderators don't really work like that in this panel scene. You're really limiting your opportunities to jump in if you're hinging all of that on whether or not Prime interrupts the flow of the entire conversation just to let you in. So there's 101 reasons not to do this, and I would say for anybody who's new to streaming or wants to do panels, probably don't do this because you're going to get a lot more experience out of trying to jump in, and you're probably going to get more opportunities to speak and be better in the long run for it, if I'm being honest. Oh shit, that hair. Yeah, I have crazy hair. I find his setup disorienting. He looks like a disembodied head in hand floating in a void. Well, I don't know, dude.
Which was that police brutality is definitely not a problem, which is what he
The
said.
virgin
so Doobie
hand
prepared to
raise
walk that
versus
statement
the
back
Chad
and
jumping
come join
in,
us.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's as widespread a problem as you guys are making.
Wait, how could you know that, Doobie?
Well, again, I've never seen anything to substantiate.
Yeah, so have you ever seen any proof that like North Korea mistreats like any of its citizens, like actual definitive proof?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like we have satellite pictures of the camps. We have survivor stories. We have what they did to what's that kid's name?
Okay, so like anecdotes. So, yes, wait, no, less anecdotes, but more like every single thing you're going to bring up. I can give you a parallel in the United States. You're talking about satellite images, well, we've got YouTube videos. You're talking about survivor stories. We've got people that have been freed from prison after cops have fake evidence. Like for every evidence you're going to give of this happening in North Korea, absent the official reporting.
You're so fucking mean. I like the hair. It distracts from the gap in your teeth. Fuck you. Bro, I'm gonna wear a goddamn hijab. You're turning me, dude. You're turning me. All right, let me. All right, well, now we won't be distracting at all, brother. It won't be distracting at all. All right, how about this? This is pretty good. Much better, yeah. I gotta hide all my hair, otherwise the gods will not be happy with me. There we are. You know what I look like? Has anybody seen Princess Mononoke? I look like the leper people that make the guns, that are all wrapped up and they're all diseased and all crippled out and whatever. That's what I look like, dude. I look like the leper people. I have a gap in my teeth and my hair doesn't look good, so I'm wearing this outfit.
You can have a parallel to an American story as well.
Well, no, not necessarily.
This is cultural appropriation. Yeah, it's a Middle Eastern style with a Mexican blanket on a Costa Rican dude. There's a lot of cultural appropriation going on
because
here.
when we do have YouTube videos of like blatant like police misconduct, typically these hit the media. These are taken to court. And
I also stole the hillbillies' fucked up buck teeth. I'm misappropriating all sorts of styles out here, bro.
Officers are charged.
Not always.
Not always, but if they're not charged, right? It doesn't mean that they. That doesn't mean that there's like a blue wall, a good cop protecting them. That means that hey, their claim was probably not substantiated by the evidence that was presented.
Sure, but something you have to keep in mind too is that we have like video now. But like, what about prior to like cell phones and everything being like widespread available? Like, is it possible that this type of behavior has been happening for a while and there was no way to account for it?
It's possible. I mean, I have my own like anecdotes.
Cool.
Right?
And really, that's
like
and that's it. Like when you say like it's possible, like I don't know. You could be you could be 1,000,000,000% correct. There might actually not be anywhere near as much police brutality as people say, but we don't know that. We can't possibly make that claim. We just don't have the evidence available.
Or a claim about sort of more specifically that it's not as widespread as people think. How could you possibly know that more sort of narrow claim than the claim about?
Yeah, like look at how good this guy in the bottom left corner is at jumping in. Like he's very, very good at knowing when he should jump in and what he should be doing, and he's using the progress that Destiny is making in the one-on-one with this person to bolster his own points. Very, very smart. I'm gonna give some points to this guy. So far in the debate, I'd say we have massive respect for Destiny here. We're getting some extra points for this guy here. Nobody else is really talking, and Doobie doesn't have a webcam though, so I don't know. I want to see our Twinkie baby here do more, but he's just I don't know. He's not saying anything
about it existing at all.
It could be way more widespread. It could be less widespread.
I'm willing to meet in the middle, right? I'll say that hey, I can't say for sure. I'm agnostic on whether.
Bottom left guy is Pisco. Pisco, he's a really fucking annoying chatter. I hate him as a chatter, bruh. He's one of the worst chatters I've ever fucking seen. I hate him as a chatter, but he's doing a good job in the panel. That should show you that I'm keeping my bias in check, dude. I hate him as a chatter, but he's doing a good job in the panel so far from what I've seen.
Police brutality is a problem, right? And I'm willing to support policy that would lead to us getting data to figure out whether or not it is a problem. But I'd like you, Pisco, and the rest of you in here to walk back on your claim initially that this is a widespread issue.
I never told you.
Yeah, I think you guys did.
Okay, I think you guys already said everybody agrees then that we can't really know, but we should put a third-party body in so that we can know. That'd be a good thing to do. I think everybody can agree with that, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
At the minimum, sure, yeah.
All right, I want to jump in and use an example that I want.
Yay! Good job. Good job. Just for that, I'm gonna take off my hijab. Good job. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you, buddy. Let's give a round of applause to Destiny here for finding some agreement between all these people. Wonderful job, buddy. Wonderful job. Well done rhetorically. There you go, DGG. You wanted some fucking suck off whatever. There you go. There's your suck off whatever. He did a very good job here.
Nick to go because I love him.
There's another aspect to why there might be underreporting of statistics with respect to police brutality. The doctrine of qualified immunity means that if you're seeking to sue a law enforcement official in their personal capacity.
Oh, I don't have Klappa as an emote. I probably need that. Hold up, Klappa. Klappa emote. Okay, I need to add that.
For damages police brutality, if the conduct is sort of reasonable under the legal standard, or they made like an honest mistake, very often these police officers are not liable for any damages at all, and they have a complete defense to these. So that's another reason why we wouldn't just look at.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to show his face, he could at least VTube it. That's true. Oh, I got a VTuber maker thing. I would love to be a VTuber, bro. I'm so fucking ugly. As chat has reminded me today.
At settlements, because a lot of times these cases can't be brought because of the doctrine of qualified immunity. I'm not making a judgment about whether that should exist or not, but just to show you that the metric you're looking for, Doobie, and the evidence that you want is not availing. It's not immediately accessible.
I don't believe you, Pisco, and frankly, I want to see your financials after this debate. It's fucking bullshit. First you advocate for fucking cable companies, and now you're advocating for fucking tort reform so you can sue cops. I see you.
Wait. He didn't, yeah, to be clear, I'm sure, I would hope, that Pisco probably understands that like there is some need for some level of qualified immunity.
Absolutely, and absolute immunity with respect to prosecutors.
Exactly, yeah. You don't want like a cop getting sued every single fucking time they do anything related to their job. That would be a disaster. But the existence of qualified immunity might bar us collecting data.
Precisely.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm saying. It would just shed some doubt on some statistics, not that it shouldn't exist.
Oversight good, community policing good, shifting some calls away from police good.
All right, if you don't want VTube smarts, definitely sub. Shut the fuck up, Suave Smarts. True. Don't joke about that, you handsome bastard. Yeah.
I think the police officer themselves agreed with that. Trying to reduce the use of force in police, probably a good thing.
You guys don't know, but I'm a mod on an incel forum, bro. I'm low-key black-pilled, bro. I think women are the problem, bro. If I'm being quite honest. I'm an ugly bastard, bro. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm black-pilled on it, bro. I've been watching Relly. He's convinced me, bro.
But also, police do serve some social function. Lots of research will show that. So that's about it.
All right. I'll go to Doobie if you have something next, and I'll give counterpoints to give you the last word.
Yeah, so again, I'm pretty happy with where the conversation turned out. I think it's unfortunate that some people in here were apparently padding their positions with not even personal anecdotes, but just gossip. All right, that's weird. And all I can say is I'm glad counterpoints isn't a cop anymore.
Counterpoints. So you can.
Well, here we go.
I'll try to make this brief, and I'll try to take the personal attacks to a minimum. So
what were your dark triad scores again? Sorry.
Yeah. So here's the thing. There's a computer information system in the state of Florida. It's called DATE.
Hey, she got her thing in. Good good job, Anna. You really brought that back around to the stuff that you know stuff about. Good job, Anna. Anna's gonna get some rhetorical points in here as well. I'm gonna give some points to Miss Frills here. You get some points for that. You also got a voice that's kind of like Caterino. I kind of like it. I'm kind of digging your voice. You're gonna get bonus points. That's some good shit. You know, if you're only gonna talk a little bit, at least have it be about your brand. That's on brand for her, so she gets points.
You can basically pull up people by their license plates. And you can pull up whether or not they have a good license and registration before you do it. So this cop likely was pulling up people who she already knew was good, who had a good license, good registration, good insurance information, and then was calling out those traffic stops in order to pad stats. Now, on one hand, I think that's incredibly fucked up. You're not doing your job. You're a piece of shit. I don't like you, and I don't fucking trust you. I wish there was a third-party institution that I would have felt safe reporting to in order to get her sufficiently
patronizing to a woman. You are an incel mod. Damn, bro.
Punished, where it would be investigated and she would be punished and not me. And then here's the other fucking point. I know what I did, okay? So I've saved lives, I've fought people, I've been in some pretty fucking serious incidents. In Doobie, you're not on the fucking road. You don't wear armor, you don't wear a fucking belt, you don't back me up. So I don't give a, like, on one hand, I give a fuck about your opinion because frankly, I think it's shitty and it pisses me off and it triggers the fuck out of me. But on the other hand, I don't give a fuck about your opinion. You're some internet fucking douchebag who's criticizing fucking people who actually do real shit with their life. So fuck you for the final time. If you want to be friends in the future.
Booksmarts, you would low-key look like an 8 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10 if you lost weight. There's different ways of interpreting a comment like that. I'll interpret it positively, bro. Thanks. Thanks for that one, dude. I'm happy to know I only got one thing holding me back. That's good to know.
future, I hope we can be friends. But until you stop saying that I'm a bad cop, you can sit on a fucking broom until you kill yourself with it.
Jesus Christ.
Don't
I'm
ban
investing in
them, they're
brooms
fine,
after this conversation.
Can I just add real quick as an aside, and fuck cops and fuck everybody, I guess, or whatever, but the idea of like a cop like covering.
Just don't say that to people I'm reviewing. Like, that's when it's bannable. Like, if you were to say, like, oh my god, if Counterpoints would just, like, lose 10 pounds, he'd be such a fucking snack. Like, if you do shit like that, then I will get you in trouble. But if it's about me, I don't really care.
For a friend who's fucking around at the job. I don't know, like, what all our experiences.
I don't care because I'm an 8 out of 10 if I lost weight, right? So I already know that I'm good shit.
With other things, but, like, this is, unfortunately, like, totally standard in literally every single workplace.
I'm a couple of laps around the track away from being a god amongst men, bro. From being a Greek god.
Ever. Whether you are a software dev and you're covering for somebody, you know, not working their entire shift, whether you're in a restaurant and you're covering for somebody that's slacking in the back that's not supposed to be on break, or whether you work in whatever, like, everybody does this shit, okay? So this isn't like some exceptionally horrible fucking human cop thing or whatever. Like, people do this shit a lot. The problem is just that, like, police are charged with such a task that them doing it could lead to much worse consequences, right?
Add a Zen is the point
clear,
to make
I don't
it
consider
a
this
10.
person a friend. I don't like them. I literally have tried to avoid working with them because of these ethical breaches.
Topic 3. There is a high probability that Republicans control the Senate for the next 2 years. If that's the case, we can expect Mitch McConnell.
You know what DGG has been doing that's been pissing me off? I almost am tempted to not tell you guys because then you're going to do it more. But DGG, since the Demon Mom review, has been saying, like, doesn't he look like if Greek had decent hygiene or like shit like that? And I'm like, you guys piss me off. Stop comparing me to Greek, you fucking assholes. I hate that shit, bro. Don't compare me to Greek. Don't compare me to the fucking Baston's boyfriend. Don't compare me to those two people, bro. That's what pisses me off.
To block nearly every piece of legislation.
I don't care about everything else.
But there are
really.
other options. The president can use not just executive orders, but also existing statutory policies to advance their agenda, all of which Republicans were fine with under Trump. So should Biden follow Trump's lead and leverage presidential authority to push
I
his
think
agenda?
it might be facial hair or being fat. I have no idea.
Or should almost everything go through Congress? And so a little bit of background. Most people seem to think
that
the only other option, right, other than simply like going through Congress or using executive order, is simply use executive orders. But there is a fantastic.
I think it's the pubic face. Nice. The pubic hair. Oh, that's my facial hair.
Piece or a compilation. It's actually a number of pieces from the American.
I know the anatomy of fat people is confusing to you, but this is not pubic hair. This is facial hair. This is my face up here. You know, that doesn't happen till way out of frame. Okay, so just FYI for an anatomy recap, that is not this. Okay.
Prospect, talking about what Biden can do on day one, right? And it's using policies that are already in place, right? That are fully within executive purview
Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot just because I think it's funny, bro. And now I'm watching you writhe around in the chat. Oh, wait, I meant that as a joke. I obviously know that's not that part of you. I know, bro. I'm messing with you. I'm fucking with you like you were fucking with me.
enact policies different. Like, for instance, to clear college debt, you can do that day one, right? And it's not an executive order. It's simply using existing policy, existing law to its fullest, to quite a few loopholes that are available to him. So I'm asking, should he do this? Should he use executive orders? Should he just use anything that he can?
Oh, by the way, I looked into why the OK sign is white power stuff, and now I feel like I have to stop doing it. Now I see what people mean, by the way. For anybody that didn't know, yeah, that's not good. So if you see me doing that, tell me not to. I don't want to
get his policy
that.
done.
It's like a bad habit,
right? As the Trump administration seems to have done.
I don't really like the idea of Biden having to use his executive powers. I think everybody can agree it'd be better to pass it via legislation, but if it comes down to doing things via executive order or nothing, I don't see why. I don't see the political strategy in not exercising those executive powers. We have destroyed every fucking norm that isn't like codified in law over the past 4 years. I don't see why the fuck we would try to go back to playing, you know, certain games when you know for a fact that if we had a Republican president in 2024, they're not going to respect that same kind of like established norm. So I mean, Biden should obviously use whatever tools are.
Yeah, I honestly thought that was like a bi people thing or something. I didn't know it was like the white power thing. And then I saw a video of people doing that to police officers and the police officers doing it back. And then I was like, the police are doing it with the white supremacist skinhead people. I probably don't want to be using that.
In his arsenal, with our goal being obviously to craft comprehensive legislation rather than relying on these like edge case executive orders to try to get any real work done.
So one area where I don't want Biden interfering and using his power, or should I say abuse of power, is in the Justice Department. I think it's been absolutely and totally incomprehensible and immoral for Trump to be exercising his influence over the Justice Department the way he has the last 4 years, and Biden should stay clear of that. But I don't see any reason. Does anyone have a policy that they wouldn't want Biden to enact under his purported executive powers? Those who are against his usage of those powers.
And when we talk about this, just to clarify this conversation, we should be talking about the idea of him using the executive order, not the individual policies themselves.
Man, look at fucking Big Dick Benelli over here. Look at that. So, and he is keeping very, very close control of the framing of this next topic, at least from what we've seen thus far. This jumping in here and trying to clarify is something that I think more panelists need to feel comfortable doing. And that's, again, why I encourage people like this dude to not raise their hand and to just jump in, because opportunities like this in terms of like maintaining control of like the framing of the conversation is super important when there's like a gazillion people in the call with you. Because the other thing is, if Steven says this and then somebody goes off track, Steven or anybody else in the conversation can point out how we're straying away from what we agreed upon at this moment, and that can be super powerful. So this is real good. That's
so
good.
Like the conversation shouldn't be like, do we want student loan debt forgiven, but rather like if it is going to be forgiven, should it be done by EO, so that we're not debating like individual policies.
Yes. Well, okay, so specifically, like my fear with DACA specifically is that like the whole reason why people were in such a fucking lurch was because it was done by executive order to begin with. And I know like you had like a Congress that wasn't helping out or whatever, but God, like just what a fucked up position to be in, to think that you're basically like you're safe, you're on home territory.
How do you feel about losing to Deepak in the Destiny Awards for Ally of the Year? Can somebody link me that so I could see who the options were? I'm not necessarily mad that Deepak won or anything. I really don't know very much about it. I don't even know who else was in the running. Maybe if there were better people in the running, I would be upset, but I'm not upset that I didn't get it. I would probably be upset that somebody else didn't get picked, because I don't see how Deepak, like off the top of my head, I don't see why Deepak would win Ally of the Year. Like, I can think of other people that were more helpful to Destiny or more like ally-like to Destiny over the last year. So I don't know how that makes a ton of sense, but it would depend on who else was in the running, to be honest. Destiny complimented you a lot during that. Oh, can you link that to me? I want to watch it. All my Booksmarts votes for nothing. Booksmarts, are you happy that Destiny defended you in a big way and said you should have won? I haven't seen any of this. I don't even know where the fuck you go to see this. I guess Deepak stood with him when the negative stuff was dropping. I mean, he talked to him during Rittenhouse and stuff, and he didn't like swap sides, I guess, but it seemed like he was more or less trying to be hands off about that stuff than he was actually trying to be supportive. But maybe that's just like my opinion. I mean, he could have taken the opportunity to shit on Destiny and get a bunch of viewers. So I mean, he could have taken that opportunity and he didn't. So maybe there's that. Just because Deepak's really great, not because he has all that much to do with Destiny. Okay. Do you speak Costa Rican? Unfortunately, no, but I do speak Costa Rican Spanish, if that's what you mean. A little bit. Deepak is smart enough to not engage as much. How much into philosophy have you gotten into? I hate philosophy.
Or you're not going to get deported. You're totally okay.
And it doesn't offer that counterpoints. It doesn't offer that. It says explicitly that this is not an entitlement. In fact, part of the reason why this is saved as in the Supreme Court is because precisely it doesn't offer an entitlement to stay in this country.
But like, okay, so hold on. Was the reversal of DACA stopped on a technicality, or was it stopped because it was?
Administrative Procedures Act, technicality, it's a statute passed by Congress, and conforming to it surely is the responsibility of executive agencies, including DHS.
Well, for sure.
Okay, I got a link to it. I kind of want to. Habla español de verdad? Yeah, I speak the proper Spanish, dude. I don't fuck around with no Mexican Spanish. The only difference I know between like Costa Rican Spanish and Mexican Spanish or any other kind of Spanish is that at least the people in my family seem to think that Costa Rican Spanish is superior to all other sorts of Spanish, or at the very least superior to Mexican Spanish. But that's something that I also see with people that speak Spain Spanish as well. They seem to shit on Mexican Spanish. A lot of people shit on Mexican Spanish. It could be that I live in I live in Southern California, so it could be that like the other Hispanic people that speak Spanish probably have some shit against Mexicans. I'm not sure. Like how a bunch of Asian people hate Chinese people. Like it could just be something like that. I don't know what the relationships are there, but I know that like there are particular words in like a Mexican way of speaking Spanish to refer to certain things, like ways to refer to different fruits and animals and all sorts of other shit. Different words that you would use to describe like what kind of stuff you're doing or you would respond to people with. And yeah, so opting for like Costa Rican variants or Spanish variants or whatever instead of the Mexican variants is more so like what distinguished Costa Rican Spanish from other kinds of Spanish. It was more so about what you're not allowed to use than what you should opt for using. It was more so like don't use Mexican Spanish than it was like use Costa Rican Spanish. But yeah, that's my experience with Spanish. Costa Rican Spanish is the original Spanish. That's what the Costa Ricans tell me, bro. It's pura. It's the fucking pura Espanol, bro.
The one on Twitter is shorter. It's not the same video? Stock RTBA.
Wait, what is this timestamp for? What are you linking me? Charity stream later today. Games for Love, judging the composition challenge.
His links. Okay, I need to start the composition challenge judging, or this shit is gonna go to like fucking 2 a.m. and then we'll do the political memes after. I have it all
Bro,
lined up.
I'm not watching this from the beginning. No. I'm not watching that. If there's some timestamp for when they're talking about Booksmart stuff, maybe, but I'm not interested enough to like watch the whole thing, to be honest. 251:30. Okay. History. Destiny. You said 251:30.
His links. Okay, I need to start the composition challenge judging, or this shit is going to go to like fucking 2 a.m.
Why are
and then
we
we'll do
at
the
7
political memes
hours
after. I have
then?
it all
That
up.
seems way off.
Same amount, okay.
251.
This is for any
Cyberpunk.
foundation that threats terminally online lefties. I'll donate more later. Ooh.
Rustlight.
Dan, nobody wants to see. Okay,
Can we
well,
pull it?
Yeah, sure.
Versus Metal Gear Solid.
More people want Metal Gear than Rust, 100%.
Really? You think so?
Easily.
Steven, watch one of your old Rust clips right now and then take the vote.
Yeah, you want me to do an old Rust clip? You want me to show you guys what an old Rust clip looks like?
You're gonna pick. Look, it's winning. Rustlight is winning.
Let me show you guys what it looks like. Guys.
It doesn't matter.
This is what Rust games are like. Okay, here's the Rust overlay.
You guys, you're linking me shit. You're telling me timestamps that are not correct. So I think I'm just gonna have to ignore you now. This ain't it. Yeah, obviously this ain't it. Who said 251? Who said that shit? Time was in chat. 251:30. No, that's not the time, bruh. Maybe a minute earlier. I can't link. You can't link. You can't count, motherfucker. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't even have the right timestamp, bro. Linking's not the problem here, bro. It's counting. Holy shit. Hold up. All right, give me this shit. Who am I gonna click? Let's click Moomin. Because I like Moomin.
Sorry, I am trying to remember to talk slow. Oh,
Thanks, Moomin. I'm really happy I chose to click you of all the links. Book dumb fuck, you're at 151, you ugly buck teeth ass motherfucker. Damn. Pop the magic dragon, bro. Hit me with the real words. You're at 150. That's what he said, you stupid piece of shit. Oh my god. You're making fun of me, bruh. You're fucking avoiding mirrors in your house, brother. I don't know about that. Wrong time book. Yeah, obviously the wrong time book. Let's click on Bad Whammer Jammers link here. Ooh,
Ally of the
timestamp.
year, 2019 winner, David Pacman. And
Can I give you a free sub? Are you a sub already? Can I give you a free sub? Bad Whammer Jammer. I'm going to write your name down, dude. I'm going to remember your name forever. I'm going to put it on a flashcard and memorize it. Bad Whammer Jammer. In my time of need, you cut through the nonsense. I appreciate that. Gift me. No, I'm not gifting you. You fucking linked me some random bullshit, bro. Is Booksmarts blind? No, not really. Only a little bit. Wait, shit. This is fine.
And the 2020 winner, David Pacman. Oof. Number 2, Booksmarts. Sorry. Number 3, Doug of CA. Number 4, Bastia. Number 5, Vosh.
Why is it always
Number
calling me
6, Unreal Import. Number
Booksmarts?
7, Irrelevant. Number 8, Hutch. Number 9, Socialism Done Left. What a list. I think Booksmarts pretty easily should have taken number 1 here. I think this is just voting for like who your other favorite content creator is. But I think I've interacted with David like 3 times, haven't I? Has it been more than that?
Yeah, that's what I'm
This year?
saying.
Like 5 times or less for sure.
All right. Wait, what's the list looking like here? Wow, David Pacman wins with hold on, let me let me zoom back out so you guys can see. Whoops. All right, let's oh shit, dude. Let's take a look at the standings here. So, it's looking like David Pacman got 32% of the vote. Booksmarts got 20%. Doug of California got 18%. Doug is on there talking to him a lot. I'm surprised that Doug didn't get higher. Bastier Vaush, I'm really important, irrelevant, Hutch, and socialism done left. Okay. These didn't compete at all because these are all, I guess Vaush kind of blew out the bottom half, but interesting. He will bring the list back up. He wasn't done. Okay. I'll keep listening.
You talked in like every debate after the election? Wait, weren't there like 2 debates? Yeah, I think it's just chat's always watching Deep Extremes waiting. Yeah, Booksmarts came with us to the Booksmarts came with us and protected me during the rally. I can't believe you guys voted David Pakman over him. Oh my god. Jeez.
I mean, technically I did.
You guys shafted him hard. Unreal. You guys have made mistakes.
Dang.
Didn't he shit talk about you like a few? Booksmarts has never shit talked me. He disagrees with stuff I say on my approach notes. But I don't think Booksmarts is like, I don't think he's ever like shit talked me or hated me or anything. Jeez.
Have I, chat? Would you consider some of the things that I do shit talking? Like, if you put me in a room with God and you asked if I shit talk Destiny, I would say that I shit talk Destiny, but like I do think it's coming from a place of like I disagree with them on stuff. It's usually not just like random, and if it is, it's like to be fun. You called them a book fucker, which was really uncalled for. Yeah, my bad. You know, of all people, Booksmarts, you should know the impact of being called book fucker. You know, that's like a gusano for books. You know what I'm saying? That's like quite offensive. Yeah, interesting. I mean, you're a bit performative when you disagree, but you're always like that. So yeah, he memes, you meme. That's what I'm saying.
True. Drama of the year. The 2019 winner was the N-word drama. The results this time was the Rittenhouse.
Oh, that's it. Okay. That's it, right? He doesn't keep talking about that? Because I don't care about
Saga, 47.1%.
To be quite honest.
Dark Triad Arc with our good friend Anna coming in at 27.3 or 27.6%. And the hashtag #TwitchMeToo coming in 3rd.
Really? I really liked the Twitch Me Too. Although I guess his drama wasn't very good. I really liked seeing him go through the Twitch Me Too stuff. I thought that was like really, really impactful. But maybe his drama, it's not like the best drama. But I think that was like, that made me think really like highly of Destiny. I thought that was a really good thing for him to do, to be honest.
16.7%. Offline TV drama.
Nope, he's done with you. Oh, okay, that's fine. Awesome. Well, there you go. There you go. I don't know. Why did you
still
link
have this. Hold on. Can I show you?
Like, why did you link this? It has nothing to do with anything we talked about. I'm just still so confused. Let's just watch Rand Tyler 1 clips now. Why do you dislike philosophy? Because it's stupid, bro. It doesn't make any sense. Because nobody thinks like a philosopher, dude. It's a waste of goddamn time. It's a waste of time and energy. Let's just watch Random Tyler 1 clips. Did Destiny get you into Twitch streaming? Yeah, he did. Thought he handled that well. Yeah, he seemed to just get props for that, but it was some good streams. Yeah, I really liked those. The Dark Triad was better. Yeah, as drama, that was probably more interesting. Rittenhouse Arc was honestly a bit sleeper. I mean, it was the biggest thing that happened, although I would agree the content wasn't like super duper interesting. Hello, Booksmart Senpai. What up, Pimplab? All right. Do you have any book recommendation for rhetoric and logic? No. Go outside and talk to people. You're not going to learn how to talk to people effectively. You're not going to learn rhetoric. You're not going to learn logic by reading a goddamn book. You guys, I almost regret calling myself book smarts because what I really feel like I sell on the stream sometimes is street smarts. Like, I'm telling you that, like, you're not going to get better at talking to people and convincing them by reading a book, okay? It's just never, ever, ever going to happen. Everybody who comes to me and asks for book recommendations for those particular topics, I give them something cringe. Like, I tell them, go read How to Win Friends and Influence People and think about how to apply those things in your own life. But, like that's not, that doesn't mean you follow it like the Bible and it should guide every one of your social interactions, because the moment that you do that, you lose your rhetorical prowess. The moment that you think everybody has a logical system and you're trying to work it that way, you lose. The moment that you think that there's 5 steps you could follow in conversation, you'll win every single time, you lose. The second you think that everybody thinks one way or the other way and you can classify them, you lose. The second you think that you only have to do X, Y, and Z to win, you lose. So, like, the name of the game is flexibility, and it's flexibility per the people that you're speaking with. And if that's the case, the best sample size for learning how to get better at this is going to be the people that are around you every day. Because this book could tell you, when speaking to an educated individual, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to ground everything in logic. You're going to want to speak in an even tone, and you're going to want to use words that really encapsulate what you're trying to say. If there's one word that'll describe the entire feeling that you're going for, I think you should opt for that, as opposed to one or two sentences describing the same concept. You're going to want to assume that the other person in front of you is much smarter than you and will likely understand a lot of the things you're saying. Like, if I give you advice like that, and then you go home and you work at a factory in like Albuquerque, and your coworkers use like the F slur and the N slur, and they're those kinds of people, you're not going to get very far with pretending like they're smart, pretending like they understand what you're saying, assuming they have logical, like, none of that's helpful to you. If you are a Destiny watcher and you try to apply what he's telling you to do to like people in your own life, it doesn't work, because it's a different scenario. The reason why he is successful in what he does with the principles he has is because he's a streamer that debates people and whose brand is staying consistent. So for somebody whose brand is staying consistent, for whom every conversation usually revolves around the consistency of their argument or the consistency of those around them, his ideas work. My ideas work if you're trying to convince somebody and you're empathic and you're not a fucking sociopath and you have empathy that you can use, yada yada, and people are susceptible to that. All that's fine. If you're with logic bro people, it might not be, right? Or if you're with, people at your work who think, oh, you're being a fucking pussy, brother. You're fucking telling me about feeling this way and feeling that way. I'm gonna go ahead and get you in touch with my wife, and you can go to their fucking book club, talk about your dumbass to fucking $2 words, like, you need to fit your style to who you're trying to communicate with, and that's unique to you and your situation. And it may be different at home than it is at work, right? And it may be different at work than it is at school, and even at school it may be different per the class and per the professor. So the name of the game is flexibility. The name of the game is forming your own concepts that work for your style of thinking, for your style of communication, for the people around you. No book that I'm going to give you is going to give you the answer to that. Wait, did I just hear Santa? No, you didn't. Need to wear your sunglasses and rebrand to Street Smarts. No, don't be sociopathic. Yeah, don't. That's probably not good. I don't even think those debates are uninteresting, but they're not practical. Yeah, they're not practical. And the advice that I give to the debate people isn't necessarily going to be practical to you, which is why sometimes I try to pull back and be like, try to keep in mind, guys, that while this works here, don't do this in your regular life. It's not going to help you in your regular life. So I heard ho-ho, though. Oh, ho-ho, that's Dio. That's Dio going ho-ho. Booksmart's weird chant. Philosophy is not useless. Well, you'd let me know when that helps you, bro. Bro, just because the name of the game is flexibility doesn't mean that inflexible content like books isn't useful. What is your argument? Who are you talking to? Me? I don't understand what you're saying. It's pretty useless. Okay. Confirmed, do you think Destiny is a sociopath a bit? I was going to ask, but who cares? Remember, all that shit's on a scale. ASPD and all that, and like the different things that you're doing that fit you into that is like on a scale. There are certain behaviors you can do that are more antisocial than others. So I don't think that's like a good question, just the way that you've worded it. Thank you for teaching us how to manipulate people. No problem, bro. So are all books about social stuff useless then? And now you're debate broing me, bro. Booksmarts. Let me try to get this straight. Are you trying to tell me, okay, that no books are useful then? I just want to check. There's no strings attached to that, Booksmarts. This isn't a game. It's not a trap. I'm just wondering, would you say that there are no books that could help you then? Because that sounds like what you're saying. Don't debate bro me, bro. I'm not falling for that, bro. Don't try that with me. Philosophy majors make up about 0.5% of my school's majors. Most people don't care about grounding their beliefs, just like this book fucker. Most philosophy students don't care either, bro. What kinds of people drink coffee? Tired people, right? Because they want energy, okay? What kinds of people need philosophy? People that can't think, okay? That's the Book Smarts hot take today, dude. Why do people need glasses, bruh? Because they can't fucking see. Why do people need philosophy? Because they don't know how to fucking think, bruh. That's what I think, okay? That's the hot take for today. And I'm about to talk to a doctorate of philosophy too, so I gotta cool that down. But like, honestly, a lot of you undergrad philosophy people are like substituting a functioning brain with your philosophical study, and it's unfortunate to see, if I'm being quite honest. Score the highest on exams like the SAT. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I've got a good grasp of stuff, I think, lol. Thanks for the concern. I was coming with that idea because there are too many Destiny stands. Lol. Is simp still allowed? I don't know, dude. That's your own risk. I won't be saying it on stream after January. Taking bookfucker literally, are we? Philosophy is the reason we know anything scientifically. You just keep telling yourself that, dude. That's what your professor told you? The simple fact of the matter is, the reason we know anything about science is because of philosophy. Because philosophy is a convenient label. It's how to think. And if we think of anything that uses thinking, even the thinking that we're doing right now about the thinking that requires philosophy, it requires philosophy. There's no escaping it. Philosophy is the water through which we swim. It's a part of everything in life. And if there's something cool and intelligent and wonderful about the modern world, you can bet your sweet patootie that comes from philosophy. Like, yeah, there's an easy way of saying everything is philosophy, whatever, but it's vacuous and doesn't mean anything, dude. Losing to chat, fallacy of accent does not work here. What are you talking about? Mocking something makes me right, guys? Yeah, it does, dude. You're looking loser point of view. All right, let's watch a video so I can't be wrong about stuff. Let's go back to being a React Andy, dude. Philosophy basically just salesman for philosophy. Yeah, it's like a whatchamacallit? It's like a pyramid scheme. The force is all around us. Do you ever see the REM versus Trainwrecks debate on analytical versus continental philosophy? I hate continental philosophers, dude, so probably not, and I probably don't want to watch it, to be honest. Why? Wait, why are they talking about that? How did that even get brought up? And why does Trainwrecks know about this? Unless he didn't, and Rem was like trying to explain it. Science isn't downstream of philosophy because it is about thinking. You cannot justify the scientific method without philosophy. Maybe, dude. I'm not clicking your links anymore, Moomin. You've lost that privilege for today, buddy. All right, if this philosophy shit is so good and can help you answer the difficult question, what's 2 + 2? And only use philosophy. Trainwreck has a degree in philosophy. Oh, Rem got ruined. Oh, Trainwreck's actually graduated with a philosophy degree. Okay. Interesting.
I'm not saying you have to try hard. We can just play. It doesn't matter. This Rust Pipe at 12,501.
Wait, Xylem might have talked me out of it. I didn't realize you played
Shut up, like an...
Hey, Marcel Hearn, I can promise you're the one that knows nothing about it. I have a BS in biochemistry and a BA in analytical philosophy. Believe it or not.
Marcel, why don't you bring your fucking candy ass in here, Marcel, and debate? Come on, Marcel.
Why do you say BA in analytic philosophy?
All right, we'll watch it. We'll watch it while I'm waiting for the other dudes to be ready. Because soon enough we'll be transitioning over to talking about the Demon Mama debate again. This is a good meme. Okay, I'll watch it. Got him. Yeah, you got me. 2.
Bring your ass in here, Marcel.
It's a bachelor of art.
Yeah, but why do you say analytic philosophy and not just philosophy?
Because that's what it's. Because there's 2 philosophies in Arizona. There's 2 schools. One is NAU, and NAU teaches what's it called? Fuck. What's the word I'm looking for? Continental philosophy. Is that where you like pretty much look at the stars and say, "Oh, I believe and I feel this thing. These stars are aligning away." Where
no, that's LSD.
No. Everyone thinks. So here's the thing. Okay, philosophy majors are actually one of the hardest majors in university, but there's a stigma behind it. Everyone thinks of this easy bullshit degree where you're just going to get highest fucking talk about nothing. So it's split into 2 different sections. Analytic is all like proofs. All of it's proofs. Earlier you talked about premise.
Oh my god, Train. This is making me angry because this is probably one of the worst takes I've ever heard, and it really hurts me as someone who's in the field. That this characterization that you're painting of philosophy is probably you're actually adding harm to the field because there is no division between analytic and continental philosophy. They're doing the exact same thing.
No, they're not.
Yeah, we can have a full on. Let's fucking do it, Train. Let's 1v1 this.
Train, don't do it.
I'm not. Of course, I'm not going to do it, dude. Why would I do it?
But this is just such an awful take. It's
Wait,
you're misrepresenting the field.
One is required for the other. One
so
is
traditionally, in philosophy, people have this perception that there is analytic philosophy on the one hand and
Rem mad because he's a continental philosophy major. like there's so many things to comment on that. I'm not going to. I don't think that's true, Rat. I don't think that's true. Please don't tell me he think. Wait. God, I hate talking about philosophy, bruh. I'm already cringing. What do you mean by this, rat fucker? What do you mean? This whole convo is just trained. Wait, hold on. I'm having a bad feeling. The force that permeates all things is warning me, dude. It's warning me. Wrong again. You're on thin ice. Oh, shit. Continental philosophers are like movie writers. Okay, let's just play.
Continental philosophy, on the other hand. So in analytic philosophy, what gets grouped into it is, it's really heavy emphasis on like logic, and it's sort of like a mathematical approach where everything is very clearly.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Hold on. Rem, did you graduate already?
No, but I'm about to.
So I think maybe you should shut the fuck up because Frank is a graduate. All right.
True. Even though he's a graduate, I guarantee I know more about the field than he does.
Okay, so of course, you're currently in it, so it's fresh in your mind. Okay, so first of all, based on how the fact.
Wait, what an asshole! How do you know more than him? You don't know shit. I didn't even know he knew anything about philosophy until 2 seconds ago. That's kind of rude. That's kind of rude. I don't tell people that I think I know more about them about like very specific things about business management or whatever, even if I wrote a whole fucking dissertation on it, because I'm not full of myself. I don't know. His mask is slipping. That's not very good because it is trained. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's trained. Like, sure, it's easy to think of him as a dumb fuck, but I don't think it's very... I think you're setting yourself up for a world of failure if he knows anything, or if he even gets like a rhetorical victory on you. You look like a dumb fuck. So I don't know why you would set that expectation from the very beginning, but let's see how this goes.
That you aren't fighting for that division tells me that you're probably studying content.
Like, I would be worried. Like, he told me he had a degree in it, and I'm not fucking challenging him about it or his knowledge of it. Who knows? He could have had a no-life period where he no-lifed fucking philosophy, and he could be a better communicator than you. And those two things combined are all it takes to whoop your ass. Like you're 2 checkboxes away from having your ass kicked. I wouldn't set yourself up for that by, like, acting like a dick from the very beginning, but that's just my rhetoric take.
Into philosophy,
I'm not actually. I'm studying pure analytic philosophy, but that doesn't mean I completely disrespect the field that I don't understand.
You're pissed that you chose that side because if you actually studied
awful takes. What is continental philosophy? Hey, Trey, can you define to me what is continental philosophy?
Have you read any? You gave me continental. I didn't give it to you. You gave me it. You understand?
What's this other side of philosophy that you're talking about that isn't analytic?
Rem, stop asking questions. Tell us your fucking argument.
You set the value. You told me that what I'm talking about is continental. Now you're trying to use me not knowing what you decided to tell me what it was as me not being credible in saying there's 2 separate divisions.
Well, but so if you have a degree in philosophy, you know that analytic philosophy itself refers to a division. Like, this is very well known.
There is a division, and anyone that takes analytic wouldn't want it divided.
Wait, hold on. Wait, whose channel is this posted on? Are we gonna get like inappropriate pictures? There's nothing inappropriate in here, right? Because this is already getting kind of like, it's scaring me. Okay, I'm just. Oh, now you're good. All right.
Right?
Okay, so you do acknowledge that it's the analytic continental
podcast. They want to be divided from the goddamn fucking brainlets and the fucking smart people. The same way analytic philosophers want to be divided from the goddamn brainlets that are studying how to fucking take LSD and act like an LSD fucking addict. It's the same fucking thing.
Look, if you are in the field of philosophy, you've taken any sort of philosophy, you know like, I don't know why Train you're pretending not to know what I'm talking about. You absolutely know what I'm talking about. On the one hand, you have these analytic philosophers. We're talking about proofs and all that, right? It comes from Bertrand Russell and Frege, right? Now on the other side, you have these continental things like Nietzsche and Foucault and the post-structuralists and postmodernists.
No. Okay, yeah. If these are the people you're talking about, no. These people create a bridge between the two that is definitely credible. I'm not talking about these kind of philosophers. I actually love Nietzsche. Human, all too human, one of my favorite. Okay, so don't even give me that, dude. That is an extreme example. That is an extreme example of greatness, dude. You understand? I'm talking about the philosophy. Now, you said continental, okay? I'm not sure. I need to dust up on what it's called. I'm talking to shit where you're talking about nothing. It's all just speculation. You're just sitting there thinking, oh, space must just be an egg, and we are the chicken.
Wait, hold up. So Train doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. What is the point?
Egg before the egg is born.
Are you talking about metaphysics?
Pointless. You understand?
Like whether like the nature of the world and like transcendental idealism and stuff? Like whether we're actually interacting with reality or not, or whether it's like, is that what you're talking about? Are you just taking science for granted? Is that what you're doing, Train? Oh my god.
Rem, I understand everything now. I actually understand everything now, dude. Listen.
Are you just taking science for granted? I hate philosophy people so fucking much, dude. You guys don't understand. You guys don't understand how much I dislike philosophy people. I hate them so, like, when you guys are like, oh, Booksmarts, don't you know that science wouldn't exist without philosophy? Like, I fucking hate you kinds of people. Holy shit. You bother me so fucking much with that shit. I hate the arrogance of fucking philosophy people, bro. It bothers me so fucking much. And it's probably undeserved, but holy shit, does it bother me. It bothers me so bad.
You know I'm a scientific anti-realist, right?
Yeah. I don't care what it means, okay? In philosophy, you're trained to fucking speak like this. He knows the simplified way to say it, but he's trained to speak like this because it fucking gives
real quick, right? When he says scientific anti... What?
It gives you more. Listen, it gives you. Okay, so
Well, explain what it means real quick, though.
I'll explain.
Yeah, you're like gonna talk shit about my position, but that actually.
No, I'm not your position. I'm gonna give him insights. I'm gonna give him insights. So usually philosophers.
Because it's not his point. His point is not your position. His point is that the way that you're wording this is fucking stupid, dude. Oh, you know what? I'm starting to get a little crush on you, buddy. I like that you're pointing out his rhetoric. I like that, Train. I appreciate that, bud. Oh, man, we'll see how this continues.
They're not going to give you the inside of things. So in philosophy, there's no test. It's all writing. Everything's just writing. Okay. Now you learn. They hint on that. Since everything's a 60-page fucking essay, how to fucking extend a simplified fucking sentence to a fucking 3-paragraph explanation of it in a fucking pretentious ass way. So he's going to speak in ways that extend it and make it sound extremely smart. We can say fucking one word to explain what he means.
Someone who's been trained in the field of analytic philosophy, you'll know that in our courses, if you've gone to an actual university that cares about standards, that if you actually write a single sentence that could be removed, you'll lose points. So when I take a course and I write an essay and I include a sentence that isn't relevant to the argument, I get docked marks.
Remy, give it like 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years to realize you went.
Train, you're being like people call me condescending. Like this is the most condescending shit I've ever seen in my life. It's pathetic because I also know exactly where you are. You're
condescending.
Oh, you're talking about condescending? Train, you're being condescending. And let me go ahead and show you what top tier condescension looks like. I hate this. I'm going over here. I'm going to stay in frame, even if I'm a million miles away from the desk. Oh, man. I'm already not having fun with this one. Philosophy saved my parents' marriage. Nice. I don't know what that means.
He possesses fucking condescending overtone. Don't be a hypocrite.
What do you mean? You're sitting here making you just write words, and these words they don't really say.
Hold on. I think it might be time to start with the other people. Hold on. Just a couple of minutes. I'll be back. Okay. Looks like we should be starting up soon with the review. So we'll just continue this until I can't stand it anymore. And then I'll have a negative attitude coming into talking to the philosophy dude.
Thanks, Train. There's a whole lot of substance there to your argument. Thank you so much. Oh, scientific anti-realism. Oh, really? Let me tell you what scientific anti-realism is. Oh, it's just a whole lot of bullshit. Just a whole lot of words. Oh, that's real
true. Sorry, I'm so sorry, man.
I'm sorry, man. I could talk to you about this for 3 hours, Train, and I'm more than willing to because your takes are just so incredibly naive, and it's really
what are you doing tomorrow?
It's just ridiculous.
Bring him on the Royale.
You have a degree in philosophy, and you're making just the most ridiculous. Why do you think that the debate between scientific realism and anti-realism isn't a serious debate?
Did he go to the bathroom?
Do you think all the literature on this subject is just total bullshit or something?
Ram, I think he left. Who left? Me? Oh no, you're still here. You weren't listening. I'm here. I'm listening. Oh.
Then can you answer my question? Do you think that all of these areas of philosophy are just total bullshit?
No, I don't think they're bullshit at all. I think
then why okay, then why are you saying that when you say that I'm a scientific anti-realist is just a whole lot of bullshit and that you know where I'm at and in a few years I'll just grow out of it? Why do you say this? Can you explain to me why? Do you have any substance to the things you're saying?
Listen, dude. I'm not attacking. All I can tell you is how mad you're getting. I think you know it too.
Another great argument from Train. Oh, really great.
Listen,
yeah, that's fantastic.
3 4 years, dude.
Look at Rem freak the fuck out. He doesn't know how to handle it other than pointing out that the argument's bad. You got to do more than that, buddy. You got to do more than that because he's winning with all the people that just straight up don't like philosophy people and think that you're being condescending and stuff. Like he's trying to talk to a segment of the audience that's just not down with that stuff. So I don't know. Like, obviously, yeah, they're not good arguments in like a logical sense, but I don't know if the same way that pointing out if somebody's straw manning or whatever doesn't really help you, in my opinion. I don't think that this really helps you. I may be wrong. You guys may think it does. I really don't think that it does, though.
He's done what you've done.
You will grow out of it as a phase that pisses me off. Well, so is there is no science without philosophy. That shit pisses me off too. So I feel like both of them are being cringy with what they're saying. So it's a matter of like whose cringe is at the right frequency for the viewers. And as of yet, I kind of am leaning towards Train, but that's because I don't like philosophy people, so I'm predisposed. He's not doing anything to make me like philosophy people. He's not really addressing any of the shit that Train... Granted, the shit that Train's saying, I don't know how the fuck you're meant to address it in any meaningful way.
Firstly, okay, you set the record straight. I'm pretty sure Train has a 2-year associate's in analytic philosophy, right? It's not
No, I don't. I've showed my degrees. I have a Bachelor of Arts 4-year and a 4-year Bachelor of Science. Why the fuck did I get my associates?
But you got a BA and a PS in analytic philosophy?
Yeah, I was a double major, yeah. And I showed the degrees specifically because your Reddit didn't believe me, so I went to my Arizona house and I had it on camera both degrees. Yes.
Are you like dismissing the entire field of philosophy?
I'm not dismissing. That's just factual, dude. Listen,
what part of that is factual?
I guess it's not factual. It's anecdotal. And I'm telling you from every philosopher I knew in my goddamn class, and philosophy is one of the smallest degrees. It's the one place where you have a personalized experience. Every other class, business, even biochem, classes of 400 fucking people, dude. Philosophy classes of 6 or 7 people, dude. And it's fucking
what university did you go to? My 3rd-year classes have like 80 people in them.
Then that's exactly why you have this. That's why you have this anti-realist scientific bullshit ideas. It's this
No, I think good argument is saying content of philosophy overall is fucking stupid.
No, I think good argument is saying content of philosophy overall is pretty fucking stupid.
And then not being able to give an argument for that. So you're just stating the conclusion and can't back it up in any single way, but the argument's still good. Okay, then I'm just asking you to back it up. That's it.
I just did.
I love this motherfucker.
Jesus Christ.
Man, maybe listen better and you'll understand it.
Yeah, maybe I didn't hear him say the conclusion 5 times in a row. Maybe there's something else
that's
stuck in there. maybe. I don't think so.
You think that's a good argument, Rem? I don't think so. Maybe.
That's true. Those are all side steps and deflections, but that's okay. That's what you're going to content philosophy.
This explains all the.
I think good argument is saying.
Okay, if it's a meme, I'm not watching this. You guys are stupid. I hate you. That should be the ending to my streams. I should say, you guys are stupid and I hate you, and then just close. Should be the end to all my streams. You're stupid, I hate you, and then I hope you have a nice day. All right. Okay. I think it's time to do this thing, but I'm not sure. Hold on. Let me check my DMs and see what time we agreed to. Let me see. Uh, 4 or 5 p.m. Okay, so 4 p.m. So we still got a little bit of time. Let's I don't want to keep watching this though. You guys are out of your fucking brain. Toke break? I don't have any. You know why? Cuz I ran out, and what did your boy Booksmarts do? I didn't buy more. What did I do? I spent that money on a plane ticket. 2 plane tickets to Georgia. So that budget has gone to that. I think it's probably better that I spend the money I was going to spend on that stuff on doing something that might like impact the country in the short to medium term. I think that's probably a good way of spending the money, and it's a cool opportunity for my job, obviously, as like a streamer. So I put the money into that. So now there's none. I don't have any. That's a lot of weed. Yeah, it kind of is. Claim it from Steve. What? Got to start getting ready for work. Peace out, chat. What up? See ya, Amanda. I could drive up, but I'm not feeling it since I don't know anyone. Yeah. We'll talk later in the week about stuff you could do from home, too. I'm pretty sure you could phone bank from home. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. So I'll figure out how you guys can help, how you guys can do stuff, and, we'll work towards that. It's a noble thing to do, in my humble opinion. Yeah, sure, it could be. If I didn't have any intention of making it related to the stream at all, I think it would be a noble thing to do. But I will be honest in saying it's not like purely noble, because I know that there's content that can be made out of it. I know it's a good networking opportunity. Like, I'm obviously aware of all that other stuff, and it's definitely influencing it. But it's all of that coming together with like having an opportunity to do good, and like having an opportunity to learn more about like what it's like to organize these people. Because and we're talking to him tomorrow, but we'll talk more about this then. Doug of California is somebody who has been really influential in organizing all these people, and I really want to glean what I can from people like him and Destiny to figure out how they're organizing things. Not just like that we're doing something political and whatever, but like organization-wise, where is your guys' focus, and how are you like, managing all these people, and how are you like, in the back end, how is this working? If I can get any info on that, I think that would be cool to learn about a little, but we'll see how much time I get to talk to any of these people. I don't know. Thank God for Christmas. No worries in terms of school, and work for a couple of days. That's good. I work all the way up until Christmas. I have Christmas off. You guys are getting a YouTube video on Christmas, and actually, you might get more than one, because there's like a backlog of videos that the patrons on Patreon, which if you didn't know I had one, there you go. Support me on Patreon. That helps me do stuff like go to Georgia. Honestly, I think Patreon covers the cost of going to Georgia and maybe the office, but definitely not my accommodation there and stuff. I might do a donation drive in like the last week to try and like recoup some of the cost there, but I don't know. We'll fucking see, dude. I think it was something like $150 for the plane tickets, and then I don't know how much accommodation is. I think the streamer people are still trying to like coordinate amongst each other and figure out what we're gonna do for accommodations, but we'll see how much that costs. I should be able to afford it. 2-month lockdown after Christmas incoming here in Ireland. Feels bad, man. Rough. Where did you learn your ability to analyze debates if you haven't read any theory on it? I mean, I do read theory on it, but I take from it what is effective for like what I'm doing. And very quickly, like let's say, okay, let's say this is I'm reading this, right? And I read it and I get all of the information out of it and I turn it into stuff in my brain, like notes that are helpful, right? And I go and I take the things I learned from the book and I practice them in real life. Now, even these notes, slowly, as they are effective or ineffective, as these techniques are proven to work or not to work, they start to form memories, right? And I have memories of a technique that worked or didn't work, and why it worked or why it didn't work. And by the time we get the memory, all the way from the book to the notes to trying it in real life and having memories, I forget the ties to the books because the book doesn't matter. And oftentimes, by the time that this book idea was translated from its hundreds of pages to my notes to something I do in real life to then a memory that I'm recalling, it all gets jumbled up. So I don't even think it's helpful to tell you a book, even if I know that I got the idea from the book. Instead, I would imagine it'd be more helpful to tell you notes. And beyond that, I think it's even more helpful to give you examples of when I've used that in real life and why it's worked or why it hasn't worked and how it needs to be tweaked to be practical for your life. And by the time I have to tell you about my personal experiences and why it's practical and like how to change it to be that way, it's so far divorced from the book that it's not worth telling you to go read the book, right? That's the problem I have with this conversational stuff. Like, for instance, there's a lot from behavioral psychology.
Fund.
Wow, look at... Wow. Holy shit. Thanks, Ielma. Oh my god. Thank you for the 50. That's fucking... You're a goddamn statistician, dude. I'm gonna need a fucking goddamn statistician to be keeping track of all those dollars. Holy shit. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. I have that same Game Boy case. Thanks. Yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty cool. It's in really good shape too. So is the Game Boy that's inside. It's in okay condition. Want to see what's in it? Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. Y'all ever played this game? This is a bop. Y'all ever heard the music in this game? This game's a bop. I bet you haven't. It's kind of like niche. But what other games do I have in here, I wonder? Ooh, the other Star Wars game? Cha-cha! If you guys didn't know, I really like Star Wars. My dad and I are really, really into Star Wars. And then Legend of Zelda, kept in a protective thing so it doesn't get screwed up. That's what I walk around with, bro. Anywho, let's put all this back. So yeah, I don't think it's helpful to recommend you guys books because it's not even the way I use the information. And you could bastardize the information doing the same process that I just explained. Like, if you guys take that book and then you turn it into notes and then you use it improperly, the memory you formed around using it is, like, not helpful to you. So, like... I don't know. And you had to like turn it into notes and then turn it into memories and then hope it worked. Like there were so many other steps you had to do if I just recommend you a book that like I think it's like setting you up for failure. I think it's better to contextualize the information from the book with like real life examples and how it works, how it doesn't work, and that way we can like talk in terms of the real world, which is also why I struggle with philosophy stuff. I feel like philosophy is often divorced from like the reality of how people think or the reality of how people process things. And if I were to contrast that to something that better reflects human behavior, it's in the name, but behavioral psychology, for instance, describes human behavior way better than philosophy. Like philosophy is an artificial means of thinking and of processing information. So obviously some kinds are not. Obviously some kinds are mathematic or science or this or that. You know, I don't fucking care, dude. It's just not helpful. Why the hell would I make it into a note? I don't know, dude. Could you want to learn it? Just do meta questions meanwhile reading. I don't know. Forgot my password, but I do not bother switching on my phone. That feel when you can't get an apology after being slandered by... What the fuck are you talking about, you rat fucking piece of shit? What are you talking about, bro? Didn't you say some bullshit earlier, bro? You're on my shit list. I'm not clicking your links, aren't I? I think you're on that list. So, I don't know, bro. I don't know about that one, brother. I'm ready to go. Everyone is all set. I should probably look up President's channel and see if he's streaming right now. So the person we're talking to is President Sunday and then somebody called Ambrose or Ambrose. I don't know. I don't know who the Ambrose person is. I'm vaguely aware of President Sunday. They did a... oh, look, I'm in the thumbnail. Here, I'll link this to you guys. Let's see. Copy link address, and I'll paste it in the chat. Cope harder, please. Uh-oh. Who's coping in the chat? Let me look up. John. Hassan organizing game streams for Warnock and Ossoff has more impact than everything Destiny is doing right now. Like, okay. I don't know if that's like a helpful way of viewing things. Like, what is the point of this? Okay. Are you a Hassan fan that's upset that Destiny is doing anything? You just want to undermine what Destiny is doing, bro? It's kind of fucked. I don't know. I have been swayed by philosophy only to cope with existential dread. Probably just a troll. They're raising more money that can go to ads. True. Maybe, you know, just because of that awful person, bro, I think I'm going to run a 60-second ad break. So people like that have to go through ads. If you don't want to be a person like that, you can subscribe to the channel either through your Prime, which is something you get, you know, with Amazon. If you have a Prime account, you get one for free every single month, and I would be glad if you spent that on me. But if you don't want to, it's only $5.99, then you don't have to watch any more ads. Or alternatively, you can subscribe to Twitch itself, and there's a Twitch like monthly thing that you can do where you don't get ads on any channel. So if you don't want to support me, if you think that this book fucker is a dumb fuck and I don't want to, you know, help him, you can just pay Twitch and then you can not get ads. Poof, there you go. Sag, fuck you, I am on phone. Well, make 60 seconds of ads a channel point goal. Bro, that's so smart. All right, you're redeemed. You're redeemed, rat fucker. That's a good idea. That's a good ass idea. You know, I'm going to make it the $10,000 goal or the 10,000 point goal. Instead of burning all your points, you can force everybody to watch an ad. That's brilliant. Why are you so smart? How did this happen? You've been watching a lot of Booksmarts, huh? That's what's doing it. With the $5, I can buy an Arduino for weird. Okay. And with $5, you could, I don't know, pay the salary of a person in China. I don't know how these scales help us with anything. You could buy an Arduino. You could afford slave labor. Yeah, you could do all sorts of stuff with $5. Or you could support your favorite creator on this website. 60 seconds of ads at channel point goal. That's fucking just like your hatred towards philosophy. It's a shit idea. Yeah. Wah, wah, wah. Books.gg. What is this? Oh, that doesn't work, but you know what does work? You know what does work? This works. Anybody ever tried this? I bought it. I own it. That's mine, okay? That's mine. I own that now. Cannot be reached. Interesting. Well, this one can be reached. You can open that one. I'm pretty sure. This should open, right? Yeah, it does. Be gone, thought. I got an iPad in my Christmas ad. What did you get, Hypers? I always get Lily Pichu eating gum, dude. I get the Lily Pichu 5 gum ad all the time. No, it does work. Booksmarts.gg works. It should redirect you. No, not books.gg. Not Yvonne's thing. Not what the Yon person posted. What I posted, bro. You are terminally online. It's okay. Your options literally have no real-world impact. Jesus Christ. You guys are going nuts in the chat. You're refusing my connection book. Interesting. Well, it should redirect you to DGG, so it works on my end. The reason I asked Booksmarts is that he said simply pointing out that the other person's argument is fallacious, even when it is not the right thing to do. But at that point, that's not what I said. So you've already fucked this up, Grape Lover. You've already fucked this up. You've already straw-manned me, bruh. This is a straw man. I'm just going to leave it at that. No, I'll correct it properly. All right, let's see. That simply pointing out the other person's argument is fallacious, even when it is not the right thing to do. That has a big-ass asterisk, bruh. That's got a big-ass asterisk. That is per the context of what we were talking about at the time. You guys need to realize that this advice, remember when I told you that, Remember that I told you that we have the notes that are an in-between before you actually use things and then you get a memory back? I'm like, if I give you a notes thing, this notes thing is often tied to a specific context, to a specific memory. So do not take from what I am telling you about a specific situation, this notes thing, and then think that the notes thing applies to everything, because you will find places that the notes idea is not going to work. That is the nature of the notes idea. The only things that actually work are the anecdotes you have of the thing working. Even if I tell you that this is the way that this should work in a panel, it does not mean that it is going to work in real life or per your friends or whatever. I had a whole big-ass explanation where I told you that, okay? So when you come at me and you tell me, are you saying that you can like these never or shouldn't or widely this, that, or the other thing? That's not how it's meant. It's meant in the context of what we're talking about. It's not meant to be an individual. And if it is this individual thing, you'll find that just like the book advice that I take and I apply in real life, this works or doesn't work based on the real life context of it, based on who I'm talking to, who's receptive to the advice. The advice in and of itself is not a helpful thing. The advice is only helpful in context, okay? So just keep that in mind, grape lover. What up, book fucker? What up, Zerka? But philosophy is literally how you determine your morals, though, right? And it's... You're driving me nuts! Stop! You know what I'm going to do? Amanda. Oh, wait, no, Amanda's gone. Fuck. I'm going to... Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm going to do it. Oh, I'm going to do it. Oh, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put philosophy as a no-no word on my channel. I'm very tempted. I hate every message that has to do with philosophy. I'm so tempted to just blacklist that word, because every message that contains it just seems to be problematic, and it drives me nuts. You guys, I'm this fucking close to banning that word from you guys. You guys have almost lost the privilege. I'm gonna take your free speech away just a little bit. We don't even have Nazi and stuff banned, but I will ban philosophy because you guys are fucking... Are you tired now? Yes, you've made me tired. That's all you've succeeded at. You've simply made me tired. What if I want to reference philosophy tube? Again, cringe. That's cringe. So yeah, that's the kind of shit I'm looking to stop. Philosophy, Pepe laugh. But philosophy isn't about how people think in reality, but how you should think ideally. What is ideally? Okay, apply your philosopher critique to what is ideally. Okay, ideally? What do you mean ideally? Okay, God. I'm gonna snap, dude. I'm gonna fucking snap. Booksmart seems kind of Nazi to ban a concept just because you don't like it. Is Erdogan a Nazi for banning his political opponents? Is Donald Trump a Nazi for making fun of CNN? I don't think so, bro. I don't believe in this at all. Okay? I'm clipping this and saying you're making fun of Destiny. Well, you have fun with that, dude. How much philosophy have you read to know it's this bad? You're driving me nuts. You're driving me nuts. This is why I have to ban this word, dude. Being flexible with these people, Noah, they don't get it. I'm not being flexible with them, bro. I'm going to snap them. Rip and tear, bro. Like Doom tells me. First, Booksmarts came for the philosophers. Next, he came for the Roma. Yikes. Bad Whammer Jammer, I have your name written down as a pog person, bro. Don't start being a cringer, dude. Mad 'cause bad? Yeah, I'm mad 'cause philosophy's bad. Have you not the 14 scriptures of the olden ways? Oh, shit. Oh, am I coming on? Yes, I'm coming on. Okay, hold on. We're going to do this thing.
Lost. Did we just get joined by Booksmarts?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, what's up? So one thing I was going to just jump in on there first, and then I'm going to hand it over to Booksmarts a bit, is that here's the thing. If we looked non-cynically at what both have to gain externally from this discussion, that's what makes more sense to me than how they engaged internally. So internally, Destiny had an option to back off or to see the point. Demon Mama had an option to go in and get into some of the intermingling of violence committed against people with mental illnesses and people who are trans. They both had an opportunity to take it a level deeper, but externally, you know, it makes sense why they would both get into this debate. On his end, I think it's largely about reputational damage control, right? So what he's trying to get into is a discussion of, look, I'm engaging in the normal political and social world of Twitter. Nothing I'm doing is, everything is part of the course. Nothing I'm doing is targeting any marginalized population. I gotta like engage in damage control and this sort of hypersensitivity to want to do that, even when his interlocutor is someone who presumably couldn't touch him in terms of status. On her end, if we view what she's doing non-cynically, then maybe she actually seriously has an issue with trans people being harassed and bullied and attacked on social media platforms under the guise of people going after mental illness. Like, if people are being insufficiently sensitive to the linkages between these two forms of discrimination, then and it results in actual harm being caused to trans people, that's a worthwhile cause to go after. So that's why I initially sided with her, right? So to me, the external reasons for them both to go after this and both to like either engage in, you know, reputational damage control on the one hand, or to, you know, open up a serious issue with the treatment of the trans community on Twitter, those seem like reasonable reasons to enter into it. When they got into it, they lost a lot of opportunities. It was tactically really weak on both sides. So that's kind of my takedown of that. It's like they had every reason to start the chess game, but nobody moved their pieces effectively.
I see. My interaction with this debate was actually kind of the opposite of yours. So I remember. I mean, like, I was entirely sympathetic to the arguments being put forward by Demon Mama throughout the debate. I was extremely frustrated because, bluntly, the manner in which she gave those arguments and the stuff she brought in that kind of clouded everything up, it gave a really bad look to that whole line of argumentation in the first place. It's like it's almost self-slander, right? It's like this is how the kinds of people who feel this sort of argument behave, and it's entirely apart from the legitimacy of the argument itself. But when you're dealing with, especially like given the topic, you're dealing with people who are taking these kinds of
webcams, so.
subliminal signals, like you use the word mentally ill with respect to critique of a trans person's Twitter post, and this is what brings in the wolves. Like, this is something that I would have expected her to be like super attentive to. That your portrayal matters to a great degree, and not just to the end of frustrating your opponent. Because I think in terms of the actual argumentation, I don't think Destiny really had a leg to stand on. He seemed kind of grasping for more or less the whole thing. I think that she was fairly on point in terms of what she was arguing for and what her motives were, or at least the motives that she gave. I think, yeah, I don't know.
So there's one possible lens to view this through that might actually be somewhat more productive, which is that I think there's a heavy pressure, and I think rightly so, within the trans community for a lot of people to kind of existentially put their neck out for other people, especially if, you know, somebody, due to the, whether or not it was maliciousness, whether or not it was equivocating categories carelessly, or just engaging in a toxic culture mindlessly, whatever it was that Destiny was doing, if it did cause reasonable, if we have reasonable reason to believe, sorry, that's redundant, if we have reason to believe that it did cause considerable harm to, what was her name? Cyberwitch Lexi. Then the stakes of the debate sort of shift. And so then suddenly you can imagine Demon Mama having a lot of pressure on her to existentially stand up for another member of the community, and to assume that her interlocutor is malicious for the sake of protecting to the fullest extent possible somebody with whom she's immediately identified. And so at that point, it's like you can no longer, in order to engage in good faith with other community members of the trans community, she has to almost engage in bad faith with someone outside of the community, out of the assumption that they can't be reasoned with or argued with or brought around, and that in doing so, she may accidentally betray other people in her own community. I can't get into her psychology around this, but I think what happens is the assumption becomes after a while that there's existential stakes involved, right? Like, it's a personal existential thing because people are getting harmed. And that changes the tenor of the debate, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Booksmarts, you're going to say something, or?
Nope.
Actually, since you're here, I really wanted you in because you, of course, gone through this debate. I mean, over 6 hours even, and I think you were going through it fairly fine-tooth comb. I think you managed to get about halfway through, and then you skipped to the end, which is fair.
Yeah, just about.
You know more about. I imagine that you have more insight into Destiny's psychology with respect to this whole thing. What, in your opinion, was the reason for him continuing this debate past the various points at which he had? Because eventually he did just like clock out. Why didn't he earlier, in your opinion? Like, what was to be gained? Given that he wasn't like, yeah.
So I can call you president, and then who should I call? How should I refer to?
I go by Jelma. So yeah.
Just call me Sunday.
Sunday, okay.
Sunday and Jelma. Yeah.
Sunday and Jelma. Awesome. So I think what Jelma was getting at earlier about how like attacks on Destiny's pride are things that he feels the need to like address, and I think that that's a huge reason why he got distracted in the very beginning trying to address every single thing that Demon Mama was putting out that was attacks on his character or attacks on past positions or things like that. And so I think he got distracted in those. And if he is convinced that he's at a rhetorical or like at the entire debate level, if he thinks that he's losing because of the things that this other person is saying, I think he's very tempted to try and take the time to diffuse all of that. And once he found himself like wrapped up in like 15 or 20 different like bits of this, I think it became confusing, or he was like stuck in it to the point where I don't think it was practical for him to leave if he didn't want to look bad.
You used an analogy in your review that I thought was really interesting. You described Destiny as being like something like a diver, and he takes you down, and he's expecting you to like, want to struggle up for the surface just because he has like an endurance for this kind of thing that most people don't. And what the mistake he made was, well, not the mistake he made, but Demon Mama doesn't fit this description. She was able, like, for whatever the flaws in her argumentation were, she was able to keep up that tempo throughout the whole thing and not actually appear weak, except for a few pretty bad points near the end when she was clearly like losing steam. That's style in the first place. That I'm gonna grab you and I'm gonna take you in, and we're just going to like hammer you with all of the stuff that you're gonna need to address. It's not quite what you'd call gish galloping, but it still relies on putting your interlocutor under duress. And my wonder here is, in your opinion, like what?
If you did watch it, that's crazy.
How would you rate? Like, what is your opinion on that and the whole Destiny form of debate as from the outside? Like, what does it accomplish? In your opinion?
Well, it accomplishes a lot. Like, because if the other person fails in this analogy, if the other person needs to come up for air, that's your moment to attack. So if the other person breaks emotionally or they break their composure, his strength is that he can appear calm outwardly and he can appear like nothing is affecting him. So if he can contrast his like calm demeanor to this other person who appears to be freaking out or flailing or who is upset in some kind of way, he can look a lot better. And I think he uses that to his advantage a lot. The problem is when somebody that he takes down that path is able to keep up with him and is able to like have retorts that are on par with his own, or if they don't get like if they don't get worked up by any like ground that he is gaining. So like even if he says something that's impactful, if the other person doesn't treat it as such, or they don't start getting emotional, or they don't start freaking out, it doesn't work in his favor anymore. But I think that's generally what he's going for with that. Like with Nina, who was another person that he spoke to in a different panel, he immediately upset her by poking fun at her. And because she freaked out, even if she had like a good position, or even if his position was poor, he comes out of that on top no matter what she says, because she is being emotional or because she is lashing out at him.
No, unless she comes up with an argument that actually outpaces his, right? So he's also, there's got to be, there's some kind of structural arrogance in that, because presumably you can be incredibly emotionally overwrought and simultaneously ripping someone apart argumentatively at the same time. Like you can imagine, if, again, like if they took any of the opportunities given to either of them to elucidate their points further, like, Demon Mama talking about how Destiny calls himself, the last SJW, and sort of the cynicism around the category of SJW as an identity, or if he went after, her and said, actually, everything on BreadTube is class reductionist. Like they could have, there's moments where they could kind of transcend working each other up, and where even if she did get worked up, she could probably have gone a level beneath that. One thing that freaks me out about these things, and I was going to ask you about this, Booksmarts, is that when Destiny's engaging like this, how do we know how much of it is cynical versus not? You know what I mean? Like, if he's interested in damage control and reputational damage control, he's obviously, at one point would want to actually produce some decent arguments. But if he doesn't do that, and he's just kind of like waiting to break down his opponent, what's in it for him? Like, is he being cynical? Is he just how he rolls? Like, what's that about?
I find that, like, I don't know, like, I feel like the implication here is that maybe his arguments aren't very good on the face of them, and I don't know if that's the truth. I think he's used to, like, wrapping up what would be an argument that is directed at whatever the person is saying, along with a lot of other loaded material that's meant to, like, paint a picture of the other person. And he likes to pack in that loaded material at the very beginning of what he's trying to say. And if like in the case of Demon Mama, if she interrupts very early on where he's trying to paint her as like a crazy lefty or this or that or the other thing, and he's not able to get part B, which is his actual point out, he looks real bad. And I think that that's part of what happened in the beginning of this talk, is he wasn't even able to get to what would be the actual criticism of her argument or an actual response to it, because he was too busy trying to like throw mud at her because he thought that she was throwing mud at him, which, to be fair, she kind of was. And so I think that's what's going on there. I think normally there is an argument, but we just didn't get to that a lot, at least in like the first half of things. And when we did, Demon Mama didn't really respond at like you said, when you described it as like, it's like we're watching a game and everybody's in an okay position, but they're just like not playing it well. That's what I saw here too, because he would push Demon Mama on a question or something that would clearly like progress the debate forward at like a larger level. Like it would help them to resolve any like, disputes between them. And then what would happen is she doesn't respond to it, or she starts, continuing on with the like personal attacks or something, and then we obviously move away from that because Destiny is more interested in talking about these personal attacks and diffusing them so that his character isn't like under fire, and he leaves at the wayside the actual like argument and stuff. And the more that she was attacking his character, the less he focused on the argument, which he could have easily like ended if he just focused on it. Another thing that you said was this idea that people can go through this emotional stuff and they could like rip him apart logically at the same time. I feel like it seems that you could do that, maybe, but I think in practicality, I don't think that ever happens. I think it's very rare that somebody is super duper emotional, but able to maintain like a broader sense of how the conversation is going, how they're being interpreted, where the argument is at, what are all the logical points, and what's their best step like forward.
Yeah.
I think once they're emotional, they lose a lot of that.
Hilariously, I think one of the only examples I've ever seen of that is some of the debates that have occurred between me and Sunday, where we're both personally wrapped up in things and strongly disagree. So we've managed that in sort of small dosages with each other, maybe occasionally. But I agree with you that in general, like it's gonna take away from the tenor and the depth of the discussion. So one thing I think is hilarious about what you're saying about Destiny here is that he, by doing this and by going in this what you'd call like a negative account, like here's what's wrong with you, here's what's wrong with your position, trying to get under their skin instead of building his own argument and reacting to her, and he's actually losing the opportunity, as you're saying, to advance a meaningful position. He's kind of screwing himself up. And so then the damage control isn't done in the very process of attempting to do it. So I kind of like how, I think you're correct about that analysis, that he's avoiding his own arguments he otherwise would have made by getting so wrapped up in this polemical back and forth.
I don't know what polemical
And so
means.
and again, like I think it's the reason why this is happening in part is that
Somebody
there's an
Google that,
assumption
please.
of what we would call like, if this was a society, it would be a really bad faith world, right? If we're playing like a game, we're turning this into game theory. It's a situation in which it's sort of a tragedy of the commons because each person assumes their interlocutors in bad faith. And there's really no opportunity to engage, especially if on one end, on Demon Mama's end, the stakes are existential and the harm to a certain community is real in her eyes. So, and I mean, I'd agree with her, but so it's kind of one of these things where it's almost like this is past the point of even being an argument, properly speaking. And I don't know how we would bring it back.
I think it's interesting. You brought up that Demon Mama wasn't responding to points that Destiny would bring up. And I noticed that, especially early on, there were, what was really striking about this conversation, a lot of people have accused Demon Mama of sort of imitating Vosh's style. Vosh, of course, takes most of his trademark stylistic elements from Destiny as well, but he doesn't get the same critique. I think what was happening was it almost seemed like the style was overtaking the argumentation. So at one point, she said that she was surprised because she thought this was going to be the most difficult debate of her life, but he was just sort of, he was just, what did she say exactly? He was shifting or something. I almost wonder if, because I imagine how it feels from Destiny's side is it's a habit he's learned for, like, you know that thing they always do. It's like, wait, that kind of thing. I feel like that's a habit they've learned from online discussion where it becomes very difficult to get a word in if you observe any of, like, you know,
Sure.
you would express in an impersonal conversation, right? In a personal conversation, I mean. And I feel like as an aggressive defense, that's what she was doing. And that absorbed so much of her energy because she had to keep that tension up even when it wasn't organic to the conversation, that she started to lose the ability to actually keep track of what was being said because all of her mental energy was being put on to just keeping that tension there, just making sure that she doesn't appear quiet when he appears loud or what have you. And I think that's really where that kind of thing comes in, because that, I don't know, that's style as an aesthetic tool, when it's not actually a part of your character, when it's not a thing that you naturally do. Like it's
Well, what it's doing is it's basically mimicking. So here's the thing: is again, like I don't want to attribute cynicism to either of them, especially her, for reasons that I take her claims about the harms caused to trans people through these sort of activities, even if it's not directly intended to harm them, qua trans people. Like, I take those claims seriously.
Nicer than
so
me,
I know
Jelma.
you do too. But because that's kind of the highlight of what I'm getting at here. So, but nonetheless, so I don't want to say anybody's being
Hang on,
cynical
guys.
per se.
Hang on, guys. Audio is apparently down. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. I know what
Yeah,
happened.
so I don't want to claim anything cynical per se, because I don't, want to assume that what was motivating her was cynical. But it almost looks kind of like when you see these debates back and forth at this level, it's mimicking the kind of passion that gets involved in really rigorous arguments people will put forward in, like, political philosophy spheres or in other academic spheres. Like, no, like, this utilitarian account of whatever is completely incorrect because look at this piece of information that doesn't fit your observation. And people will do that and they'll get over it and they'll yell over each other and they'll kind of settle out. So it's almost like it's mimicking a deeper style of debate. And so that's a cynical view. The non-cynical view is that, again, they're so caught up on the existential stakes that they just don't feel like they can ever let the other one go, because then they're somehow ceding ground in a way that tells against their character. And so, but what happens is the issue isn't merely like a lack of politeness then between them or a lack of civility, because in tons of really, really rigorous academic discussions and debates, or even just popular debates, people are often totally rude to each other. The issue is that, as you said, it's being kind of weaponized as an aesthetic for either legitimate reasons or not legitimate reasons, for reasons of not wanting to lose existential ground. Who knows? But they get trapped, and it almost becomes kind of this, the viewer almost has to wonder what could ever occur to aesthetically shift the terms of the debate or to bring good faith back into the discussion. So,
I mean, we're talking
yeah.
about existential grounds in terms of, like, the stakes of the actual subject of the debate.
That's
What
right.
about what about, like, surviving the actual debate itself? The reason why it's interesting to me that, like, she felt like this was going to be a really intimidating debate partner, and of course it absolutely was, is
he absolutely
I don't know.
was.
I wonder if, like, the way Destiny engages,
Cis erasure, dude.
with antagonistic interlocutors almost, for most people at least, almost forces them to adopt that same style just to, stay above water. Keep that metaphor going a little bit.
Well, I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to be providing like hot takes on YouTubers who I'm not amazingly familiar with, but I can tell you what I think is from what I've observed.
They're
a
not
stark difference
YouTubers.
between Destiny and Vosh is. Not that this is representative of Destiny. Vosh is the kind of person who can cram one heck of a lot of information into a short time frame without sacrificing the quality of what he's talking about, and he actually has like unique individual takes on things and cares about advancing what we'd call positive positions, as opposed to kind of just ripping into his interlocutors as his first move. So there's something about Vosh that, even if it's not real or actual, seems sincere and seems intelligent compared to even, let's say, Destiny.
No, I would disagree with that. I think like recently Vosh has definitely toned it down quite a bit. But I think Destiny's usually pretty sophisticated.
I wasn't impressed by him from this. I can tell you that. But yeah,
I wasn't either. This is atrocious.
This is bad.
So I won't take it as representative then. But yeah.
Yeah. Like for example, like his conversation with Liam O'Mara, who I had on the channel recently, was very good. Here's a question I kind of want to just make the conversation a bit more productive, or to turn in a more productive direction, I should say. Let's imagine that we're in Destiny's position. How would we have gone about this differently? Like from the outset, like even in terms of framing the discussion or having the discussion, like what would you have done given that situation?
I'll let Jelma answer.
I'll let Booksmarts open this one.
I am. I think that one thing that he was able to do at a few different points in the debate is he was able to kind of exert his power as the person who is like hosting the entire debate to kind of stop things and go, wait, hold on. We need to stop. So like, if we're talking about this, like he's able to put the brakes on the conversation. And I don't have like timestamps in front of me, but at several points he's able to kind of stop the momentum and refocus it. And I think that ability could have easily been used for more productive ends. And if I were to pick like one thing based on what we saw in the debate that could have been used to save the debate, it would have been exactly that. Using those moments of pausing the conversation to really refocus and to not let Demon Mama start to go off in that direction. But the problem is he likes going off in that direction. Both of their styles are so similar that I don't think one can like comment on what the other is doing. I mean, Demon Mama tried to, and then, rather than admitting that this is something that he's doing, like framing her as a crazy leftist or this or that, rather than admitting to those things, he chose to fight on them and to not admit them. And that's where this got really strange. And then every opportunity he had to reframe the conversation, Demon Mama wouldn't respond to a question, or he wouldn't keep up that. And I think he missed opportunities there. He stopped the conversation not to like refocus on logical points necessarily and really hone in on those, but I don't know why he did it, because he would immediately get distracted by other things that she was saying. I think he really needed to not focus on these like character assassination things, or if he was going to, he needs to be much better at keeping up with the quips. Like in the conversation with Jack AM, and I don't know if you guys saw that one, have you?
Oh, not yet. I was going to watch that.
So this is somebody else who takes a very similar approach to Demon Mama, but much more so, where he comes in and he wants to try and paint Destiny in the worst light possible, except that is the entire crux of his argument. So he's taking a lot of like bullet points of negative things about him and just like gish galloping them as quickly as possible. And Destiny tries to diffuse them like point by point or whatever to varying like degrees of success. But this guy is much worse at speaking, I think, than Demon Mama. So it didn't really work as well. And he's less good at getting under Destiny's skin, I think. And they had a first conversation like that, where that was very clearly going to be the person's entire goal. So in the second conversation, Destiny prepped a lot of points about Jack AM. And so he had a lot more retorts, and he was able to operate at that level and take him into that pool, like the analogy we were talking about before, and dive with him because he was better prepared that time. But that's not advice I could give him to Demon Mama, and it's not advice I think he would take, because he's under the impression that she's a nobody, and he shouldn't have to care about her and all this other stuff. And I think that's also part of why he constantly thinks he can compete with her in terms of these quips, despite having no information on her to attack her character in the way that she's attacking his.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's... Sorry, go ahead.
I hope that's fair.
Sure. He seemed to have two positions at, not two positions, he seemed to be coming at it at cross purposes. So on the one hand, was assuming that this person was a nobody who he could just flick off his desk like a fly. But on the other hand, he seemed extraordinarily angry, and as far as I can tell, that's the only motivation for actually having the discussion in the first place, because, again, as you said, Booksmarts, like, it would have been so easy to take sort of a measured approach just to respond, especially like when she sort of gave it away at the beginning and just immediately started coming out with the insults.
Yeah, I mean, so can I just sort of like move off of that, because I also had a response to
Yeah.
what you think he should have, what we think he should have done. So again, I think that your point, Booksmarts, that he's under the impression that he doesn't have to care, is accurate. And I think he's also under the impression that in terms of the knowledge-based stakes, it's too weird or strange or out there or problematic to engage in trans issues in a serious sense, or to acknowledge what he's done in the Twitter sphere in a serious sense. And so I think that he's scared of making that move. And so his responses reflect that as well. And they reflect the fact he's trying to deflect from actually having, from actually seriously involving himself in a discussion. So what I'd say if I were him, how I would respond immediately is I would first take the point about intermingling claims around mental illness and trans identity seriously, based on the psychiatric history of transness as a category, and based on the fact that a lot of trans people have been presumed to be schizophrenic, and schizophrenic people presumed to be trans. And historically, there's been an extraordinary eugenic and sort of psychiatric movement to remove trans people from mainstream society and violate our human rights and do all kinds of horrible stuff to us that is just absolutely beyond the pale, and is based on this notion that trans people represent kind of natural kind that should not be allowed to reproduce, or sort of are instinctually mentally ill or have some sort of identity issue. And I think that even if he wasn't able to get into all this stuff, and even if it wasn't available to him, that he should have taken that seriously. Just because other people who aren't him on Twitter may weaponize that connection in ways that he would not have. So he should take that seriously. And then the other thing that I thought was actually kind of a bit of a dick move was the fact that he didn't acknowledge the fact that just because his behavior wasn't meaningfully malicious on his own terms doesn't mean that it's not seriously harmful and damaging to people. I mean, you know, his rhetoric about Twitter almost reflected the rhetoric of like large multinational corporations, in a sense, that just dump all of their oil or crude oil like offshore into a developing nation, say they'll take care
where
of it.
People choose
like,
to
that's
watch
a downstream effect.
But they have a separate chat.
Just because something is common practice, and just because people behave in a way that's repulsive, and you're just playing the game, doesn't mean that you're morally justified in doing so. So if his goal is reputational damage control, then he really needs to be more critically aware of how his behavior is actually causing harms, and how those harms will be construed by other people, whether or not he believes he's doing it deliberately or maliciously. Like, I think that Booksmarts got into this a while ago, where, you know, what's important is, or I think even Demon Mama herself got into it, which is what's important is the causal effect of the behavior, not so much what was motivating it or undergirding it.
He doesn't care about
so
this.
For someone as sharp as Destiny, you think he would care more about the moral consequences of doing things, or he would take claims that seem to be based in a real long-standing history of interlinking different types of oppression more seriously, and again, do not know what he has to lose by not getting into those claims. And so if I was him, I'd be immediately on both of those things, for the very reason that I cared about reputational control, right, and damage control, if not my moral status as a person, right? So that's kind of what immediately stood out to me.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a more cynical tack, because I think, like, from a pragmatic standpoint,
we're going cynical.
Destiny and Vosh are interesting to compare to each other, because Vosh started off debating in a style.
He started off
the same style, but debating very much in the way that Demon Mama did in this debate, where he got a lot of flack, truly included, because he would be acting incredibly uncharitably towards his interlocutor as a tactic, and it was sort of transparent what he was doing. But as he grew, and as he got a more, like, as his growth became stable and on an upward trajectory, he really mellowed out. He got confidence from his position of power. Whereas Destiny, starting from that point, seems to have gone in the opposite direction. He used to be, from what I can see, fairly, I mean, of course, he originated this whole style to begin with, so maybe this is just the the contrast and imposing a narrative in my head, but he seems to have gotten bitter, and I don't know, the image I have in my head is of like a senile king or something who's just now kind of like raging in his chamber, because again, like from his position of power,
Nice, but the luck of the Irish.
didn't have to do damage control. He personally didn't. I mean, he may ethically owe
What is this that
Cyberwitch
you
Lexi or
posted?
whatever her name is
It's the
a greater
contrast,
degree
enough
of
said.
care and
Mm.
in how he conducts himself towards her, given the size of his audience and what that can do. But he didn't owe Demon Amama personally a conversation at all. He could have denied the conversation to begin with. And a part of me wonders if his thought process was to carry on the conversation once he saw that Demon Mama was going to act in the way that she did, specifically for the purpose of letting that be there as a thing.
Destiny is the mad
like
king.
letting that be a part of the history that's going to more or less torture going forward. I don't know if that's actually gonna be the case. I rather hope not. But it's again, like, the cost of simply leaving that conversation from his perspective was nothing. I mean, if it was me, it would have been so easy just to mute the conversation and go play Minecraft. This is what he typically does. And the memory of this debate wouldn't be
Oh, if I could be
Destiny doing
Jamie, dude, I'd
remarkably
be hot
poorly
as
against
fuck.
someone who seems like she
It's not a
shouldn't
recording,
actually
we're on a
be
call.
able to keep him on the back foot so much. Because again, like later on, like she clearly lost steam, and I don't blame her because it looks exhausting. And she was starting to lose the plot of the conversation, and she even undermined her own points almost entirely near the end. Like she referred to what the crux of the motivating the motivation for the entire debate. She referred to near the end as it's a little bit upsetting. Like, okay, well, it's a little bit upsetting.
I'm not moderating. They invited me on.
What was the last hour about? that's.
I mean, I have to say I disagree with you about the fact that if you simply left, is my audio solid now? Because I think the snowball I'm using, I'm like right beside it all the time, is kind of shifty.
I gotta stop using white power.
My experience with
It's
that is
good.
be like about,
Don't take thumbs up away from us,
or so
Nazi
inches away
people.
from it, and your audio should be fine.
Okay, I wasn't really moving around very much. I might have been further away. It's my first pass at using it. So basically, I mean, one of the things that I'm kind of thinking is if he, at the point at which he was suddenly involved in this discussion and she was making, regardless of her status in relation to him socially or elsewhere, claims that he was causing
I
real
didn't mean
harms
that to
a
you.
population of people.
I meant that to
who,
Duder.
And
Wait,
he was
no.
inciting his followers to do similar.
It lagged. It
whether or not he
lagged.
meant it
That's not meant to
maliciously or
be to you.
directly, and whether or not
That's
it was
meant
just
to be to
by
Duder.
evoking a parallel history targeted to a different group. He actually was doing that. I think at that point he kind of had to stay on.
Why'd to hide?
Because if he
Why'd to
just
hide?
left,
Okay, there
then
we
he
go.
looks culpable, right? It doesn't really matter who's issuing that claim at that point.
Why'd
At
to
the
hide?
point at which he was allowing himself to get into that, and she was making a serious point about harms being caused to a group, and he just left, he would look immensely culpable. His mistake and his hubris was assuming that by staying, and normally this would be the case, that he would be able to work these claims through and actually establish, a position for himself where he at least copped the fact that it wasn't malicious, understood what she was saying, ceded some ground, or framed the discourse better. So I don't think that leaving was the answer. I think that the answer was not to respond the way that he did. I think
Sure,
leaving would have made it worse.
Yeah, sure, but leaving in this context doesn't really mean the same thing as it would, like, say, if you were here to walk off as an on-stage debate. In this particular case, what would probably happen, or what he could have done,
Dude, I would be
is
such a
leave that
comfy
discussion,
Nazi, though. Like, if
gone
we
onto
really think
stream
about
like
it.
he normally does, have somebody in chat bring it up, and then
Booksmart's
in a
the
calm,
comfy
measured
Nazi,
way,
dude.
concede. And that way he gives Demon Mama none of the cloud of having succeeded in holding Destiny under the water for a long period of time, and he looks good because he's managed to sort of clarify that he's actually a human being, and he actually cares about what happens to the people that he engages with on a human level.
I don't know if that would be effective either. I mean, honestly, that would not be my style. I think at the point at which it's even remotely possible that she's being sincere and trying
me
to
princess?
at least make an existential claim in defense of Cyberwitch Lexi, I think that at that point he has to engage her face to face, and to suddenly cede the point elsewhere to a third party would seem cowardly. I think at the point at which there's any kind of existential claim being even possibly made in the background, or claims to real harm being caused to a population, even if non-maliciously, he needs to engage directly. And if she's doing it in such a way or perpetuating or continuing, despite
I'll
him
do this
seating
until like
and despite
5:30.
him discussing it and despite him working with what she's saying, then at that point, I think he could retreat. But otherwise, I think it looks incredibly cynical. So that's just my view of it.
I mean, it would be cynical, objectively. That's sort of the stance I'm taking with respect to this. But at the same time,
so I don't think it's right.
no, but at the same time, like people have to care
Sorry if
about
it's
the
boring.
engagement to begin with in order for them to care whether or not he was cowardly with respect to his
Because
conduct.
we've already gone through all this, so I
The
imagine
goal here in this case, the goal to not
kind of why
engage
I was
each other
apprehensive
longer
about
than
joining.
That's absolutely necessary. And as soon as she starts to
Like, if they had questions,
speak
that's
over him and
cool.
whatnot, he has an excuse to leave. Not an ethically justifiable excuse, but normatively. Like,
Does that make me an asshole? When I join these, I kind of wish that I could ask the people just to like, if I'm going to be on for an hour, just ask me questions for an hour. And then if we're done with questions at like 30 minutes, then I get to just leave. Because I don't like being in a panel. I don't like having to listen to people talk for forever. Like, I feel like I got out of that when I left the panel loop, and I don't want to do it again. These people sound like 1000% too serious for this topic. All right, well, I'm trying to understand what of substance has been said. It's hard because they use a million words. It's difficult. Where are the funny accents and impressions? That's what I'm saying, bro. This is a circle jerk, and you're a third party. Rough. Here, I'll turn him back up. You can listen. You guys can listen.
This would have been. This would have been
a rip
nothing.
and tear. No ripping and tearing.
I mean, I guess I guess I have to cede your point because ultimately I'm so boggled by the fact that he was unable to uptake any aspect of what she was saying to the end of at least clarifying that it was non-malicious or clarifying that the norms of conduct in the sphere don't allow for him to behave in a similar way on.
You know what this tempts me to do? It tempts me to to just take the other position. To just be like, no, you know what? Demon Mama probably won this, bro. Demon Mama was a pimp. Demon Mama fucking blasted his ass. And then just to see how they would argue it. Like, okay, Booksmarts, you did see that she didn't do very well, right? Like, when she said this, didn't you I mean, I watched your review, didn't you? I'm not gonna fucking troll him, dude. I'm not
going to do it, then I guess he should leave. Yes.
Okay. Let me put the reverse question to you now. What would you have done in Demon Mama's position?
And my light ran out of battery.
Which is the position I'm more likely to probably find myself in that discussion. So
fuck. I need to charge my light.
Let's let Booksmarts go first. I'm kind of curious what he has to say.
Yeah.
What was the question?
What would you do in Demon Mama's position? You're approaching this debate against Destiny. How would you have approached this?
I would push it harder. I mean, I don't think that her stylistic approach was a problem. I really think that she didn't do a very good job of tying back into the crux of her logical argument. I think if she pretended like he wasn't addressing her logical argument at all and constantly brought back all the personal attacks to and I can't believe that right now you're defending the damage that you're doing to Trent. I think focusing on that might have been helpful for her, but I don't know. Aside from telling her to overhaul her entire style so that she comes off a lot better, that's the difficult thing. She's on my no list of people to review or give advice to, in particular because her style is so awful. I feel like most of my problems with her are stylistic. So if she had to keep the style, I guess probably tying it back to her logical points and paying more attention to that level of the conversation would be important. But she spent so much of her mental energy looking for dunks and paying attention to the logic of what he's putting down in the order it's happening, which is a lot of what the logic bros or debate bro people do, where they kind of, if you're starting an answer and it's already not what I want to hear, you're starting on an unrelated topic or you're opening with you're starting to sound like X, Y, and Z kinds of people, which are awful. And you're prefacing your argument with that. They like to stop before you actually get to the meat of what you're saying and address that before you're able to actually get to your response to the logic. And so I think if she paid more attention to that, it might have been helpful, but I don't know. I don't got a lot of advice for her, to be honest.
Well, I mean, my brief engagement with her off of this, because when I saw that debate, I made some comments on Twitter and on YouTube, and I said something to the effect of, and I probably sounded pretty condescending, so my apologies Demon Mom with respect to that, but I said something to the effect of like,
leave it to the philosophers.
A lot
am
of
I
people
right?
are saying you did really well in this debate. I think that that's a minority, and I don't think they're correct. I think that you probably won on substance. I think objectively, I think your argument was solid, and it wasn't actually rebutted well at all by your interlocutor. At the same time, I think the manner in which you performed, I think the way in which you put so much weight, you relied so much on the insults sort
I
of
bet I
carrying
could
your
get
momentum
my
through the conversation.
foot behind my head.
I
You
think
guys want to
it's
try?
I think it's sabotaging your performance and your ability to actually like convey a solid point. I think it's making people like fellow travelers who are making the same argument
Yoga
against other people and
stream
against
flex
Destiny.
smarts.
I think it's making them look really bad, and I think it's self-destructive. And the response I got was simultaneously incredibly dismissive and arrogant, to something to the effect of like, don't tell me with your 1,000 subs what to do or something like that, because she apparently is like 14K on Twitter or something. It was on Twitch. It was a strange response. I saw other things, like I think in the end comments she said something to the effect of people just don't like it when, like, with respect to critics of her performance, people just don't like it when women talk over men. There was an unwillingness at all to engage positively with any sort of criticism, no matter how you fielded it. I don't know how much of that is cynical and how much of that is a defense mechanism in the vein that Jalma was talking about at the beginning of the conversation, where there are a lot of pressures to make you in her position regard anything that even remotely looks antagonistic as like an actual existential threat. And I understand that. But at the same time, I'm actually kind of like worried for her personally, because I'm seeing all of the premonitions of somebody who's going to have like a really big meltdown later on in the future.
I mean, just to kind of respond to those 2 points really quickly, I need to, and I'm gonna have to head out soon, so apologies for
Yeah, no worries. I think Booksmart has to go soon too. You've just been on the tail end of a long stream, so we'll wrap this up very shortly.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep this brief. Basically, in terms of her saying, like, you have no right to comment because of the number of subs, I thought she was going to say you had no right to comment, minimally because you're a cis person, presumably, or maybe she doesn't know, but maybe she's assumed that. Like, yeah, there'd be a level of cynicism that I would not attribute to her if she at least at minimum said that, despite the
You fucking angel thumping that shit, that's fucked up.
Sure, there's a lot of presuppositions that go into how Destiny would be figuring her. Again, I just see the whole thing as, on her end, a lost opportunity more so than anything else. She can bring the polemics in, she can bring the aggressiveness in, as long as she's making the terms of what she's saying clear. So I think the most important thing, if I were her, that I would have done is gone in and told Destiny, look, you don't have to be actively malicious in a targeted way against my community in order to be doing things that cause people like me grievous harm. And if I had a reason to believe this, and I believed that Cyber Witch Lexi was an awful person, that's fine. But if you are bringing the kinds of attacks against her that cause her harm when she's already in a dangerous and
like
a
2 years old
marginalized
in Destiny
position,
years?
that's a different type of thing. And so she wasn't shifting through her categories effectively enough. She had to say, like, you didn't mean any malicious harm, sure. However, this was the effect on the person that I'm trying to defend. You may not like her, sure. But the idea that she should be bullied, the fact that she's being bullied off of Twitter as a platform with this kind of transphobic rhetoric, blah, blah, that is not the appropriate part. And at that point, I don't believe, obviously, in sea lioning or anything like that, but I think she would have really benefited from having some quotes. Look at this person say this hideous transphobic thing to this Twitter user, and then she had to leave. Or look at this kind of violence being directed against her. These are the things that aren't appropriate. And you don't need to be doing that maliciously in order for that to happen. So what we want is people to go after each other's characters in a way that actually tracks their character, not their marginalized identity.
She did have a real chance,
and that positions them in relation to what they actually.
Sorry, Jalma, I gotta mute you. She did have a real chance. Destiny already agreed with her, Nate. So it was just about like communicating. Like it was the perfect scenario for Demon Mama to win, because all she had to do was like point out the fact that they agree. Right? Like, that's the perfect thing. You didn't even have to change his opinion. He's already of that opinion. You just had to bring his attention to it. So this is still boring. I get you, bruh. We'll be done with it soon.
Practice. Why should it be common practice? What makes it common practice? And furthermore,
I agree with
why
you.
are we
Okay.
not even willing to discuss what could possibly harm someone qua their identity as trans. Like, why are we not
This
even willing to
conversation
go
is
there?
literally worthless
And
and
that's
pointless.
pretty much how I'd keep
Okay,
doubling
buddy,
down and doubling
we're
down,
almost
even
done.
if it got
Chill the
repetitive at a
fuck
certain
out.
point, because at least then I'd be tracking what I was
You
trying
guys,
to say to
you're
him.
starting to get like the people that tell Destiny
Yeah,
to leave.
and so any
You're like,
response she
I've
gave
had
after
enough of
that
this.
would double
This
down on
isn't
that
what
point
I want.
if it
Do
was me.
something
I
else.
wouldn't go on about you have no followers or I'm
I'd
attacked
rather
as a
watch
woman. These
Doom.
are separate points, right?
They're separate points, and they're I mean, of
Yeah,
course,
you guys
they're
keep
unrelated, so they're
fucking
separate
around, I'm gonna
points, but I
start
think
playing Doom.
the main thing that frustrates me about this is that it actually comes back to the debate itself. So Destiny
I'd play League.
himself,
Y'all want to play League after this? One game of League?
like it would have been such a powerful
I
thing.
watched my viewer count
him
drop
to just
to fucking
concede the point,
12.
ignore the insults, just say, yeah, you know what, that's fair. I'll try to be more careful in the future. Sorry about that. Can we try to keep the tenor of
These
the
two need to
conversation a little more
sling some
polite? And do you have anything
slurs.
else you want to talk about? No, cool.
I mean, here's the thing: is he wouldn't have to say, "Can we keep the tenor of the conversation more polite?" Had he seated that point in a basic sense. That's my intuition.
It's an interesting bit of advice.
Well, I agree with you. Well, I'm not actually sure I agree with you on that. I think that
Play
the
Doom,
problem
I've
is
never
that this
seen
isn't
it. Okay.
actually the worst thing Destiny can be accused of. In terms of like the optics of positions that he's taken, like this is a person who is basically given full assent to
Who's fun policing
things like
D&D?
pipelines going over indigenous territory, just not like flat out not caring.
Look
He's
at this
referred
stuff.
to
Isn't it neat? Wouldn't
forgive
you
me
think
if I get this
my
wrong, but
collection's complete?
the Viet Minh, is that correct? As being akin
Wouldn't
to
you
terrorists and
think
things like
I'm
that.
the
I'm probably remembering this
boy
very
who
fuzzily, but
has
this is a person who has a lot of
everything
stuff that could have
I've
been done.
got
This particular thing,
gadgets and gizmos.
this was probably something that could have been settled with
I've got
like
who's
a
its
response
and
video or
what's
something like
its
that. I don't know.
galore.
It's
He want thingamabobs.
I'm a little bit frustrated because given
But
the
who
type of given the approach that she
No
took,
big
this was the wrong topic. Especially when you have his
I
attention for that long. It would have like had a list of different things and it would have
I wanna
included
go where the
irresponsibility with
people
respect to
are.
that among them. I wouldn't have just made 2 hours about that particular Twitter exchange.
I will love
No,
you forever.
I agree.
Yeah, so
I am unmuted.
I
but
mean,
they're
the
just
problem
talking
is
over
from
me.
his vantage, he doesn't know that she's not going to do that early on. So if he just
That would be
concedes to
funny.
that,
I'm
for all he
unmuted the
knows,
whole time.
she moves on to the next thing and it gets worse because the one point he was on was actually really easy to defend. Literally all he had to say was like,
Flapping
look,
your
realistically,
fins,
people
you
are
don't
after my
get
job,
too
da-da-da-da-da.
far. Legs
I didn't
are
mean in
required
that sense,
for
and
singing,
I realized that there was
dancing,
a way in which
running around the
the
nose.
thing that I said, despite my intentions, could cause disproportionate harm to this person. I should be more careful in future. You're right.
Up
Anything
where
else
they
you want to talk
walk,
about? That's
up where they
how
run.
he should have gone about it, I think.
Of course.
Yeah. And he would have looked really good had he done that despite the accusations.
shit.
And in fact, had he done that, he would have looked so good by comparison to Demon Mama, who would have looked really terrible because while he's being conciliatory and civil and like thoughtful, she seems really desperate to throw in the punches. I don't know if she would have responded,
landlady.
if she would have reciprocated that sort
I'm
of
okay with once in a while being
de-escalation,
loud.
but yeah.
So I was kind of with you until that
Thanks, Syria.
last depiction of Demon Mama. I'm not saying that she wasn't, throwing punches and acting in potentially an underhanded or cynical way as well at points, and wasn't being like incredibly like single-minded and aggressive about how it got once they fell into that pattern of back and forth. But I truly believe that had he engaged in that kind of conciliatory stance, that her civility in relation to him would have increased, even just on the basis that she would have gotten what she was looking for, in terms of ensuring that he understood what was existentially at stake. And again, I don't think the problem necessarily was the lack of civility, more so than the fact that maybe neither were fulfilling their conversational obligations. I think there's a slightly kind of
It's an interesting take.
different thing going on there. I mean, lack of civility doesn't
don't have
particularly
time to
matter to
argue
me.
it,
What
though.
matters to me is that people actually meaningfully respond to each other's points and engage in real
Jermaine
discussion,
Clement.
right?
Lack of
Civility is kind of a secondary concern, which facilitates that. But if civility comes at the expense of that, it's also a problem, right? So I'm not obsessed with the notion of civility. Put it that way.
No, I agree. I'm not saying that the civility was a priority. I'm saying that from the vantage of Destiny, right? Because we're talking about, from his vantage, the fact that she opened up with her a massive.
Wait, why doesn't
piece
he
of
have my
trash that
picture? I
did that.
just realized that. Where's my picture?
That
Where am I?
Tell him that
I'm in the thumbnail, but
I am
where's
in the
my
presence
user?
of an enemy.
Hello.
wants me dead, right? So like,
hello.
Yeah, fine. I forgot about that part. I have to admit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then here's the other
Anyway.
weird thing she did. She's like, "Here, you're a massive piece of trash." But then you can see, despite that, even in her title and even in how she's framing him, she's like, "Oh, the fallen titan," and like, "Look at these ways you went after Sargon," and like, "Look at all this awesome stuff you did." Like, aren't you being hypocritical? And that was a really big moment for him to say, "You know what? Like, your faith in me was not misplaced. I realize I am being hypocritical, blah, blah." And
He's
it
not
looked so
doing
good
that.
because you can see the hint of her actually kind of having formerly been his fan, even, right? In the
Would've
whole
looked
thing.
he would have looked really big.
No, I don't think so at all. I think there is no reality where he ever takes that or responds that way to that criticism, because it's unfounded. The very idea that he's comparable to Sargon, even with this like minor mistake, I think is like unwarranted, and he's always going to want to fight against that. I don't think there's a reality in which he plays it that way.
I don't
I
think
mean,
she's saying that he. Okay. You know,
No,
I don't think
she
she's saying.
explicitly said that he likes Sargon.
Well,
This
no,
was
she
later.
didn't. No, she. See, maybe I'm
Oh,
misremembering
no.
this, but this is how
Do I
I
have
saw
to
this.
leave
Is that
this?
she's saying
We
that
don't
you
even
used to
know
be
what
one of the people
is
who
going
would
on.
put Sargon's feet to the fire about what he was doing. In this respect, you are now acting like Sargon. You're not identical to Sargon, but you are behaving in ways that Sargon would behave.
Big time.
How could you? That's hypocritical. I think that's what she was saying.
I mean, I think she did also say that. I maybe was misremembering as well. It was a bloody long stream, but I think that I got the impression. I have the distinct impression.
Fallen
in my head
Titan
that she
is
had,
just the diss. Yeah, it is just the diss.
said that he had more or less fallen
And,
into
like,
being like
when you-
that. I mean, yeah, which I guess is sort of like what you're saying.
Like when
Yeah,
you
so
look
she
at
was
the-
saying that you aren't.
Here, I got to turn him down. When you look at the rest of what she's saying too, in the context of every other point and every other point. No, I'm on mute, so I don't know what you're hearing. He scares me every time he does that. Because I'm like, I'm muted. There's no way you hear me. I think Booksmarts wants to get in here. What? Yahoo Torres, Yahoo Torres, on. Oh, whoops. I don't have them turned on. I don't have them turned on. My bad. There
Grounded
you go.
in terms
Listen to them.
of pragmatics. And I think this is just a part of his history. He's a person who came from nothing. He did like blue collar jobs, and then he self-educated and went into. I think he was like a game streamer, and then he went into politics. Whereas
game
Vosh
streamer that went into
came from money,
politics?
as I understand it, got a sociology degree, and is like
Mother Booksmarts.
they're a lot more ethically
My name's Mother Booksmarts. I'm a
sensitive.
real MG.
I don't know, like they care about
They don't
a lot
even know
more
the lore.
about
Yeah.
the ethics of things,
Critical info.
even if they're only fronting that cynically, as they often do. But not all the time. And I generally like see there's more spirit in that community, whereas in Destiny's it seems to be really cold and dour and kind of.
Oh, because
I mean,
there
that's
was
not
silence, that's
obviously
why I was
true
praising
across
God.
the board. And I think Booksmarts would probably have a better sense of what that community is like. I know it's a lot less unified than Vosh's is. Destiny is less of a cult of personality, I think. But
Well, I mean, I also think that Vosh's community may be unified, but from what I've observed, and again, like I see a lot of pluralism in
cringing.
it, and I see a lot of people, kind of debating and discussing and stuff like that. So I think that there's warmth there. I agree. There's real warmth in that community.
but I mean, the difference is that Destiny, he has a large following, but I think a lot of his following, I think he has a lot more people who hate him in his following than Vosh does, and I think he attracts a lot of the like the Andy Worski types, way more than Vosh does.
So that's fair. And I mean, like, again,
Who's
I think what I was
Andy
hoping
Worski?
for from Demon Mama was, again,
Who
like
is
some
this?
small degree of subtlety, some distinction
WHO
between the
Megalol is
person and
Andy
the
Worski.
action, just like I was hoping for a discussion
He sounds
on her
like that
end of
dude that-
what
that painted the
harm
Campbell's
actually looks like
chicken
outside of
noodle
whether
soup
someone
cans.
maliciously intended to cause it. Like, I just want there to be more subtlety, bluntly.
Now Booksmarts doesn't know the
So
lore.
that's
Yeah,
the
no, I'm
reality
out of
there.
the loop.
Yeah. Well, anyone have any final things they wanted to say? I know both of you have to get going. I think Booksmart's had to be off at 5, and I know you just said you wanted to leave, so.
Yeah, I got some other stuff I gotta deal with here, but yeah, it was a good discussion, and I think these things are kind of like worth parsing out just to see, just even to figure out how to respond to it as a viewer bluntly. And even one discussion we may have had that we could have more in future is, to what extent do we think that certain moves are cynical or not? What are the stakes involved in things? Like, there's a lot of there's a lot of applied morality and ethics stuff here that's, I think, worth getting into at one point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry I didn't contribute much. I thought there was going to be more of like a Q&A type thing, but yeah,
I mean,
obviously.
If you want to stick around and answer some questions, I'd be happy to run that for a few more minutes.
Yeah, if you want to.
I just wanted to respect your time. I know you're very busy. You stream a lot more than I do. So this is actually my first OBS stream of this sort. I was kind of panicking leading up to it. Shoot, how do I get guests on here? I was talking to Chud Logic about that frantically at 1 a.m. last night. But it sort of came together a little bit.
I mean, I'll stick around for Q&A as well for a few minutes.
All right, so audience members, because we are a tiny channel,
back on mute. Okay.
Let's be totally honest. None of you want to give me money, and I have no right to ask for it. For questions to be acknowledged, I ask that you put an asterisk at the beginning of them. We'll run questions.
I just wanted to. I wanted to be the center of attention. Yeah, bruh.
Yeah.
That's the point of being invited onto something.
So yeah, so just
like,
ask
is
your
that really
questions,
dickish?
put an
Am I really
asterisk at the
dickish for
beginning so I can
thinking
find
that?
them as I'm scrolling on my phone through the chat.
I try to make that clear when I talk to people. That's why I make you give me a bunch of bullet points and all sorts of other stuff. Because yeah, take it seriously. Use me for something. Otherwise, there's no point in having me there. Like I am the 5-head dude. I just talk about shit. People ask me questions, so I'm not like a React fucking. Oh, wow, that's crazy. You know, I don't know. I'm very good at the rest of it. Did you ask something? I missed.
Or would it? Would Destiny actually come on if I asked him? I'm a little bit curious about that. I'm not entirely certain I want to subject myself to that, but
I'll talk to him.
I don't think he likes talking about the Demon Mama debate in particular.
I don't think I'd bring that. Well, he didn't publish it on his channel, did he? He kept that down. I mean, I don't blame him. It wasn't a good look. No.
Yeah, you're a big asshole dickhead.
I mean, like, I don't know. We could just bait him in and then redo the Demon Mama debate, but properly this time. Mama, you can be the chosen one.
Hey, Sunday, you'll be Destiny, and I'll be Demon Mama, and we'll redo the debate.
I hear you, skeptical. Yeah. I just maybe a rhetoric question for Booksmarts moving forward is how to make that clear from the get-go. It's kind of difficult in DMs.
Questions, guys?
I don't think we're gonna have any questions.
Everyone's just chilling right now.
Everyone's just chilling.
Noah Watson has a question.
He didn't have questions prepped
to
you.
you.
Oh no.
In what way is there tangible harm in the Twitter replies of Destiny? I could answer that.
I agreed to do this without having bullet points and stuff too, which may be part of the problem.
So basically, from what I could tell,
question for Jelma. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Kidding me now. I'm melting. I'm melting.
Followers aren't going to do the same thing. And it doesn't mean that his followers aren't going to be harassing trans people off of Twitter for being trans. And this is a huge problem, and you want to get the heat off of people from marginalized groups in this way. And so it has to do with basically what his fan base would likely be doing and the kind of behavior that, we see people commonly engage in. Where if somebody's like, using the R word or saying the person is deficient, and then they also happen to be trans, the follower base leaps from A to B pretty quickly and goes after them on transphobic grounds. Now, these claims would be 100% benefited from actually examples and things being put on the screen.
Can I call women stupid? Or will people make the logical jump that because it's a woman, I mean misogyny? I don't know if this is like a super great argument, but not worth talking about.
It has to do with how he would be motivating people to respond based on, for instance, Cyber Witch Lexi's identity. That would be what that would be.
Smart, did you want to weigh in on that at all, or?
No.
I mean, I personally largely agree with your assessment. I think I would add as well that
I'm not arguing with people, dude. That's not what I came here to
quite
do.
apart from the actual content of the term itself and whatever associations there are with speech slur.
I am listening.
Sort of overlap with how people suffering from mental illness have been abused.
I'm just not
with
taking
that.
notes.
I think in addition to it,
And I am
I think
spineless.
it
I'm not here to argue. I don't like
signals
arguing with
to,
people.
Bluntly bigots in that audience who see that this is an
Like, there's
appropriate
nothing to be
target for
gained.
that
I
sort
tell
of
you
attack.
guys, don't argue with there's
So,
nothing to be gained. I don't
I
gain
think
anything by convincing Jelma
it sort
about
of
some brand
it kind of
bullshit. I don't
signals
even know
to
who this
people
person
who
is.
are
You're leaving
are
content
following
on the
Destiny
table
to
right
see
now,
that
Mr. Smarts. Well,
he is not going to come after you for using that kind of language with respect to that person. I mean, of course, he hasn't disclosed what
I don't
particular
destroy
grounds
people's
he
egos.
means mentally ill in these cases, but you more or less have the tacit consent.
Can you not
of
review
this
it if you
larger
disagree
channel.
with them? What do you mean?
And I think that's really the danger. I think as well, like in terms of harm.
No, I just ignore them. They just like.
I think one of the.
If I think somebody has a bad opinion, I don't think I need to give it more attention by trying to debunk it. I'd rather just put forward an opinion that I think is better.
At the same time, and Demon Mama brings this up, and it's quite legitimate. There's a volume problem in that the number of people with a channel.
I can't give my interpretation. By the time she finished the answer, I forgot what the fucking question was, dude.
Or whatnot. Maybe too much.
Because I'm not taking any more
block.
notes.
And secondly,
I took
like maybe
this many,
you're,
and then I said I'm done.
Maybe an objection as well. It's just a tweet, right? It doesn't matter. I wouldn't necessarily regard psychological harm as inherently distinct in severity from physical harm. In fact, sometimes it can be a lot worse. I think having hordes of people sending you slurs and treating you as subhuman, I think that probably takes a very serious toll after a while. So, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't strike me as in any way a stretch to say that what Destiny did was actually conducive to real harm on the person. I think the person in question actually did tweet afterwards saying something to the effect of they were fine, like don't worry about me or something, but it's really neither here nor there because we're talking about the critique is that Destiny is being irresponsible, not that he has successfully destroyed one individual.
What are you talking about, Skeptical?
Also, let's imagine that these harms actually do come to people on the grounds of identity as opposed to something they did. What that does is it has a chilling effect on other people who could contribute legitimate content or who had, who had expertise or the ability to interface, then didn't want to do it anymore because they also happen to belong to that same category of people. They also happen to be trans or they suffer from mental illness or whatever. Then it has a chilling effect on the community in general. And then in addition, if the person is being a piece of shit, it becomes irrelevant. Like how they're being a piece of shit is no longer relevant because what becomes relevant is their identity. And so people who are being shitty don't even get called for being shitty. They just get framed in subhuman terms on identity grounds. And so that's like the other issue with that, right?
Also, I don't care about trans
So that's
issues.
why you don't want to.
Does that makes me mean? I don't care about trans issues, bro. I don't want to debate trans issues.
I'm actually going to ask a question of Booksmarts related to this because I'm curious about his take on this. You've analyzed Destiny's debates and his online activities quite a bit. I'm a little bit curious.
I don't debate trans stuff. I don't know about trans stuff, guys.
What is your
more
perception
detrimental
as to his obligations in terms of how he engages with, especially like smaller channels on these platforms? Like, what is your opinion, or what are your opinions on that?
I think he generally is respectful of smaller channels. I mean, there's a whole history of him trying to help like smaller people that he thinks are doing good things. I think in particular with Demon Mama, she's like coming in here and trying to use the platform that he's offering her to like tear down his character and do a lot more than what she came in to do, which is to like show him that, hey, what you're doing here is problematic with this language and you need to knock it off. And they were on the same page with that already, like logically from the get-go. Like if she would have just approached the discussion in a better way, she would have come to the realization that they share the same opinion here. So That's what makes this conversation so cringy, is that from the very beginning they technically agree. It's just that neither of them decides to work to that point of agreement, and instead they decide to like focus on all the character attack stuff. I think to other smaller streamers he seems like really respectful, like, and he tries to boost up people who he thinks like are doing good stuff, like IRI and other people. So like as far as like his interactions with small streamers more broadly, I'd say he does a fine job interacting with them. There are times when he's awful, like with Anna Frills or with this person, and I like disagree with the way he's engaging with them, but for the most part I'd say he's good about it.
Yeah, I like that point that you brought up too. It's like he did offer this person a platform, and I think if I were to rate Destiny positively against someone like Vosh,
100% this? Okay, cool. I'm
He's
based.
much less gatekeepery. Like he allows really small people to meet him as equals, which is interesting. And I feel like, I mean, at a certain level,
I don't watch him, so I don't know.
He was offering Demon Mama an opportunity to field potentially reputation damaging critiques of him on his channel. That being the case, given that he was in fact hosting, it seemed extremely improper just right out the gate to come off that. I mean, basically to make your opening statement.
You're supposed to be nice to Destiny up until you are bigger than he is. Then you go full big mad. That's funny.
I think I would actually agree with that assessment generally. I wonder if he's just like not temperamentally a large figure, you know? Like I wonder if he's like, if his mentality is as sort of a mid-tier streamer despite his colossal size by comparison to the average person, because he engages with small people without kind of throwing his weight around as much. I've noticed.
I don't know. I mean, I think he's maybe rightfully got a bit of an ego because he likes to rest on the content of what he's doing rather than, you know, his technical status in a specific sphere. So maybe that's a redeeming characteristic. Maybe it's just that simple. I don't know.
I think that he likes when you can have like a personal back and forth about like personal quips about people, because he knows that in regards to like audience size or these other things, he can obviously win. So he tries not to push the conversation there. But when other people bring it there, he's very happy to admit that like, no, okay, you're like a nobody. You have no audience. You don't know what you're talking about in terms of like speaking to these people or platforming at this level. I think he's happy to go there when it gets there, but I think he knows he has that one. So he doesn't, I don't think he necessarily pushes things there. He likes waiting for people to like give him an excuse to like go ham. And I think that this was a conversation like the Jack AM one, where you're just constantly getting every excuse to attack this person on every grounds. And when it's a small person that he knows very little about, a lot of these are missing their mark, and they're not based on anything he actually knows about the person. And given that she's small, this like adds to, and that she's there to tell him to be nicer to trans people and he's attacking her. Like there's a lot that works against him here that doesn't in other situations. That's my opinion.
Hephaestion Belaris asks, Demon Mama would have been caught wrong-footed if Destiny had conceded/apologized. Not looking for agreement, but rather I think that she needed Destiny to be a jerk for her to attack. So sorry, that she needed Destiny to be a jerk for her to attack.
Maybe.
Your thoughts?
Depends on whether she's acting cynically. I don't think she necessarily is. I think she approached it in a way that became critically, that was overly critical and problematic. But this kind of reverses the order of causality, or kind of undermotivates what she was doing. Because it's like, well, she needs him to be a jerk for her to attack. I mean, why is she attacking? Because he's allowing for a phenomena to occur that might cause harm to people like her. If we believe that, and sincerely he does, then she's attacking to a good end, and she wants him to actually take on what she's saying. If it's some other weird, cynical explanation, then I don't know. I mean, that's how I'd read that.
And even if we like assume that that's the case, she's picking probably one of the worst ways to convince someone to like adopt better rhetoric towards trans people Like, so even if we assume that, like, it's an awful decision. I mean, like, stylistically, from everything else I've seen from Dima Mama, she seems to behave this way in all sorts of debates, or her style more generally is one of like being combative, whether that's like in support of her own arguments or not. She tends to drop the ball like logically on a lot of things, and instead she looks for opportunities to like paint the other side's argument as worse than it actually is. So I don't have a high opinion of her, and that's carrying on into here. I think that she doesn't do the best thing for her position because she's not interested in doing the best thing for her position, or she thinks the best thing for her position is to make him look awful. And I would like to think that she's doing that to be a replacement for him and to get like viewers off of him. And that's not like conspiratorial, because that's how she talks about it both at the end of their debate and after the debate when she's talking to her audience. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch to assume bad faith from Dima Mama, if I'm being honest.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that her interpersonal style is super problematic, and I don't think that she should be necessarily conducting herself that way at all. I just am hesitant to say that she has absolutely no reason other than cynical need for some weird social media related outcome for saying what she's saying, when there's clearly and very obviously a phenomena of people being attacked and destroyed on identity grounds in this platform. So it's like, I don't want to dismiss that when that is really an important and central claim, and it's kind of obvious why one would be concerned about that. I get what you're saying, that like her tactics belie her as somebody who doesn't actually care about that claim. I don't know. Maybe it's just using a bad strategy. I don't want to say, because I don't want to diminish that, right?
I thought that initially too. And I thought that all the way up until when I had to start skipping and I watched the end of the debate, because it, like, my faith in her pursuing this simply to like benefit other trans people and simply to convince them on this point was shaken at every single opportunity he gave her to discuss that point. Every time he asked her a pointed question about, if I change the language this way, would it be bad? Is it only bad because it's mentally ill in relation to trans people? Like, he gave her a lot of opportunities to make that point, and at every point that he did that, she chose not to, or she chose not to make that her central argument. And even when she was cornered on that and was put into a place where she needs to admit that's the core thrust of her argument, she didn't. And then mix that with, again, the way that she performs in other debates, the way she behaved at the end. I would say that, like, I know where you're coming from. You want to constantly give the caveat that like there's a good reason that she could be there, but I think that was just a way to get her foot in the door so that she could do all these other awful things, to be honest.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm willing to continue to believe that she was earnestly motivated by a belief that taking down this person in this particular way, and
she doesn't
in
want
fact
to piss
growing
off
her
trans
channel,
people,
would in
guys.
fact
You guys have
constitute
to
a net
realize
benefit
that a
for
lot
the
of people are
people
afraid of
she
that
was
shit.
portraying Destiny as, I think, rightfully
I don't know. We'll
portraying
talk about it
Destiny
after here. I'll write
That's
it
all
down.
I'm saying, right?
Threat to. Yes, I think though, like when you look at the performative nature of what she's doing, you look at the way in which like she's very careful to like so much of her her physical presence in that debate, her facial expressions, her hand gestures, they were doing a lot of work. Her tone of voice, her volume, things like that. I think Destiny was talking more or less normally. I think she is deploying style that Destiny and Vosh use in conjunction with a much stronger intellectual base. Without
My bad,
that,
John, you got me.
And I think the problem is I don't like later on when she
I meant
stops
people.
going back to the main point, and the thing that made you lose faith in her sincerity. I can see that. On the other hand, what I'm wondering is like how much of that is just the result of her being tired and getting a little bit delirious just from exhaustion. Because I mean, like carrying on that kind of discussion.
What was the name of the dude who said he was
especially if you're not,
tired
like,
and that's why he
really,
performed poorly?
Like
Can I
you don't
meme
have
about
all
that?
of your ducks in a row, like really tightly.
You guys know the congressperson?
That's going to
dude?
wear you down
Remember
really
that?
fast. And I wonder how much of like how much of losing the plot later on is just due to fatigue and just the
No, not
the
that
sort
you
of
made me
practice
tired.
mannerisms
The dude who
taking
was
over
running for office,
the
and
content,
he
like
said,
she
"I'm
can't even
autistic
really
and I'm
keep track
tired."
of it anymore. Like I wonder how
for
much
Congress,
of this is
yeah,
just
him.
she's in over her head, you know?
Sympathetic
Not
to that.
because she's dumb, but bluntly, just because Destiny is actually like really, really psychologically tough when it comes to these kinds of things, despite the fragility around like attacks on his ego, things like this that keeps him going. He doesn't tire out. He stays lucid. He loses the plot, but he can regain the plot really fast. I think that once she started to lose the plot near the end, she was gone. And I think the bravado at the end of that debate, I think that was practiced. I don't think it was a sincere reaction. I think she was tired. That's my honest impression. I think this is a person who's extremely tired.
That's like a Joshua for Congress argument. Like, the reason why our faith was shaking throughout the conversation is because we came in with good faith. We knew that she had like a God-given point that she obviously should have been there arguing about, and it just, that faith kept getting shaken at every opportunity she had to make good points about it. And so that's what I think makes it difficult for us, is like, yeah, I would like to say that she's there for a good reason and she's covering a good thing, and I would like to come up with every excuse for why she's not performing the way that she should be performing if that was the reason that she was there. But I think it's a lot simpler to just, chalk it up to the picture that's being painted.
I see what you're saying.
I think even as the most sympathetic person to her here, possibly, although who knows,
All these
that even
people are
on my end, obviously I've experienced a great deal of frustration with how this debate went, and a great deal of frustration with the lost opportunity to actually, as you say, like advance that God-given claim that she was, that important claim that she was trying to promote, if she was in fact doing that. So I think the frustration is unanimous between the three of us. I will say that.
I see what you're saying, and I agree with it. But at the same time, I think it's my impression.
Making fun of autism,
after especially a third viewing, I should say.
Fuck you.
Isn't so much. I think her only motive was the cynical one of just like scoring in some points, having this sensational stream, and then making bank off of audience subscriptions as a result. I think she was earnestly motivated. I think she has like personal investment in the position that she was taking as well. So I don't see any reason to doubt her sincerity there. I think she saw it as a viable strategy to do all of the things that would basically ape that more cynical, that more thoroughly cynical approach. I think what she was doing as a tactic to try and win something for a side that she actually believes in necessitated, in her mind, erroneously, a mode of conduct that made her appear extremely cynical and extremely ill-motivated. And it's not clear to me necessarily that's the case. Now, that's on her ultimately. Like, she made herself look really bad in this debate. Her conduct outside of the debate to people who criticize her as civilly as possible. I mean, for God's sake, she described your 6-hour thing as molding, despite the fact that you were overwhelmingly sympathetic to her throughout the whole 6 hours compared to Destiny. And it's only near the end that you actually started to like come against her again when she was like really losing it.
Oh, she called it molding? Really, I missed that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm broadly completely in agreement with what Sunday's saying here. Rough. Small claims about civility and other issues aside, and maybe specific angles aside, that's basically my view too of it.
Molding.
And bluntly, at the end of the day, the problem is that she was acting hateful to somebody, and she continued to do so after the fact. I mean, it's just a really bad look, and it hurts people who are on her side.
I mean, hateful. Yeah, I wouldn't use that word, but
I can't wait for these two to see her VOD. I'm deleting
hateful in the sense of filled with hate, not hateful as in she is hate. Maybe that's the wrong word.
Dumb you look. Of course I'm deleting the VOD, dude.
She was treating people extremely nastily after the fact. That's also the wrong way. That's me used the wrong way.
And she's not operating the vacuum, that's all I'm trying to say. So everything that I previously discussed about his non-response and his refusal to acknowledge that, lack of maliciousness didn't entail lack of harm, and all the rest of it still factors into this, but broadly agreed.
Spite, that's the word. Thank you, Sean Croft. It's exactly what you said to Destiny. There's nothing there. You're only motivated by spite. That's what you look like.
I mean, I disagree with Sean's depiction too, but we'll move on.
This ain't my first rodeo, dude.
Last question. Are we good for one more?
Heck yeah.
And then I must go.
This is the answer is kind of obvious. So Noah Watson asks, do you think that Destiny as an online personality is worth discussing beyond the extent to which he has an audience? Or rather, why do you care about the perspective of a professional gamer? I'm going to respond to this one first very quickly. Destiny came to prominence as a professional gamer. I think he is actually fairly sharp. He has a massive audience. That massive audience is important, of course, because that means that talking to him is talking to a lot of people. And feeding him on something or agreeing with him on something, that changes the opinions of a lot of people. So it's intrinsically, just from a purely pragmatic position.
Where's my pen? I need
kind of essential to treat him as an entity that you have to engage with at some level, to an extent, if you want to be engaging with the broader discourse online at all. In terms of him being just a professional gamer. I've been watching him for quite a while. I think he's actually got a lot of intellectual substance. He's very grounded in a lot of ways. He's very arrogant and unwise in how he conducts himself in a lot of conversations, especially this has been like the quintessential example of that. But I think he has a lot to say that's worth paying attention to. I think in particular, his discussion with Liam O'Mara was fantastic. That's actually what turned me on to Liam O'Mara's online platform. That's why I had him on recently. That was a really good discussion. Anybody else want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm not really a fan of, broadly characterizing people according to their primary occupation. I'm interested in what they're actually doing with their platform and how they're engaging people. And bluntly, there's certain things that have a social and cultural clout that are worth engaging with just on that basis alone, if the effects on different groups is real. That's pretty much what I would say about that.
Yeah, this sounds to me like saying we got to disregard AOC because she's a bartender. Like, I think that like once this person gains prominence and like you guys said, once they have the audience, there's a lot that comes along with that. So like like he's an authority figure. So dealing with analogies or examples that involve him means that I also get to benefit from the air of authority that comes with some of his arguments. So if he's doing an argument that is successful, then I can use that to help bolster like whatever claim I want to make about the point that he's making. And at the same time, when he performs poorly, it offers like a very fun exercise in trying to convince people out of something that they're like kind of predisposed to see one way. Like when I was trying to point out maybe some of the problems that he was having in talking to Demon Mama, it was difficult to like face resistance from his community, but it makes it like tests my ability to communicate things, because ultimately I want to communicate not only to people who are like on the fence, but people who are like viewing it the exact opposite way, because I want to kind of persuade them over. And beyond that, like building experience with his arguments, with his conversations, and with how he engages with people, it gives me analogies that I can use that are shared with anybody else on Twitch. So the longer that I continue to live stream, the more beneficial it is to get analogies and get examples from people that the community is familiar with. So instead of saying like, oh, this sounds like so-and-so philosophy author who says this, this, and this, I can say like, well, remember when Destiny says that you should act this way and you should do this? That's kind of what I'm getting at. And I feel like that's much more effective, and it doesn't require a bunch of explanation, and it comes with a lot of like, it comes with a lot of good. Granted, it comes with baggage as well, but like I said before, that's part of what makes it fun.
And like ultimately, I think that I really like that that's what you're doing, what you want to do with your own platform and work and kind of how you see the community, because I think that if we have something important to say, we should be able to find a way to say it to the widest and most varied group of people possible and hear what they have to say back to it in order to make ourselves useful. I think that, making yourself useful if you have something to contribute is kind of an ethical responsibility. And if that requires being in different types of communities and requires interacting with different types of people who maybe you don't personally love or see the immediate value of, but you see how they're impacting people that you also want to engage with, then you got to go there. You got to do that, because that's the point of even, being we live in a society, right? That's even, I'm so tired. That's the kind of the whole point of wanting to do this kind of work to begin with, is you want to make sure that you have a positive impact and you integrate yourself, right? We do live in a society, damn it. So that's that.
I'll edit something.
That's a good line to end on. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Wow, hey.
I'm going to put a link to
thanks for your big ass host, dude. I appreciate
that. I highly recommend to my admittedly modest audience that you
for
give that a look. His constructions of debates are actually really interesting. I'm actually tangentially very glad that this awful debate between Destiny and Demon Mama took place, because it's made me aware of that channel. So give that a look, definitely. And thanks everybody for participating. And especially to Booksmarts for joining us today. And everybody, Merry Christmas and have a good night. Take care.
Bye.
Sure.
And I hung up. I'm not doing the after show. I didn't get to shout myself out. No! Let me shout myself out. No! It was all for naught. Oh no. Interesting. Well, that was fun. Booksmarts, here's a clip of Demon Mama complimenting you to cheer you up. Oh, thanks.
any advice from him. Fun fact about Booksmarts. Booksmarts is mad because one time I disagreed with him. And Booksmarts also, listen, all due respect to whatever he's doing with his channel, but I don't really trust people who like self-style themselves as like, I'm the debate critique guy. I'm a small streamer, but I know rhetoric so good, so you should...
I don't tell people I know, like, I never do appeals to authority. Here's one thing for my community, okay? If Destiny gets to prepare you guys with arguments to use out in the field, I'm about to arm you. I'm about to arm you with some arguments. If you hear people say this implication that I use some kind of like ethos to like push my arguments, you guys should realize it's very far and few between that I ever use that at all. I almost never appealed to authority on like almost anything. Like all throughout this debate, I don't think I appeal to authority. I don't say, I'm an expert who has watched 20,000 debates and I have done all of them and whatever. Like sometimes I will say, like, if you're not giving credence to like the work that goes into this, or you think I'm just randomly making shit up, it's not fair to like ignore the time that I spent doing a review of the debate, like going through and taking notes and writing down quotes and whatever. That's the only thing that I appeal to the authority of, is my prep, and that's it. I don't appeal to a degree that I have that I don't have. I rarely, if ever, even mention that I'm the essay writer person. It's only when people ask me what my background is that I even mention that. So when people give the implication that I'm appealing to authority, I think you guys should really smell test that, because that's not something that I do. Like, because I make it a point to, I'm a small streamer, but I know rhetoric. Like, I don't even think I say that. What if you're doing that now on us? I mean, I'm not telling you guys that, though. Like, if anything, you could just call me a dumb fuck and say, no, Booksmarts doesn't know shit. Booksmarts is just a random person giving his opinion on the internet. Like, if you really, like let's say you're sleeping with the lions, okay? And you're in a chat and you're like the police guy and you don't want to like lose your social position by like arguing with the mob. I think that at the very least, what you can say is that Booksmarts doesn't claim shit on authority. He's just a dumb fuck on the internet. But at least, like, oh man, like, yeah, just pay attention to that, because I think that that's something I hear a lot of, that like I constantly get pushback on, because it's something I try very hard not to do when I'm talking to you guys. It's the same reason, in part, that I don't cite books and stuff. In part, it's what I told you before, that by the time you get from notes to like practical application, it's not helpful. But it's also because I don't want to give off some idea that everything that I'm reading is coming from a book or coming from a study or like is like well-grounded in anything. These are all my opinions. And I think I do the best job that I can of like making a point for why I believe what I believe. And I use the words of the other people mostly to bury themselves, in terms of those opinions. But I don't really appeal to authority. He had some to begin with. Yeah, probably. What are we watching now? I don't know. Somebody linked me Demon Mama talking.
Come watch my stream because I know everything about rhetoric.
But I don't say that. That's like, if anything, that's what you randos say. I don't say that at all. And if anything, I take note of people who are much better at this than me. And there's a lot of people who are better at debate than me. I'm not even good at debate. And I don't tell people I'm good at debate. As a matter of fact, I think every time that people ask me that, I try to make clear that, like, no, I don't have fun with it. I don't have fun with panels. I don't have fun with keeping my cool. I don't have fun with, like, a lot of the things that are, like, recommendable to people who make that their whole content. I don't debate people. Like in here, you guys are like, Booksmarts, yeah, say the stupid thing. Yeah, whatever, argue with them. I don't like doing that. That's not what I do, right? So like, the advice that I'm giving is to people who make their entire brand around being correct, around being rhetorically effective, around convincing people, around doing debates, around, fighting other ideas. That's where I give advice to. And it's advice from me as a member of the audience who's educated enough or like can communicate well enough to like put my thoughts into words. That's it. That's it. And the education or experience that I have is not bolstering my arguments. It's simply making it easier to communicate them. That's all. I think I'm just more well-spoken than Twitch chat. Like, if you want to know what I think my authority is, I think it's as a speaker, as a communicator. I think I'm a better communicator than most of chat. But I don't think that that comes from any like idea of like formal authority or anything like that. And the only reason that I think that I'm better at explaining my position than chat and stuff is because I see people that get lost in the sauce of explaining their own arguments and stuff. So that's the only place that comes from. What the fuck? Rude. Yeah. I cut it. You guys are like, yeah, Booksmarts. Yeah, Booksmarts. Yeah, fuck yeah, Booksmarts. And then I'm like, chat's a bunch of dumb fucks. And you guys are like, all right, Booksmarts. Maybe Demon Mama has a point, bro. You do be saying all this fucking authority shit. Now that I think about it, bro. Now that I think about it, you're always tooting your own horn, Booksmarts. I'm better than chat. I'm smarter than chat. I'm getting fucking sick of it, bro. We got to rise up. I see you guys. I see you guys.
Whatever. Yeah, it's him making this face. I mean, that's what he always does. This is Booksmarts. Booksmarts hears an argument and he goes, oh my god. Oh, and then he does some dramatic thing and it's like, okay, dude, all right, I get it. We all do this. We all do the react. We all do it. So whatever. Fucking fine. Booksmarts has talked to me in the past and he just got literally worked up about my tone. All that Booksmarts does to me is tone police me. I
don't just tone police you. All right, we're done listening to this dumb fuck, dude. All right, I'm done with that. Wait, we didn't see. You don't need to see, bro. I'm not like about platforming this fucking person either. Can you put the video in frame? No. No. Like that meme with the white supremacist dude. No.
Booksmarts, please show us the screen.
No. Thanks, I'm deaf. Okay, cool. Tone police, lol. I don't think she knows what that means. No, I do tone police, but I don't think that's what I was doing in that video. And when I do, I try to be like, hey, look, and I even said that in this conversation, I disagree stylistically with the choices that Demon Mama makes. I disagree with her stylistically. I think her style makes it difficult for people to like grasp what she is trying to communicate to them. It makes it difficult to like move on positions or agree with her, or like it causes so many problems for her that I just don't like it as a style. But I try to preface that to I try to tell people it could just be that I don't like her style. Yeah, I don't know about that. This is cute. These pictures, these screenshots that you took of me in the blanket. Some of these are pretty cute, I got to admit. Like I'm looking at these and I'm like, all right, Booksmarts could be a little bit cute. I could see that. It's kind of comfy, cozy. All you need to know about Demon Mama is that she's a very unhappy person, just like all leftists. You sound like President Trump. That reads like a Trump tweet. It looks like I could fill in the blank for Demon Mama. Like all you need to know about Barack Obama is that he's a very unhappy person, just like all leftists. Or all you need to know about AOC is that she's a very unhappy person, just like all leftists. That looks like a Trump tweet. My Chad face? What's this? Is that Chad-like? I have no idea. I don't know what that means. You're fired. I'm from Sunday stream. What is the content here like? Oh, hi, Noah. Thanks for your questions, bud. I appreciate them. I had thought initially that President Sunday stream was going to be more or less just like questions about my review of the debate or something, but instead it was more so like catching the tail end of like a back and forth about it, which is cool, but not what I really wanted to do. But that's fine. Thank you for coming and thank you for asking questions. No, I appreciate it. What is the content here like? Basically, I cover reviews and stuff. So I watch reviews and then I leverage my massive amounts of authority as a essay ghostwriter who writes graduate papers to trick my audience into thinking that my advice is worth significantly more than it actually is, because my actual problems with the people who I do reviews for are very, very minor, and I reverse analyze them so that I can come up with 101 bad reasons why they're awful.
Ooh, stop the pre-roll.
Okay. Oh, does that mean that Fallen Sora wants an ad for everybody? Is that what you're saying? Is Booksmarts from Massachusetts? No. I live in a van, and my van used to be from Massachusetts, so that's why that's there. That's the old license plate for my van. Booksmarts, you missed my 10K channel points. Uh-oh. We've been tricked. Okay. I'll run an ad. If you don't want ads, all you have to do is subscribe. These people are putting you through that because they think it's funny. It's just 60 seconds, and then you'll be back. Again, you could subscribe with Prime, which is from Amazon, or for just like $5.99, I think. There you go. Boop. Well, I hope that wasn't too boring for you guys. I mean, it picked up at the end, I think. Like, I try to think what my audience wants, and you guys probably want to see me talking about stuff. Like, I assume you come here at least in part for me. So when I don't get a talk, I don't know. I feel bad for you guys, because I feel bad for me too, because I don't want to listen to that stuff. If I do, I want to listen to it on like 4 times speed. So a real time hearing a back and forth of people figuring out their thoughts in real time is rough for me. Weird. I'm not subbed and didn't get ads. Interesting. Well, you may have ad block. YA Van, are you doing the digital nomad thing? Yeah, digital nomad. Or are you just broke? A little bit of both. Is there a schedule for streaming that you can give us post New Year's? No, because on New Year's Eve, I'm going to fly out to Georgia to help Destiny and the DGG people with their canvassing effort for John Ossoff. And then I don't think I get back until the 3rd or 4th of January. So that's going to be a long time. And when I do get back, I wouldn't doubt that I have to do like a day or 2 of sleeping and editing. So I'm going to be recording footage while I'm there to hopefully turn into a YouTube video that will wrap everything up. So there'll be a YouTube video, hopefully at the very start, that's going to talk about like getting prepped, flying out, what I expect to do there, what our research was about, how other people can help. And then over the course that I'm there, I'll try streaming if I can, but it may not happen. And I'll record a bunch of stuff. And then when I get back, I'll edit that stuff into a YouTube video, or maybe even in the airport, I'll edit it.
Here we go. Money talk.
Damn.
Thanks for the ads. We had some good ones this time around. Have you ever seen the one with the woman chewing gum while playing a game? Wow.
Why does it pronounce wow like that? Why does it say wow? Thank you for the 2069, dude. I appreciate it. Wow. Leave Brian alone. Aw. That's nice of you to donate that tier 1 subscription too. Nice job, dude. Oh, it's fucking funny. If you listen 2x speed on stream, it ruins the 2x replay, people. You know, people tell me that, and you know what I do? Noah, you're new to the stream, so you're going to see what Demon Mama was talking about.
You can't cut to the chase. Drawing your own conclusions is the chase.
When you put it on 2x and I'm fast forwarding you, I can't keep up with.
You know, learn how to do 4x. That's what I got to say to that. There's an extension on Google Chrome called Speed Controller, and you can start learning how to handle 4x, and then you'll be fine. Also, I'm surprised that people watch me and don't watch the content before, because if you go to my videos, and here's a good tip for Noah, who's kind of new to the audience. A good tip is that you should watch the video before you watch me, because you're not going to have a fun time with it.
Act not breathe.
Wow, that's a lot of subs. Thank you for that. That's a lot of subs. Are we like in a hype train or something right now? Is this what the pog is about? I bet we are, huh? Video speed controller is its name on Chrome. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Holy shit, I kept watching the DM clip. She really goes in on you. Should I watch it? Are any of them like correct? Like, I'm okay with listening to criticism about me when it's like fair. Like I think some of the DGGers, as much as we make fun of them in the Reddit and stuff, do point out things that I try to fix. Like I am hungry for listening to how I could improve this thing. So I'm hungry for that, but it doesn't seem like that's what she's offering. At least from the little bit that we saw, it was more like her criticisms of Destiny, like unfounded, ungrounded, and silly. I don't know. Oh God, I didn't want to give her another view, but I'm so curious. There you go. Well, have fun with it. Let me know if there's anything like worth taking out of there. Because if there is, obviously, I want to fix stuff. So he doesn't agree with Destiny enough. Who says that? Wait, what? Link me. Ooh. No, I'm not linking you. You can ask the other chatters, dude. You can go ahead and @ somebody for that one. She said something like, you were only tone police her so hard because she's a woman. That's not very fair. I don't think I do that to women. Is this like a pattern of mine? Did she mention anybody else that I do this to? Like, did I tone police Pixie? Did I tone police Aiko? Like, Am I tone policing the other women that I've done reviews about? I don't think I do. Like, I don't think that's like a true thing. And you could call the entire rhetoric thing tone policing if you really wanted, but that sounds like a very blanket way of ignoring like very pointed criticisms about her style here. So like, if out of that entire thing, what she pulled out of it was tone police, she's like Dario, dude. She's somebody that I don't need to talk to because she's not looking to improve. She's just looking to like flip out. I don't know. Like if you were looking to get something out of these reviews, I think there's a lot you could get out of there because I write them in such a way where you can get something out of them. Like I try to offer advice. I like on top of pointing out what the problem is with what you're doing, I try to give you some semblance of an idea for like what comes next. You tone police Destiny. That's a woman's name, by the way. Oh, I forgot. Fuck. And now I look like I hate small streamers too. Fuck. I forgot about Destiny. That's true. That Destiny person, I did tone police. That is fair. And they were a woman, huh? That's a woman's name. I bet they were a woman. I don't remember. A lot of the small streamers, dude, I just don't remember. Is Dario on your naughty list? Yeah. Why are you big mad at Dario? I'm not big mad at Dario. I just don't think he benefits from any advice or rhetorical reviews because he doesn't care about like what the advice is. Like there are some people who really, really, really care about the advice segment of these rhetorical reviews. And those people are the ones who I want to give advice to. Like Aiko. Aiko was very, very interested in learning how to note take. She was very, very interested in that. Luxifer, who's somebody that I've talked to both in public on streams and panels and on and in private. And Lux is somebody who's very interested in like, wait, you thought I did something wrong here? Like, what is that? And like, can you explain that to me? What would be an alternative? Like, there's a kind of mindset that people have where they're going to be accepting of criticism or they're going to be accepting of like how they could improve. And if that's the kind of person, then they're going to mesh well with the kind of person that's doing critiques, right? But if somebody isn't open to advice or they're very hesitant or they want to like kind of refute the entire thing on the basis of something else, then they're just not interested in advice. And that's fine. It's just that you make it onto a list where like, if I'm doing Destiny versus somebody and I want to give advice to the person, that's definitely a consideration. Like, or the list of people that I give to you guys on polls on Patreon to vote on like whose review we're going to review. Yeah, that's like definitely a huge consideration because if I have to spend a bunch of time on these reviews, it would be nice to think that maybe somebody could take something out of it, right? So I lose that dimension of benefit that I could put out in the world when somebody's not open to allowing that into their life, right? So if somebody's not willing to allow that part into their life, it's worth considering other reviews and other people that might. Because even with Destiny, there's always the off chance that he sees something in a review that he completely disagrees with, or a much bigger chance there's something that his audience disagrees with, and they're intelligent. They're intelligent people, the DGG community, unlike mine. No, just kidding. Both of you communities are intelligent, but I like that they're able to put into words a lot of the problems that they're having with me, and it's in Destiny's terms, which are terms that I can understand. They copy a lot of his same language, a lot of the same structures of arguments, a lot of the same logic, so it's easy for me to read through like a subreddit post about how I fucked up or how I'm worthless after the Demon Mama debate, and to actually pull some like actionable info from this. So if they're complaining about this, then I can look at it and go, oh, okay, they're wording it this way. They're probably getting at this, which happened at these 3 points in the video. And then I look at those points in the video and I go, huh, what would I say is the problem here? What do I think they're picking up on that I can change? And then I change it. I do that almost after every single review. I go on the Reddit, I read the comments, I go on the YouTube, I read all the comments, I look up my name on Discords to see if anybody is talking about it. Like I do my due diligence to try to improve with every single review. And one of the things that I've done to improve is to not try to direct advice at people that don't want advice, because that's not a productive thing to do. So that's what I'm talking about when there's a list. There's a list of people who I don't think are accepting of critical advice. And those are people that I just shouldn't waste time giving advice to. Now, it doesn't mean I can't just roast their style. If anything, it means I'm more apt to roast their style because they're unwilling to hear out a different approach. Like, I don't need to take a rhetorically sound approach of like like keeping the door open to maybe give them advice and like keep them on my team. I don't have to, because if they're already not willing to accept advice, then I don't need to waste all my time being rhetorically sound. I can like give pointed, very, very critical analysis of their stuff in the hopes that other people will see what the problem is there and other people will get something out of it. Because if I write off the streamer as like an audience member of my review from the very beginning, it makes it a lot easier to lean into like, making points at the expense of the streamers. And that happened exactly with this one. Demon Mama is on the list of people that I don't give advice to because she's not receptive to it. And then on the other half of things, Destiny is, I had a second point about this. It's not that he's, I forgot what points I was making. Anywho, Monka W on the list. Who is going to make the book smarts is a Nazi Reddit post. Yikes, I don't need that. Only if you disagree with the philosophy take. I like the idea that you think they're separate communities. I do. I really liked your conversation with RGR. Thanks, Rodrigo. I appreciate that. Yeah, Riley's a person that I would feel totally comfortable like approaching, whether it's in private or in public, to tell her that I have like a bit of advice for her. I don't think she would take it poorly. Like Riley is somebody who has communicated to me that like through her actions, through the way that she's handled other critiques and whatever, that she's willing to like hear me out on that kind of stuff. Riley's somebody I would be totally comfortable with, like shooting a Twitter DM and being like, hey, like I saw blah, blah, blah debate. Like, would you want to talk about that at all? I think there's like some places you can improve upon. But there are definitely people on that list that I won't do, either because I've tried to in the past and they haven't been receptive to it, or like this with Demon Mama. People link me shit where she's like popping off, in a way that definitely paints the picture. She doesn't need that shit. So if that's the case, then that is what it is, Riley is really chill. Yeah, I like Riley. All want is Darius IRL rhetoric review. I don't, I know of Darius IRL, but I don't watch any of his content. Last time I'll mention this, but 6 minutes in, she's still talking about you. Oh, Megalol, watch it off stream sometime. Yeah, I'll probably watch it off stream, P squared, but yeah, probably not on stream. Who is Riley? Riley is Riley Grace Rochong. If you look her up, here, let's. I can't do a shout out in the YouTube chat, so unfortunately you're screwed there. But Riley Reed? No, it's not Riley Reed. Riley Grace Rochong. If you look her up, she should come up on Google, YouTube people. But yeah, she streams on Twitch and on YouTube and maybe on other platforms. Why do you care about rhetoric? As unless you got a large audience, which is generally unlikely, you'll achieve next to nothing. And with rhetoric as a focus, how do you know you have the right aim? So this is like a two-part question. I think your last part is difficult to answer, so I'll focus on the first part. Why do you care about rhetoric? I care about rhetoric because from my perspective, optics, right? So how what you're saying comes off to people is like one side of the equal sign, right? Or I guess this way. So maybe you have an equal sign and then you have optics, right? Which is how is that interpreted by people? And the mechanics, the functions, all the bits and pieces, the mechanical, bits of conversation are on the other side of the equal sign. And those things on the other side of the equal sign are your logic and are your rhetoric. And if we're talking about optics on the other side of that equal sign, I think that limits rhetoric to the other side. All of the bits of rhetoric, all the choices that you made in your language, your tone, the choices moment to moment you're making between your words, your approach, your tone, everything else, those choices are rhetoric, right? Not in like a philosophical sense, well, kind of in a philosophical sense. Rhetoric is a weird word. I use it as like a catch-all. But yeah, so why do I focus on rhetoric? Because I think those are the mechanics of conversation that lead to optics, that lead to the result, that lead to how people interpret you. And I'm interested in working backwards on why optically did this not turn out well? Why optically did this really work? Why optically did you beat this person in this debate? Why optically does this point not seem to work? And I like to like look at that at a rhetoric level and see, is it the flavor of language? A lot of the time it is. A lot of the time it's the choices you're making in terms of like your flavor, in terms of what you choose to focus on, in terms of how you're responding to things, in terms of how you're managing your tone. And if that's like 80% of the battle, because that's 80% of what people are like picking up out of a conversation, and the other 20% is logic. I'm really interested in the 80%. I'm really interested in like in what makes things palatable to people. Because even if you had the best 20% logic, like your logic was 100% sound, and if I gave it to God, he would approve it, even if that was the case, it doesn't mean that you can convince other people with it. The convincing comes from something else. The convincing comes through your communicative ability. And I think communicative ability can really be summed up in itty-bitty pieces of rhetoric, in itty-bitty pieces of how you're deciding to communicate your points. It's not what the points are themselves, though I would say maybe that's like 20%, but I would say that a huge portion, maybe 80%, is actually the rhetoric. It's actually how people are interpreting you. It's actually the choices you made in communicating that point or in, refuting the point of somebody else. So that's why I focus on rhetoric, because I honestly think that that's like a hugely important thing, and it's not something I see anybody talk about. Like maybe some people that give like life advice or dating advice or charisma advice are telling you about things in terms of rhetoric or telling you about things in terms of the choices that you're making. But I'd say generally people don't talk at that level. So I saw a gap in Twitch that I thought I could fill. Let's talk about rhetoric instead of like Destiny, where we talk about logic and how these arguments all work together and how one leads to the other in philosophy and whatever. What if we just focus on rhetoric? What if we just focus on how are people responding to this? How do you make something more palatable? How do you handle when somebody acts like this? How do you keep somebody from like losing their cool? How do you keep the tension in a conversation low? A lot of like interpersonal like relation things that are cooked into a conversation are not addressed simply by talking about the logic. You need rhetoric to understand that half of it. So that's what I like to do. And with rhetoric as a focus, how do you know you have the right aim? You need the other 20%. You need to know your logic. And I think if you focus a lot on rhetoric, other people are bumpers that keep you in the right lane. Granted, you had the wrong people and you could be bumped into the lane of being a Nazi, right? You need logic. You need your own system of thinking to pick which way you're going and to tell you what the right aim is, right? But that's the realm of philosophy, religion, and like personal choice. And so I leave that all to other people. There are plenty of people on this platform that talk about philosophy, that talk about moral, that talk about ethics, whatever. You want all that stuff, there's tons of other people. So that's why I focus on rhetoric. Now, I don't focus on rhetoric to the detriment of everything else for the most part. It's just that I focus on rhetoric because everybody is much better at the other stuff. Like if I came on here and talked to you about philosophy, I would be honest in saying I probably would do a worse job than Rem. I would get a lot more stuff incorrect. And so in terms of getting things correct, I think that's important for philosophy and other people should cover it. But yeah, he cares about rhetoric because philosophy is hard. I like your confidence in me. Yeah, philosophy is hard though, dude. The flavor of language, but without the logic, you've convinced people of nothing. I mean, no. I mean, you convince them of something. I don't think it's possible to convince people of nothing. Nothing of worth nothing of worth at any rate. Well, your ability to like value how much something is worth is like dependent on your logic stuff. Like I said, that whole system for evaluating things, that's separate. Like other people tell you how to do that. There's plenty of philosophers that have worked on this for thousands of years. You could go read all that stuff. I'm mostly talking about how people in the modern day in my own life and online seem to interact with arguments or seem to react to arguments. Hassan min-max communicability over logic. True. I mean, wait, no, maybe true. I don't know. I don't know if I want to give this credence. Honestly, I think I should be nicer to Hassan than I am. I don't think Hassan's as bad a guy as like I make it out to be. I think it's fun to make fun of him because I know that Destiny's community's in here and they'll jump on it, but I really don't think he's like as bad a guy as you guys paint him out to be, if I'm being honest. Focusing on rhetoric and like that's one example of like the responses on Destiny's Reddit reminded me of that when I had a clip go viral in their fucking subreddit of making fun of Hassan. It really did make me think like I shouldn't let myself like get caught in places where I'm saying shit that I don't mean to say. And that can happen if I'm doing stuff like that. So Hassan's somebody who I would ease up on. And that's the kind of advice that if Demon Mama were to put it in a better way, I'd probably accept. There's probably stuff I could improve on. Focusing on rhetoric can help you figure out your logic. It could, yeah. Or at the very least, it can help you test your logic versus other people, right? So like if I'm really good at communicating an idea, but it's like a two-head idea, I could talk to Destiny, and as long as I'm good at communicating what I believe, I can communicate, hey, I'm at step number 2 and I'm confused and I think I need to go from 2 to A. And he's like, no, you got to go from 2 to 3, dude. So if you're at 2, you can do X, Y, and Z, and then you'll end up at 3. And I go, okay, I did X, Y, and Z, and I'm at 3, but I'm really thinking like I could go B from 3. What do you think? I don't think you can go. I don't think you can go to point number B from 3. I think you have to go from 3 to 4. And it's like, but I think I should go to B because of this, this, and this. Like whatever. Your communicative ability, even if your logic was lacking, is what's carrying you through a conversation like that. And as long as you're talking to somebody else who has good logic or logic that you respect, they can help to improve what your personal opinions are. And that's why I think communicative ability is something worth focusing on, because if you surround yourself with intelligent people and you try to glean what you can from them, from people who are better than you in different regards, then it makes you a better person. I think that's like part of what the point of life is, if I'm being quite honest. Like, we're blessed enough to have language compared to all the other animals, language that's super efficient and that we can use across the world to different monkeys that live everywhere. So if we have this communicative ability between all the monkeys, and all the monkeys live different lives and learn different things and min-max different abilities, like, communication seems like a cheat code to get all the benefit from other monkeys that spent a bunch of time learning shit, when you're a monkey that only focused on learning how to communicate and like parsing out that data as best as you can. That's a really long one, so I can't read it. Hassan is sincere. Hassan isn't a bad dude, but when I listen to him try to explain anything, it makes me want to rip my ears off. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, dude. Hassan telegraphs his ignorance too readily for the kind of persona he tries to project. I don't know. I mean, it's working for him. He has a lot of viewers, so I don't know. I just think he's really bad at explaining himself. Maybe. Or he's bad at like dismantling criticism. I mean, that could very well be the case. Maybe I should review some Hassan debates and like figure out what the problem is, because I don't know. Wait, Booksmarts, have you been talking to Monkey? I don't know who that is. Hassan is literally just an entertaining left-leaning person. He isn't bad on his own. It's his smooth-brained audience is the problem. Oh my God. Okay, this is not going to be roast Hassan hour, dude. Hassan's most powerful rebuttal is suck my dick. Oh my God. He doesn't do many debates anymore. Probably because there's no point to doing debates. That does nothing but hurt his brand. If he's not good at debates, he probably shouldn't do them. A lot of Hassan's explanations devolve into word salad. Like me, I don't go out and debate people. I do this. I talk to you guys. I break down other debates. That seems to be what I'm talented at. Not necessarily like debating. I think those are two different things. So, yeah. Yeah, I avoid talking about him since I'm trying to stay positive. Well, you just keep doing that, dude. You're doing good. Hassan usually tries to argue with his feelings, which is fine. You can do it. You just have to be, I don't know. Like, I know a lot of you are predisposed against like emotional arguments and whatever, but I find that in like my real life, those are some of the most impactful arguments that you can make are emotional ones, or ones that are tied to your feelings. Those are often like the most sincere. They're the easiest to trust. Like they break down the walls of a lot of people if you try to approach something by being honest about the way that you feel about it. Because the other thing is, like, in life, adults have to play a guessing game with why you believe what you believe. And they have to think to themselves, are you being reasonable? Are you being emotional? Are you this? Are you that? Why are you saying this shit about X, Y, or Z? Where are you getting that from? There's 101 questions that could come up in their mind if they're being critical. And I think to disarm this worry about all of your arguing could be coming from emotion off the bat by like being upfront with where you are emotionally on a topic can be really, really good. And I think to like open up, like I try to do when I preface debates, I think it's helpful to be like, hey, I personally dislike Demon Mama. I dislike her style. We've argued in the past. I've disagreed with her. I don't like the shit that she does. You can see that in the panels that we've had together. Like, you know, and I try to be honest with that so that it's on the table so that people can have a more fair interpretation of the logic that's about to follow. And they can start checking it. Like, Booksmart says that she's fucking up here, but Booksmart's also said that he doesn't like that she did that in the one debate with him. So maybe that's like actually coming from a place of like personal injury. In which case, I would say that's fine. That's why I give that info to you. Because if something like what Demon Mama was saying earlier, where it's because of a previous interaction that I'm like, you know, like railing into her about this conversation. If that's the truth of it, I want to give you all the evidence from my perspective of where I think I could be compromised, and then I want you to make the decision for yourself, right? And I just try to rack my brain for where those could be and present them as best I can. Like, that's something that you do in research papers too. You try to think of all the limitations. You try to think of anywhere that your thing could fuck up, so that people in the future interpreting the data with hindsight can hopefully like correct for that. So that hopefully in the future, if we're like, for some reason when we're doing this research design, it's like not working. Sometimes it produces A results, but other times it produces B results. And if I read a paper and it says, we had some limitations here. So if you do this B way, you get B results. And if you do it A way, you get A results. I suspect this may be because what we use to do B test is like a weird brand of thing. And that weird brand of thing may be fucking it up. That's worth looking into in the future. We couldn't confirm this with our tests. That's super handy, because if I'm looking from the past and I'm like, hey, there's a problem here with the B test, and you literally wrote, hey, I think this reagent is like fucking up the B test, then I have a place to start, right? That's what I try to give you guys with the reviews. That's why the intro is so long, because I want to give you anything and everything you could use to interpret it, so you can interpret the review. But whatever. I'm getting sidetracked on this one. I just think this is a case of talk shit, get hit, and DM got hit with a book. A rather smart one. Nice, bro. I know this is going to turn to a Patreon pitch, but have you ever looked at Xander Hall's debates or convos? I looked at Xander Hall versus Destiny, and that's it. Honestly. I saw him hanging out with Denims, and they seemed really cute. I don't know. I saw him hanging out with Denims, and I thought they were both cute. It made me kind of want to review his stuff because he was being adorable. But... yeah, maybe I'll include him in a Patreon thing, but I don't know. One thing with him is he is on the green light list for wanting advice on videos. From what little I've seen of him, he has explicitly said that he's okay accepting advice from me, and people have DM'd me telling me that as well. And thank you to the people that DM me. Thank you. I know. So yeah, he's on the green light list. He's definitely not on the red list because he seems open to that stuff. So yeah, maybe I'll include him on one of the next Patreon polls for the debate review stuff. You should watch the video where Destiny and Hassan debate on the same side against two Nazis. It's good to see how lost he is at all times. Dude is dumb and knows he is dumb, but his audience think they are learning something when they watch him, and that's the real issue with this platform. That's a very succinct way of putting it, that duder. You've mastered the art of the Twitch chat, dude. I think Zan is absolutely someone who could use it. That's mean. I don't watch his stuff anymore because I can't stand how he argues his points. Okay, well, then we'll keep that in mind, guys. Hassan said America deserved 9/11? Did he? Did he really? Oh, I probably can't play that on stream. Wait, did he get banned for that? I think now that I'm thinking about it, maybe he got banned for that. I think I remember this. No? Interesting. Wait, but Vosh gets banned for saying that we should... I don't think that's very fair, if I'm being quite honest. I don't think that's very fair. Oh, he did. Okay, well, he got booted from the Young Turks for it. Ah, okay. Chomsky said the same thing. There's a nuisance. There's a nuance to be had? Maybe? He did get banned for it. Okay. Interesting. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm probably gonna fuck up like that. I'm not making fun of him for that, bro. I mean, I'm two-head to it. I'll say some shit and get in trouble, I bet. That's why I want to get booksmarts.twitch up and running. Imagine comparing Hassan to Chomsky. Well, this is the kind of brainworms that we're talking about. People think he's worthy of comparison, dude, because they're in the same sphere. He got banned for making fun of a veteran. Interesting. Lol mean. Maybe. Lol. But opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one, and some stink more than others. Yeah. But I'd say some of the biggest assholes are the ones telling us how much others stink, so... I don't know. There's something to be said that rioters should be opposed, but phrasing is important. Yeah. I just understood what you said. Oh, shit. Yeah, healthy spoonful of rhetoric to make that medicine go down. Are you going to put your review of Counterpoint and Doobie on your YouTube? Yeah, I will. Everybody going for the most uncharitable critiques of Hassan. Just say he's bad at critical thinking instead of focusing on claims that people like Destiny echo, like the 9/11 meme. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Not my point, brother. Believe me. Not my point. Which is why I kind of don't want to echo the points against him anymore, because I don't really have anything against Hassan. I don't really know a bunch of bad stuff about Hassan. I get that other people don't like him. I get that, like, my primary orbit in the Destiny star system, should, like, whatever, should make me, like, hate him, but I don't have any reason to, really. And in the one review I've done that he was in, he outperformed Destiny rhetorically, although people will still argue with me about that. He outperformed Destiny in the only review I've seen of him, so I have no reason not to like the dude. That's all I'm saying. That shit was goddamn legendary. Yeah. Maybe now that I didn't win Ally, maybe now that I didn't win Ally of the Year, I should just go full Hassanabe wannabe and fucking. January is Hassan Orbit month, dude. We'll just do a bunch of Hassan debate reviews. I just like how big mad Hassan gets at Gnome Fucker. Interesting. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and literally lose his... Wait, hold on. I'm not reading that, brother. I'm not reading that. That's what he gets banned for, right? Yeah. That's so bad. Even reading that's bad, Dizzy. I don't know. That shit was goddamn legendary. What do you mean? I don't think that that's hilarious. I think that's really fucked up. I don't know. Like, how do I approach this? I have to put on empathy book smarts to, like, help you through that, but I'm big time against this shit against soldiers, dude. I'm big time against saying shit like that, because that's... How do I... Book, how is it bad? It's an epigraph from Rambo. Okay, bud. It's funny with an emotional reading. I get that it could be funny. It's just like, there's a huge part of me that shuts it down. Like, like, just imagine what the dude went through. I don't know. That's so fucked. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that, if I'm being honest. I'm not okay with that. I don't like that. I don't like making fun of somebody because they got wounded in combat. That's really fucked. I don't know. That's like when, isn't it McCain, the guy that was a prisoner of war, and Trump tried to say that, like, well, I think real winners don't get captured. That's all I gotta say. All right. I would just say, if I fought that war, I would let myself into the hands of the enemy. All right. That kind of shit, I can't handle it, bro. I can't handle it. Maybe it's because I was in JROTC and I got to talk to a lot of veterans. Maybe it's like growing up with respect for veterans, but like, true. There are a lot of good reasons to make fun of Crenshaw, but not because he's a veteran. Yeah. But still, I found it funny. I could see finding it funny. It's just I don't find it funny, and I feel the need to, like, explain why that is, and I almost feel the need to convince you guys that that's not the way that you should think about those things. But it's probably not as big a deal as I'm making it out to be. What up, Sake? Bruh. I would say let's play Overwatch, but we're at the tail end of the stream. How long have we been going? 5 hours now. Yeah, I'm just about done. Clearly not a gamer, bro. Yeah, clearly. I don't know. Hassan says some extremely not okay shit about people he sees as political enemies. I don't like the gloves off. All slights are okay attitude. Yeah, no, me neither. It's shitty not to have empathy, period. Yeah, but I think you could have empathy and have a moment where you make fun of a veteran and don't see the error in that. Like, right? Like, or like me making jokes about Roma people, right? I'm sure if I met a bunch of Roma people and I went to like a history museum about the oppression of the Roma people, that I would be a lot less okay with that stuff. But like, we all have that stuff. We're all lacking personal stuff that would like stop us from finding things humorous. And I'm just saying that like, I lack... I have like big blocks for finding it humorous that like a veteran got injured. I think of what it would be like to be in a foreign country and to have my eye blown out. I think of like the fear of that. I think of like, you know, thinking you don't get to go home. Like, I don't know. It's scary to me. I don't like it. Anyhow. Shake my head. I wake up to Book talking about the Romani again. Yeah, it's always the fucking... It always comes back to the Romani, bruh. We forgive you for hating Roma people. You can grow. Yeah, I can grow. You know, if I ever become like a super duper big streamer and we do like a Europe trip, you know your boy has to go to like a Roma museum or something. I have to learn about the Romani people, bruh. If rhetoric is your only aim, why do you preclude Nazis from your rhetoric guidance? And if wait, what? What does this mean? This word is being used strangely here. Let me double check. Make sure I'm not misinterpreting you here. Okay. Preclude Nazis from your rhetoric guidance, and if it is not your only aim, and there is some morality as well, then wouldn't this require philosophical justification? Oh man, Noah, you're asking boring questions now, bro. Like, why do you preclude Nazis from your rhetoric guidance? Because I have philosophical justifications not to do that. But that doesn't mean, like, I don't get what this is asking. I'm sorry, I don't understand how I'm supposed to answer this question, if I'm being honest. I know what you're asking, I just don't see what the answer to this would be. Like, I don't get why you're asking this, which would, like, affect how I would answer it. Isn't the whole argument that you chose to enroll in the army, yet you didn't choose to be RROM, Romani? Are you really comparing, like, people that were injured in the army? Like, I'm ignoring that comment too, bro. I can't with that. For what it's worth, I am in the army now, and a lot of the anti-veteran shit really doesn't click for me. That's good, dude. Let's get to the three-ways. That was the three-way. We had our three-way. We had two other people, and it just... Yeah, we already had the three-way. You missed it. Dude's a Nazi and just wants some coaching from you, lil W. Don't call Noah a Nazi, dude. That was part of it. I had to be like, wait, I have no indication that he is one, but like I don't know. There's a million weird ways to interpret that question. I don't know. It depends on what you wanted. Nuke chat, do it. What's nuke? Is nuke where you pick like a keyword and you ban everybody that said it? I should have nuked philosophy. I should have nuked the philosophy word earlier. I should have put you all on a fucking 1 hour timeout to shut the fuck up. That's what I should have done, actually, now that I think about it. I'm not, by the way. I trust you, Noah. I bet you're not. You got a wonderful name, Noah. I also have the name Noah, so I'm sympathetic to you. The comment was fucked, but I think it's hilarious in the same way someone could find a really edgy Chappelle skit funny. Okay, Destiny. We got Destiny out here. Now I know that Skeptical is Destiny's alt account. This is Destiny's alt account. Don't you find edgy Chappelle skits funny? Wouldn't you want to say the N-word in private? I see you, buddy. I am a music school dropout. Well, we're starting to check a lot of boxes here. That's just his friend. And you played sax. All right. I'm writing your name down on a sticky note. You're definitely Destiny. I'm going to keep that in mind. You've just exposed yourself. Nice try. Destiny was sweating so bad, he's like, oh, fuck, what do I do here? The rhetoric guy caught me. And then he decided, yeah, I have a music degree. I play sax. He thought that's the way to play it. All right. But I'm black. Now you're giving yourself the N-word pass, buddy. That's not cool. You have nice hair. Thanks, dude. Hey, I'm a music school dropout too. Nice. There's a lot of music school dropouts in here. I wonder if that's like a symptom of music school not being good, or I don't know what's going on with that. Plus, you're white, Ducker Z. Yeah, you're black and white. Look at that. That's crazy. Okay. I think we're all done here. We've hit 5 hours. I'm going to run a 60-second ad break. Poof. Get my little bit of... I'm going to get my fucking 20 cents off of you guys before I send you off. Let's see. Twitch chat, where do you guys want to go? YouTube chat, we're going to have a friendly private conversation after this because I'm deleting the VOD. So Twitch chat, YouTube chat, you and I will talk after. But for Twitch chat, I need to know where you guys want to go. Music school is for rich people. Maybe. Or the talented people that get accepted in, right? Would you be open to talking to Counterpoints if he reaches out? Maybe, yeah. Why not? Raid Molina? Yes! All right. All right. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to raid Molina. That's too Coomer for me. Let's see. Who else is on? Bose. Oh, okay, Bose. I want to pick somebody with not a lot of viewers, though. Bose has, like, a lot of viewers. Why not Coomer? I don't know, bro. It's fucking cringe. Doesn't she have a lot of viewers, too? Like, that's the other thing, is, like, I want to raid people that like, could benefit from, like, my amount of viewers. I don't think these people benefit from that, really. Dylan, then? What is Dylan doing? If he's doing boring stuff, no. Talking foreign policy with the no, he's talking to the dumb fuck guy. No, I'm not raiding Dylan. Nice try. What is IRI doing? Pelosi calls Trump's bluff. House votes tomorrow on $2,000.
Charles Kushner.
Sock done left again. If he's doing something boring, maybe not. What is he doing?
The main difference.
Talking with Synth.
There's the issue though, right? Of like the
I don't like Synth either. No, we're not putting you through that. Let's go to Bose. We're going to Bose, dude. Fuck it. No. IRI or Bose? I'm just going to do Bose. I do IRI all the time. Let's just do Bose. Bose Godstony. I like Bose. She's cool. For those of you that don't know the lore, I've met Bose in real life. She seems like a cool lady. She seems very intelligent. I will say that. Very, very intelligent. She's lived a lot of life and she has her life together. Oh, before we go here, I know I hyped you up for this raid, but we'll do it in 2 seconds. Destiny said something one time on his stream about how men don't value women who have their life together, or men aren't looking for that as equality in women. And I would like to disagree with that, quite strongly. I find it really, really cool and really, really an attractive quality in somebody if they seem to have their shit together, because I've been with enough people that don't have their shit together to value that. And I think that people like Bose that seem to have their life together do benefit from that. And I don't know if the dating world rewards that, but I think that that's an important thing. That's one thing that I learned about her when we were talking. She seems to she's really smart. She's educated formally. She has a whole wealth of knowledge about law and other stuff. She's fun to talk to. Anywho, I feel like that's as good an intro as any to her content. I'll send you guys over there right now. Again, I appreciate you coming. I appreciate you sticking around, and I hope you have a fun time with Bose. Here, let's get her username real quick. Big Boss Bose. Okay. Big Boss Bose. Awesome. Well, have a good time there. I'll see you guys later. S-word banned? Yeah, well, I didn't say that word, so you're good. There you are. Ads first, I already did the ads, dude. There you go. Everybody hop in. Choo-choo. Choo-choo. Let's go visit Bose. Choo-choo. Everybody aboard. Choo-choo. Here we go. Bloop. All right. Oh, is she not even on?
Oh shit! Oh my god! I literally just came back right as Booksmarts raided. Oh fucking okay! Wait, let me get this off the screen. Yo, Booksmarts raid. What's up, Books?
Anywho, all right, YouTube chat. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. I love you. I'm gonna watch Bose for